I apologize for accidentally completely leaving you out of all this. You didn't miss much. You missed me mostly being indecisive and then deciding to start the run. So we're going to release that fish. So what we've got going on is we're doing the Surivorman challenge. We are on the New Frontiers map. We ultimately went with that again because there's a couple other No Man's Land maps, but I didn't get a chance to test them before stream. And the ones that looked interesting had horrible reviews of like 2 stars and all that. It's like, you know what? Let's just play it safe. So what we've done is we've given ourselves a fishing pole. I deleted all my money. So all we have is a fishing pole and no money. And where we have the 350 there is just, rather than like go in and edit the file to give myself $0, I spent the 150 for the fishing pole. And then I went to catch 2 fish to give myself that money back. And I just happened to catch a fish worth 400. So rather than fuss with save files and all that, it's like, we'll just go with that. So what's going to happen here is we're going to be catching and releasing a bunch of fish and trash. Because there is kind of a mechanic with this that, when you're doing it, if you release a certain number of fish, instead of getting the direct money you would get for catching fish in the first place, you'll get a bonus for basically being, you know, environmentally friendly or whatever and releasing the fish back into the wild. And it does scale, which gets really weird when you look at it. The idea that you are just catching and releasing copious amounts of fish and that it's environmentally good. I don't have a moral objection with fishing or anything like that, and obviously if a fish is too small, you should catch and release it and yada yada. It's better than catching a small fish that's not going to be worth anything for you to eat anyways or use for whatever purposes. But at the same time, if you are hooking literally hundreds of fish, you're still doing some bad stuff, because not all those fish are going to go back and be in particularly good shape. Giving the 3 fish the small pond multiple hook wounds would probably be... Wounds is totally good for the environment. Yeah, like, especially this pond would barely be able to support fish, realistically. Like, you might have a couple little fish that got dropped in here, someone seeded or whatever. But this is the kind of pond that, if you have a year that the rain is a little low, it might dry out kind of thing. But what happens here, and why the fishing is actually low-key, one of your best sources of money, is every multiplier you go higher that you do get rid of trash and release fish. Both of them are separately their own multipliers that have money you get from it. So it'll start, I don't remember what the first one is, like, well, here's $1,000 or $5,000, whatever. It's like, it's a nothing burger. But it goes by multiples. So you release 100. Okay, or sorry, you release like 10. Then it goes, here's $1,000. You go, cool, $1,000 is basically nothing in this game. Get out of my face. Then you go and you get rid of 20. It goes, okay, well, here's $5,000. You know, that's still nothing. Get it out of my face. And then, you know, you get to like 25 or 50 or whatever the next threshold is, and it goes, okay, well, here's 20,000. You go, okay, you've got my attention. 20,000. That's actually worth discussing. That is genuinely a decent amount of money you're discussing there. And then you hit the next one. It's like, well, here's 200,000, and you go, wait, stop. 200,000? Like, this is more lucrative than me spending the whole year farming. What are you doing? And I don't remember where. I think it lets up at like $1 million or whatever, or $500,000. Yep. So you got our $1,000 for throwing trash away. So again, snooze. $1,000. What do you expect me to do with that in this economy? I might be able to get half a bagel. No cream cheese. That costs extra. No drink either. Just like the really tiny water cup that you can get for free. I didn't actually want to keep that fish. I remember that being a problem. That, because you have to spam click to, like, keep that thing up, that I would accidentally accept the fish every time that prompt came up. Just because the positioning of the OK button on both windows is the same. Yep. So let's keep our mouse over here and hit enter instead. Stardew-ish? Yeah, it's Stardew-ish. It doesn't get like to a higher difficulty or complexity. And where Stardew, I'd say one of the problems you have with the bobber thing on it is it can be very floaty at times. I'd actually say that's more of a Coral Island problem than a Stardew problem. But like, Coral Island, it can be a little bit floaty where getting it to go down as fast as you want it to is tough. Stardew's kind of in between and kind of, honestly, a sweet spot. Where this one, your hook got weight. You are using a lead hook lined in uranium, lined in extra waders. You let off and that thing just slaps to the bottom in seconds. And it's one of the things that was kind of one of my complaints when they added the fishing. Is like, I love the fishing mechanic as a new way of making money that you can do a true Survivorman challenge where you start with like not needing to own land or anything. But it does have the problem of it needs a little tuning. They should make the hook not quite as heavy. And honestly, I think it would be totally fair to add a setting to be like, hey, make the fishing easier or whatever. Because it is one of those things that you want to do it from time to time. And the mini game here doesn't really change much. Like whether we catch a $100 fish or a $400 fish, which is the range, or trash, it behaves mostly the same. I see you got your OSHA-approved safety sandals. Absolutely. But yeah, so you notice we got our first 10 fish and our first 10 trash, and both those gave us $1,000. So you'd be like, why on earth would you do this? You're getting at least 100 a fish, usually 200 or 400. It's just better to catch the fish. We actually did the math, and up until like the last tier, every fish you release, I want to say we found was worth like 200 or 250 until you hit that last tier, and then it jumps to some absurd amount. And we're not planning on fishing for literally ever to max it out, but I do need to fish enough that we can acquire some land, which is 100-something thousand, which sounds worse than it's really going to be. It is going to be a bit of an early game grind. But it's no different than when we did like the Tileman challenge in Stardew, where we just kind of did laps, pick up crop, plant crop, repeat, or no, actually even before that, it was like dig dirt, looking for clay again and again. It's the early game grind. I actually enjoy a lot of challenges that have this early grind phase in them, where you've got your one or two ways to make a little bit of money. And you just kind of have to like dig yourself out of the hole, because it's just so much more satisfying to me when you get to the point where things really stabilize and you're able to just kind of work normally. Because that's for as much as the early game of this is going to be rough. Once we start getting our first crop or two in an okay piece of equipment, then it'll effectively be a normal run at that point. Let's see, you need more than just the cause if plot after... Yeah, we will need more than that. You are correct. But once I get the land, then I have the opportunity to do stuff like get a chainsaw, cut down trees on it. That becomes another income. We can get, like, the lawnmower and such. That's another income. Like, and you get the idea. There's opportunities. I mean, ultimately, one of the things you can do is get, like, the really crappy greenhouse. Like, the really tiny one. And the tiniest little truck that can hold water. And that enough is the ability to make, like, effectively a passive income. There's options there. We can address that once we've got some money. Till then, those are all dreams in the future. Now, with Farm Sim 25, there is a bunch of ways to make your early game money once you get, like, your first influx of cash. Because everything has an equipment cost to start, and the fishing is the cheapest, which is why we're doing it. The next cheapest would be lumber. And the reason for that is because, like, other than fishing, everything requires you to own a plot of land. which is the first big move, is 140,000, I think is what this map it costs for a plot of land. After that, the next cheapest is the cutting down trees, because it's, I think, $100 for a chainsaw. And then realistically, you're going to want a truck or something to put it in, which is usually where you kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, is it actually a survival man? Because when you look at the base game when you start, where you start with $100,000, and that's it, literally me buying that tile will be more money than I would start with, normally. And that's kind of the asterisks on a lot of survival man challenges where they're like, okay, I just start with a plot of land, a truck, and a chainsaw, and you stop and go, by the way, that's more money than you start with normally. Where it's like, we're on the edge just trying to make it. Also, the things we already own are more than you start with by default. But that's fine. Because it's more, Survivor Man isn't some, like, there's this official list of rules you must obey, and there's a leaderboard or anything like that. It's just a thematic challenge. It's like doing the Tileman challenge. It's thematic. People can have variances on the rules. That's all fine. No one cares. It's more about kind of overcoming this difficulty or whatever. But yeah, most of the time when you're setting up the Survivor Man, it is always one of those things that felt weird. Because you would start the run, and what you do is you give yourself the bare minimum to be able to make money, because you require certain things to make money in Farm Sim, and then you zero out your money. And it always, like, you'd sit back and be like, I just gave myself 70, 80,000 worth of stuff, and the tile cost 40,000. Technically, I'm starting a leg up on the normal start. Okay. The no loans or leases being the one thing being a difference. And not even everyone who does Survivor Man does that. There's a lot of people who do Survivor Man, but they allow loans and leases, which again, to me feels kind of cheaty. The leases I'm not as worried about, but like the no loans kind of thing. Like when you give yourself loans, you could just literally start yourself off with a normal run that way. Oh, did you get a fractal ad? Wait, you already got your ad? Because, like, the ad break is showing is still starting for me. Oh, above your head? Yeah. No, Fractal sponsors the stream. Just over the last week or so, some of the games we played, I had to move the camera around, and then I had to move the Fractal thing around to, you know, avoid covering game UI and all that. So things got shuffled around a bit. Okay, so pretty soon we should probably get our next payout. So, yeah, exactly, you're subbed. What ads? Exactly. That's the reason I was confused. I was like, wait a second, what do you mean fractal ad? Yeah. Because I thought for a moment you were watching and you had gotten a ad for fractal during the stream. Like, not the placement on stream, but like as your actual advertisement on Twitch. Which would be pretty cool. At least that would be an ad that doesn't feel rough because of, you know, all the insurance ads and medical ads and other such ads that you don't want thing to be part. Yeah, no, I got you, Luxray. Yeah, so this won't take us ridiculously long to make this money. It will take us a little while, though. I do remember this being a whole thing we did on stream when the Highlands DLC dropped. Because for those who remember, when the Highlands DLC, which is what added... Yeah, it's follow age. I don't have a sub age command. I don't remember which bot does that one. But yeah, when the Highlands DLC came out, which is what added the fishing, we did it was sort of a Survivor Man challenge. I was allowing myself to, what was it? I could do contracts, but I couldn't take loans or leases were my rules. We did a lot of fishing at the beginning to make a bunch of money. And thank you, the Ints, for the raid. I saw you over there doing some Slime Rancher 2 earlier today while I was putzing around on here while I was getting some other work done. Hope you had a good time with all that stuff, and that you caught many a slime, and they were of various types, and they did cutesy things. I only played Slime Rancher 1 a little bit. I enjoyed what I played, but it's definitely one of those things that there was like 4 or 5 games competing for my attention, and it didn't win. But I hope you had fun with that. It does look like a good game, like, for the record. And all good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders, and all good stuff. Again, check out the ins, playing some Slime Rancher recently. Also does games like Coral Island and all that kind of stuff as well. So if any of that's your jam. As a heads up, does stream in German. I just like to specify that since, you know, we are an English-speaking stream here. And we do have a lot of viewers that do speak German. Does understand English, but you get the idea. But it's good times over there. Definitely recommend. But for those popping in here, we are doing the Surivorman Challenge, a brand new start in Farm Sim 25, which means we started with no money, and right now we are taking our, you know, no money and fishing pole and releasing fish because that's more lucrative than keeping them. Because Farm Sim is a fun experience with interesting decisions. It's cute and relaxed. We found some new slimes today. Nice. Yeah, no, I remember that part. Like, you had your different slime types, and you had to come up with different ways to catch them. I didn't get super far in Slime Rancher 1, but I do remember, like, that mechanic. Okay. Yeah, more lucrative in the long run, not the short run. Yes. And I'm sure I'll have to explain it a couple of times, just that in the way the game works, you get a couple $100 for every fish you catch. If you release them, you don't get paid per fish, but when you hit milestones, you get big payouts for being environmentally friendly or whatever. And those environmentally friendly pays are way more lucrative than keeping the fish. But yeah, we're not done with KSP, just to be clear, Kerbal Space Program. I'm just trying to not do the thing where I play just one game on the channel for like 2 weeks. And then kind of have to like reboot the audience as I like ostracize all the people who don't like whatever game I'm playing. And then have to like go and get like this new separate part of the audience again every other game because I just get on this binger. Because I do have a tendency to do that. So the most recent one was probably Factorio. We binged that pretty hard. I'm still happy. I think we did that 1 or 2, or it was like 2 or 3 streams faster than we did the first time we did Space Age. Need a snack and change screens? I mean, cookies always a good snack. The sentient ones are definitely more delicious. The suffering really takes the saltiness out of them, making it just more sweet. That was, oh man. There's been a few shows that have done stuff like where they'll have like the bad guy as a demon or whatever. They're like, oh no, if they suffer a lot beforehand, it's so much better. You know, it's like fine aged wine or whatever. What do you see do an Oni run? All about space travel? Low key, I actually don't like the space travel and Oxygen Not Included. Like, I've done it, it's fine. I enjoy Oxygen Not Included, but like, the other planets doing a whole lot of that isn't my favorite part of the game. I'd much rather go through the teleporter stuff. Alright, so there's the 5,000. So then the next threshold, because you'll notice it went up by a factor of 5 there. I believe the next threshold is 25,000 we'll get. And then the threshold after that is, I think, like 200,000 or something like that. And when we hit that, that should be more than enough for us to not have to fish ever again. Because I do remember, I want to say, was it 100 fish? Like, was the cap? I don't remember. Or no, maybe it was more than that. I don't remember. There was a cap on like how high you could go where you'd keep getting payout. Because I remember it was, or maybe it was 1,000, whatever it was. But I remember we hit that cap and we actually did take the time Yeah, no, that would be the plan, is we'd get the 200,000, we'd buy the land. I'd probably actually be able to do stuff with, like, the 50. And it could easily be one of those things that every once in a while we'll have a job we'll pass off to the AI and say, hey, go do this field for me. And I could see doing the occasional until we hit, like, the cap or whatever. You know, hey, AI, go do. And then we catch a couple fish here and there. Yeah, so we're going to definitely be taking a minute to do this fishing here. Like, and for where it's been here for a while, we've only been doing this for 15, 20 minutes? Because the stream's only been going for an hour. And I didn't start the game till like 40 minutes plus into the stream. So we've been going for maybe 15, 20 minutes we've been fishing. And we've already hit our second milestone on that. Now, granted, the milestones escalate. We are making good time. Another thing we're going to want to end up doing, which luckily they added a new one, I think it was a tent. When we buy our land, we're going to want a place to sleep. Because it is one thing I try to do when I play Farm Sim. It's not that we never do anything in the dark. We try to avoid as best we can. If I run into the problem where what I'm working on is pushing too late into the evening, that we're kind of pushing up against darkness, that's kind of the point that I usually won't speed or I won't slow down time for that. What I'll typically do for that is that's kind of the I'm forced to invest in upgrading my tools. Because Farm Sim is definitely a game. If you want to do it all yourself, hey, there's another 5,000. So we're already up to 12,550. And we technically start at 350 just because I didn't zero it out. We just got the best we could. So even if we didn't accelerate, which it does, even if that money didn't accelerate at the 10,000 per like 15, 20 minutes or whatever it is, what would even be the math? So 10,000 per, we'll say 15. That would mean for every hour, 40,000. You know, even if we didn't have any acceleration, it'd be like 3 hours to be able to do stuff anyways. Now, obviously, that's not the case. Like I said, we will get a higher amount of money per magnitude, because, like, the amount of fish I have to catch per threshold, I believe, roughly doubles. I think it's slightly over doubles, depending on where you're at. So, like, it'll go 10, 20, 50, 100, or whatever. But while it doubles, the amount you get paid quintuples. Or something like that. Or it's more than that, because we went from 1,000 to 5,000. Yeah, no, that'd be quintuple. But yeah, so it ends up going up by a lot each threshold. So honestly, this in-game day, by the time it's out, we will probably have, if we don't have enough to buy the land and get going, we'll probably be pretty close to it. What I don't remember is I don't remember if it's at 100 fish, 200 fish, or like where the cutoff is. So far as where you stop getting rewards. Or 500 or 1,000, I have no idea the quantity. I haven't been paying attention to how many we've been getting. We've just been, like, cycling through this as fast as we can. Okay. You know, people mentioned earlier that they're surprised there isn't a mod to make the fishing easier in the game. That does surprise me as well. that was kind of one of the things we figured was going to be like an absolute... I was like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to make a mod that, like... What I would anticipate it being is you'd click, you'd do the wait, it'd have, like, when it goes to, like, hey, reel it in, and it would just skip the mini game. Because the mini game is the thing I think a lot of people would get tired of pretty quick. Versus the just click when it says okay, World of Warcraft style, I think people would be a lot more on board with. Because if it skips the click as well, it'd be just, you know, you would click, and then every N amount of time be like, you got a fish. And I feel like that wouldn't be very interesting in its own right. And we can check here in a minute to see how many fish we have caught to give us an idea of what these thresholds are. Because like I said, I imagine the next one's going to be 25,000 each. Or somewhere around there. As far as the payouts. So if we go into here, you actually have statistics. So we can go down here, and somewhere in here, I think it's over here, you'll have fish sold. I did sell 3 fish. We have released 27 fish, and we've caught 23 trash. So my assumption was 20 was where we got our last payment. At which point we'll get the next one. I would assume 50. And I can't remember if it was 100 or 200 was the final payout. Which we don't need to go all the way up to the final payout. We just need to go until we have enough money to do stuff. Speaking of which, before we get too far, any sales we care about? None. Alright. Because that's one of the things that can determine what we're doing next. Is when we buy our land, what do we find on sale? Because if we go and we buy our land, and we immediately find a truck that can carry water, and it's on a good sale, then we're probably getting greenhouses. People like to litter in this pond. That's, I think Coral Island does it the best, where when you're fishing and you pull up trash, that you'll have the local fisherman's dialogue, and you'll be doing the trash cleaning event, and the local fisherman's like, do you have any idea how much trash I catch in this water? It's like, it's too much. It is just too much. He was like, don't get me wrong, I was never huge on fishing, but growing up as like a tween and all that, we would go to, my grandparents had a cottage in a town called Walaka, which is farther north, Florida, like, I think it's north, but like middle of it, you know, just lots of canals or whatever. But we'd go fishing as one of the things to do there because there wasn't a whole lot else to do. And you'd catch the occasional piece of trash, like you get some plastic or something. But I mean, it would be, you know, once every 3 or 4 times you went up there that you had gone fishing, you know, a dozen or so times you'd end up pulling up a piece of trash. So it was there, but it wasn't prevalent. But you play games like Stardew and Coral Island and this, and it's like every 3rd time you reel it in, you're pulling in like a hubcap or a garbage bag or whatever. It's like, how do, like, this volume of trash, the fish wouldn't be okay. Like, the volume of trash you're theoretically pulling up in these games, there would not be the ability to sustain life in that water. Like, all that stuff breaking down there would make the water so acidic it'd start eating the metal on the docks around it. It'd be so high. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of garbage, and I mean a lot of garbage, gets into water. Like, we literally have what are effectively man-made islands from where garbage has piled up in places, from, like, plastic floating and then getting caught up together and all that stuff. So it's not to say we don't genuinely have a completely unreasonable amount of trash going into our waterways. But, like, your local fishing, you're usually not pulling up that volume of trash anywhere you're catching fish. Either there's no more fish there because you completely jacked up the ecosystem to a point they can't really survive there well, or you're getting less trash. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Now, don't get me wrong, I've gone with people when we pull, like, shopping carts out of waterways, like canals and ditches and all that. I got to help out where we pulled a car out of just nowhere swamp. Someone had just dumped it in the swamp, and it wasn't just a tow truck. There was a whole process to it to like muck this thing out and all that. So, like it definitely gets pretty rough. But yeah. It's also a surprise, like, here in the middle of nowhere, who's littering? Who is littering in this water? You're in no man's land. In theory, looking around here, you know, you're in some middle of nowhere field way off there. Sure, I could see finding a plastic bag or, you know, stuff like that. You know, stuff that, like, the wind could catch and then blow away, and then it gets caught up in the area. Absolutely. But, like, you probably wouldn't have that much here without having anyone living nearby on any remote anything. Versus, if you've got, like, the little canal behind, like, the local grocer, sure, I could see shopping carts and tires and old batteries and crap like that thrown in there. But, like, some little pond in, like, the literal middle of nowhere. NAUGHs and canes can pick up a lot. Yeah, but I mean, for it to all end up in the river, or in this little pond, this tiny little pond in the middle of nowhere, I'm not saying there would be no trash. I do imagine there would be some trash. But I don't think you'd find, like, every third cast you're pulling up a tire or a hubcap. Because the wind ain't pulling a hubcap, and even a tornado, while it will certainly be able to lift a hubcap, they probably won't actually bring it that far. It'll more just pull it up and fling it. Hurricanes? Yeah. Like, that I imagine contributes to a lot of trash around the Florida coasts and our inland waterways. I could certainly see that. Just random debris. But I feel like we'd kind of be an outlier in being the example of things being worse than most places. Than, like, if you're in the middle of nowhere, there's a stream going through, like, Arizona or something, not by the cities. I imagine it'd be far, far less bad. People are cheap, easier to dump tires than to pay disposal costs. Yeah, I mean, a lot of places, when you buy the new tires, like, that's just part of it bundled in. It's not a separate thing a lot of times nowadays. Which might be because of people junking them. But yeah, no, that happens. That was, oh man, who was it recently? There was, it made news because they didn't just find the person, they arrested him. Like, literally he's getting, I think it was 18 months in prison. There was a, oh man, I wish I could remember what industry it was. Basically, you had someone who was dumping industrial waste in a river, and instead of just finding him, they literally threw the guy in jail. Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I believe I saw you playing some Dwarf Fortress earlier. We get a shout out for Blind in real life. I would, or IRL, I would appreciate it. I mean, obviously that's what the acronym stands for. But playing some Dwarf Fortress, also plays a number of games kind of in that area, like Caves of Cud and a whole bunch of stuff. Did some Vintage Story recently as well, some Minecraft. But very much Dwarf Fortress is kind of the big thing over there. But definitely someone to check out. Good times. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. The stream team I am on has a really good, fun, dry wit, dry sense of humor, which is excellent. I'm a big fan of dry humor. I highly recommend. For those popping in here, I'm Rual Storge. We do play a whole range of games, including simulation games, settlement builders, city builders, roguelites, and a whole bunch of stuff in that area. And we've been doing a lot of Kerbal Space Program recently, and I wanted to go ahead and mix up the content a little bit. So we're going back and revisiting something I haven't done in a hot minute. Dry humor, no towels needed. Excellent. We have enough humidity here in Florida that we don't need wet anything going on. But yeah, so we're revisiting what's known as the Surivorman challenge in Farm Sim. This is a sweaty, try-hard challenge. It is a very grindy challenge that we basically started with literally no money. And mechanically, the way the game works is you technically have to give yourself one or two things. You can't make money with no money in the game. But what we're doing right now is we gave ourselves the absolute cheapest way we can make money, which costs us 150 bucks for a fishing pole. And then we deleted our money, and we are going to go and build up a farming empire from this. And we're going to do this by catching and releasing fish. Don't worry, it makes sense, as long as you don't apply realism to it. Farm Sim, you, when you release fish, you're seen as being environmentally conscious, and you get paid a, you get kind of paid a thank you for helping the environment every time you hit certain milestones. So very weirdly, it's very lucrative to catch and release fish in copious amounts, as opposed to keeping them. Because that's, certainly environmentally friendly to jam a hook through a fish head, fish's head at scale. Like, we already had the, yes, if the fish is too small or whatever, or something you shouldn't catch, catching and release is the better of the two options. But also, deliberately catching tons of fish for the purposes of releasing them, for the purposes of a stipend, maybe isn't so environmentally conscious. And thank you, Shaw, for the 215 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. This has been maxing green credits like for the car industry. Yeah, basically, being like, what can I do to, at minimum cost, qualify for whatever, grants, stipends, whatever the appropriate terminology for whatever the thing is. To do it for the financial reasons, not for the whole thing. Fish deserve to be able to have those piercings. That's what we're actually getting paid for, is the piercing trade. We're the Claire's jewelers of the fishing industry. You're not getting any kind of pain, anything. We're just going for it. My niece just got her ears pierced very recently. And I didn't ask them where, but it just brought up in my mind. I remember I had a lot of friends who were into doing lots and lots of piercings growing up. In many different places, which we do not need to elaborate on the long list that includes. And that was usually the thing that came up. They were like, for the love of God, if you get a piercing, do not go to Claire's. It's like, they're there to sell cheap, crappy silver jewelry to tweens. You're not getting any level of caution or care or any type of painkiller or anything. They're just gonna go up to you and go snap and move on as fast as they can get away with it, because they got other things to do. I was about to say, man, I hope they didn't go to Claire's. Yeah, another thing is like, no. You go, you find your local, like, if you got a piercing place nearby you that specializes in that, you go there. Otherwise, a lot of tattoo parlors will also do piercings. You find someone reputable. You're gonna pay $100 or whatever for it. You're not gonna get it for free, but they'll do it right and they'll make sure it doesn't get infected and all that. But yeah, so where it looks like we're making literally no money, I am expecting when we hit our next threshold that I'm gonna hit $25,000 when I hit 50 fish released and 50 trash released. Last I looked, we're at like 27 fish. And that was probably 15 or 20 fish ago, I would guess. I haven't been counting, because the goal here is to just go as fast as we can on making the money on stuff. That, and it won't be blunt force trauma to the ear tissue, unlike the piercing gun. Yeah. You get what you pay for, and when you don't pay anything for it, you get what you paid for. Some things, it's worth cheaping out on. Getting cheap rice, you're probably fine. Getting cheap medical procedures, probably don't do that. Is that a large piercing chain? Oh, yeah, so, I don't know, like, where broadly is. I know it's here in the US, North America, but, I don't know if it's also in Canada or Mexico or whatever. But there is a company called Claire's, and they tend to sell really, really, really cheap jewelry. We're talking the kind of jewelry that, a 13-year-old is buying with allowance. So you're talking, really low-end silver jewelry kind of thing. But as part of that is they will do piercings, they They don't need mom and dad to say yes or no, because it's usually just some teenager who's working there who's getting paid minimum wage and wants nothing to do with any of it. If they're good, they'll still be like, hey, you know, did you get permission and all that? But yeah, it's an accessory store that is known for being cheap. But yeah, they do provide free piercings there. But like, they have a reputation of people getting lots of ear infections and all that, because again, the people aren't really paid to do the piercing. It's kind of an obligation as part of the work. So, I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm sure there's ones in there who work it who do take as much care as they can. But a lot of them, it is just, you know, this person's got no real training, and they're just doing it. There's no way to actually sanitize the piercing gun? Yeah, no, I have no idea, because, like, it's not, it's nothing, like, I'm not against piercings. It's something I debate at different points. I just never, you know, went through it. Let's say your sister, like, put a hole in her lip by kicking you in the pool. Your face at the bottom, you had braces. Ow. I had, my younger brother, we were just, you know, we were being brothers, horsing around, shoving each other. And I ended up shoving him, and he lost his balance. And he came down face first on, like, a tile floor, and there was, like, the little tab on a soda was one of those things in there. Because that was back when they did all the charity drives where you bring those in to donate money or whatever. And he ended up catching the tip of his tooth on it and chipping his tooth, and I felt terrible about that. Hole clean through the lip. Free, though. Not the way I'd want to get a piercing through my lip. I felt awful about that. My poor little brother, he got hurt a couple of times. You know, that was not my intention, but my fault. Like, we went to the Renaissance Fair, and we got, like, those really crappy, like, pine wood swords, and we were banging them against each other, and I got all upset because he broke mine. And so I went to just throw it, not at him, but just like, you know, you're annoyed, so you're just like gonna throw it or whatever. And just the way I threw it, it kind of whipped. And just, when it whipped, instead of leaving in the general direction I was throwing, it went right at him and just pegged him like square in the forehead. And again, that was just like a bruise or whatever, but you still feel bad about it. So you get back from dinner, apparently you've gone from watching one streamer to watching another streamer watch. Convenience. Absolutely. It's funny how small of a world it is on Twitch in so many ways. Like, yeah, there's people like way outside your normal, but you'll have like 2 or 3 streams that you end up watching. And just, you can, like, I think my favorite one is where one person will start, they'll raid into the next person, and they'll go through like 3 or 4 channels, and then they get back to the person that it started out with. That you can kind of just do the full circle. That's always kind of a big kind of fun thing to see, where you go to bed and you're watching one person, and you wake up again and you're watching the same person. You're like, but their stream's only been live for an hour or 2. Let's see, what got you was all the times during the last potato when streamers told me you were the first person they watched. I'm gonna happen 3 times. This world is too small. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, I imagine this is true on a lot of the content creation stuff. That, like, if you're into the more strategy games, that you'll have, like, that broad area you're in. If you're into like first-person shooters, it'll be like that circle of people over there, that it's like its own small little world, and there'll be a little cross-pollination here and there, but it very much feels that way. So for like a lot of us who have done games like, you know, I personally haven't really played Dwarf Fortress, but you like played RimWorld, and there's a lot of overlap between those audiences and all that. That you've got a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress, or a lot of people who play RimWorld, and those overlap, so you get a lot of the same people there. And in a lot of those groups, you got like Timberborn is another game that's played commonly in those groups, and there's just so much overlap between those. And it's cool though. It's cool because like my favorite one is be like, oh, have you met this person? I should introduce you to, like, dude, we already know each other. It's fine. And then you get the rare one where it's like, oh, have you not met this person? I am shocked that you haven't met this person who plays almost all the exact same stuff that you do. And then you add another person onto the loop of people you know. That's especially true, though, when it's like, they play the same games as you, but they're on the reverse schedule, so you don't raid into each other. Like, they end before your stream starts, but you end before their stream starts kind of thing, or you just stream different days or whatever. And you'll realize, like, you actually do share a pretty large audience with this person you've never met. Oh, I'm not sure if, yeah, I think the Discord I brought up isn't the one that you're in, Blind. I've had this really wild bug on my analytics on, hey, $10,000. That's not as much as I was expecting that to be. It's fine. But, the analytics on Twitch, that something broke the other day, and it's like you share 72% of your audience with the Warframe channel, and 4 other creators you've never heard of, and have 0 categories in common with. And I'm kind of like, I don't think I do, actually. And that the people watching your channel, the #1 game, they're not, you know, when they're not watching the channel, what they're watching instead is they're watching Rainbow Six Siege. And I'm like, I'm willing to bet I don't have a very large overlap with people who watch Rainbow Six Siege. I'm sure it's a non-zero number. There's going to be at least a couple of you. But I'm willing to bet the kind of people who tune into the content I have here is probably not the same crowd that is going for the Rainbow Six Siege. Or a Warframe Guerrilla promotion conspiracy. If it was just Warframe jumping up there, I would be like, okay, there's some kind of thing going on that I'm blissfully unaware of. But it was the fact that there was like 4 other creators under it that weren't games, they were individual creators. And they weren't Warframe creators. But they were like all sorts of other things, like very heavy first-person shooter kind of creators and all that. I'm like, these are not the same. Like, we probably have an individual viewer in common. It's like 60 degrees of separation, but for stream watching. Oh, yeah. And you were playing Kerbal recently. Yeah, and this would have been like right when I started Kerbal. I was like, okay, there's no way that one Minecraft stream flipped my average viewership that much. Like, 0 chance. Maybe you rated someone who would not, and that would do that. Yeah, but it would have to be a big thing for it to jump up to like the 70 percentile. Like, I have 1 or 2 channels that we raid back, but like between the 2 of us a lot, that we do share a lot, but that's like maybe 30% overlap. We're talking, this was 72. It was like, oh crap, like 3 out of 4 people in my channel are apparently over there. That is more likely a 1,000 viewer channel raid you. Yeah, no, I didn't have any big raids like that recently. Nothing like, I think the biggest raid we've had recently was a couple hundred. Which wouldn't be anything particularly out of the ordinary when it comes to when those kind of bigger raids happen. Not like back in like Path of Exile times where once in a while you'd have a channel drop like an 8,000 viewers raid on you and just your analytics goes to absolute garbage. Where it's like your most viewed game is something that objectively outside that one instance did really, really badly. I've got a few games that show up in my analytics still to this day. It's like, oh hey, that was like your 4th highest average viewer game. It's like, yeah, that was from the moment I had this raid of like 3,000 people for a game I played for like 4 hours, and it was just the last 10 minutes that was going, but such an extreme number. You had like 1,000 viewers the next day that were remaining lurkers? Oh, nice. I usually don't have that many lurkers hover over, because usually I always go out of my way to raid out, so it'll only be the people who get dropped by the raid. Which happens. But yeah, no, it's fun to see the stuff that absolutely destroys your analytics. Because like those big raids when they do happen, which is like really cool. But yeah, your analytics are useless for like the next month or 2. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to have to go another threshold higher before we get our bigger payout. I thought it jumped to 25,000 next, but it looks like it jumped to 10,000. Because unfortunately, we had to hit 140,000, where it seems like this is a thing that's going to take forever. Because it is by magnitudes it goes up. Like, the first payout was $1,000, then 5, then 10. I don't think it goes to 20. I know it skips ahead a couple of times, because I remember that was a whole thing when they first added the fishing, and we were doing this for, dare drop stuff. That, we got surprised. We're like, oh, we hit the new one. It's like, wait a second, it gave me $50,000. What? Because if it doesn't escalate like I remember it, like if they toned it down, which I don't remember reading them toning it down, but if they toned it down, that would screw up my whole plans, and I would have to probably do some shenanigans. You did raid out, so you guess they blocked raids? Yeah, no, you know, you never know. It could also be that sometimes you'll have a raid, and people enjoy it enough, they're like, you know what, we'll give them, you know, like, we'll check this person out again. You know, and then, like, they see more of your content, and, like, sometimes it can be one of those things that the categories aligned, but then the next one, like, the categories didn't align, and they're like, ah, never mind, they're not playing that one game I want to see. Alright, Blind, you have a good one. Thank you again so much for the raid, I do appreciate it. You enjoy your snack, and have a good one, all good stuff. Then again, welcome into all the raiders and all that good stuff. It's good to have you. I know right now we are doing the cutting-edge gameplay of fishing. We will be varying this. We are doing a very grindy, sweaty challenge. I like a lot of these challenges. Like, recently we did what's known as the Tileman Challenge for Stardew Valley. And for those who are unfamiliar with that, if you think of Stardew Valley, and it's this nice, cozy game, it's like a warm hug. You go and you have all these nice interpersonal things. You build your farm up from nothing, and it's just all these good feels, other than Clint, who is not good feels. But imagine you didn't have any of that, and instead it was like a capitalistic dystopia where you were allowed to walk on like the 3 tiles next to your bed and nowhere else. For every additional like square of ground, so like foot of land, you would have to pay a slowly increasing rate for each additional area you wanted to go to. And so the Tileman Challenge is about unlocking those tiles to, like, very strategic, be like, okay, I can't make money now, what is the first thing I can do to make money? And buying just enough tiles to be able to make money. And then going, okay, with what little teeny tiny money I can make, digging the same spot again and again and again, desperately hoping to get clay as my primary income. What can I do to make enough money that I don't have to do that anymore? Clint Alpha Male over here, pathetic Clint noises. That is, for those who haven't heard, Concerned Ape did announce that they're going to have 2 new romanceable characters in Stardew Valley of Clint and Sandy, I believe it was. Of which everyone was like, wait, really? Clint? Because in the game, Clint comes off as, a little obsessive, a little bit of a creeper. Definitely a very frustrating character, because Clint has character growth that goes, alright, we're doing better, oh, bring it back. So very unsatisfying character growth in the sense that Clint doesn't ever really grow, and they've decided that Clint is going to be the next romanceable character. And I low-key want it to be that when you marry Clint, that Clint becomes utterly insufferable. I don't want Clint to becoming endearing on the other side. He's got kind of creeper, kind of obsessive traits to him. I want Clint to be like, oh, alpha male coming through, sigma male on the way, and just to be utterly insufferable. I want that so badly. I want Clint to be so incredibly awful. And of course, Clint is still absolutely going to be charging you for all the blacksmithing services in town. Just because you're married doesn't mean he works for free. Hey, and $10,000 for cleaning up trash. Now you're wondering if the emote by itself is going to scare people. For those who don't know, I believe that's oh, was that I think that's Drongo's emote. Was that Drongo's or Sib's? It was Drongo's, right? I would click on it or I'd mouse over it to check, but I'm trying to not move my mouse position for where the cancel button is so I don't have to think about this. Drongo, yeah, because I know both Drongo and Sim had the whole I accidentally sold that fish. Curveball, his date path transforms him into a sufferable Sigma to be an even more insufferable Chad. Yeah, that's basically what I'm kind of hoping is like because his personality, if you read into him as being again like a little bit of a creeper, a little like he definitely lacks in confidence, which there's nothing wrong with that, like that's something to work through. But it's the fact that he's like a little stalkery without not really being stalkery, a little bit of a creeper without really kind of like he's definitely in that, you know, you're not doing anything expressly wrong, but you're definitely doing stuff that you're like, you know what? That's not great. Granted, for as bad as Clint is, if we want to know the true villain in Stardew Valley, it's the protagonist you play as. Because you're straight up popping out of bushes into people's houses in the middle of, like, private conversations and all that. And the game even calls you out for it after a while. You're just straight up, like, going into people's houses, rifling through their stuff. So, for as bad as Clint is, you know, you really are the bad one. Because that's like, they have a cinematic where you catch like the mayor and Marnie together. And I'm not gonna spoil any of it for those who don't know any like storyline stuff. But there is something you overhear that they want to remain private. And you can be like, I'm going to tell everyone your secret and all that stuff. But you literally pop out of the bushes to confront them on that. And they're like, what are you doing in the bushes anyways? And your character just kind of does the Homer Simpson of like just backing into the bushes and disappearing again. So again, you're clearly not the good person there. Clint's personality is the equivalent of wet cardboard. Yes. But at least wet cardboard, if positioned perfectly, has some level of structural integrity. Not good. It is wet cardboard, but more than Clint. You married Emily on your first Stardew, so Clint made a great impression. Yeah. No, that's, when it comes, like, the romancing the people in Stardew Valley, like, most of the bachelorettes, I would say, are like, you have your different preferences and all that. Most of them are good. I can't stand Haley. Like, someone who just insults you for no reason, it's like, nah, you're not getting my time, man. I at least have some self-worth. And then Emily, like, I could be good friends with Emily. I would not be able to handle, like, her whole, oh, we're gonna use the powers of crystals to heal. Do you have natural remedies? Like, hey man, I can understand wanting to do stuff like, hey, you got a stomach ache, instead of throwing some hard medicine at it, you know, eat some garlic or take some mint or whatever. Sure. You know, herbal remedies do have a place. But at the same time, when she's like, we're gonna use crystal therapy, I'm like, no, I can't. I just can't. Like, we can be friends, but romancing-wise, no. This is not a thing I'm gonna want to get into an argument over with you. Because, you know, I'm going to respect you have, like, control over your own destiny and all that, but also I care about you taking care of yourself, and I just don't believe in any of that. So I I just can't with Emily. I did between playthroughs with friends and all that, and my own time, and I did that. I did eventually romance every single one of the bachelorettes in separate runs. And like, don't get me wrong, eventually Haley does get kind of sweet. She has some lines that are still kind of mean, but she does come around. But like real life me, the moment you walked up and you're like, you know, ew, gross, like, you know, you might actually look good if you didn't dress so ugly or whatever, I'd be like, well, F you too, lady. Like, you know, if I was butting into your business or something, being rude, by all means, rude in return. But like, if you just open up with an insult for absolutely no reason, you know, again, kind of screw you. Unless, it'd be, like, and I've said this before, it'd be different, like, if, you know, that interaction happens, like, you know, you get that really rude remark, and then if the next time I ran into you're like, hey, you know, I was having a bad day, that was uncalled for, you didn't deserve that, sure, whatever. But the very first time we meet, you're just like, immediately insult me to my face. I'm like, you know what? I just don't see a reason to interact with you anymore. Let's see, what if not only Clint's character grew, but so did his body? He's a blacksmith after all, if he became really buff. Well, that's kind of the thing. It's hard to tell with pixel graphics in the style that Stardew has. Like, you don't ever get, like, a picture of, like, Clint up front. Genuinely speaking, someone who's actually working as a blacksmith, you would have some pretty toned arms, but generally speaking, you would have some solid dad bod going on. You definitely have some solid, you know, got some packaging down there, if you would. Most of the people who did those were like really hard-working professions historically. That's usually the build they would end up with, was like very, very strong arms kind of thing. But like, you know, you're going to be eating a lot of calories to support yourself and all that. And it's not like your work is using a lot of those gut muscles to do anything. I was like, the moment the new farmers decided to become a creep and stalk the townies in their own homes. Yep. Oh, you mean like Haley is rude, and because it's one of your very first interactions in the game, you're like, you know what? Social contract broken. Like, there are no rules to engagement anymore. You broke the social contract. I owe you no decent behavior. Also, what is going on with these trees straight above me? Like, all the other trees look fine, but there's like 2 or 3 trees right above me right here that straight up look like the most messy low poly thing I've seen in a long time. And I don't think that's just farm sim. I honestly am not sure what's going on. If that's like just some trees on this map got past QC of the people, because it's a modded map. But there's some real wonky trees. Oh, I'm sorry. They must be cellular antennas. They're doing that thing where it's a concrete pole with the cellular antenna on top of it, and they just shove some tree branches on it. They're very normal trees. Yep. Very true. Traditional mining steel working area there. Lots of miners manufacturer had dad bod. Yeah, if they don't have dad bod, they're emaciated. Which is a much bigger problem. Those are usually your company town people who weren't getting their basic needs met and all that kind of stuff. But people actually doing things where it was relatively on the up and up. Yeah, they had solid dad bod vibes. There's a reason people had dad bod. That's how dad bod happens. Dad bod is a very normal, natural body style. The chiseled abs is very much the exception, not the rule. Because most of the time when you see the person who's got like the ridiculously chiseled abs, like, you know, you're looking at people in like the Marvel movies and all that. Like, you got Thor and he's got like the chiseled abs and all that. That's usually people both starving and dehydrating themselves. They'll put on like they'll bulk up a lot, and then they'll start starving themselves to get all that fat weight gone, so that the chiseled abs can show through. You know, And it's kind of a thing where they're on like a little bit of a timer, because as you're doing stuff, you know, it's your body's gonna start eating those chiseled abs unless you start putting more on you. Maintaining those kind of chiseled abs long term is not an easy thing or a healthy thing to do a lot of times. You can be fit. We're talking like these abs look like they're cut out of marble abs. Those are not normal or healthy. You can still have a six-pack and be healthy. But it's it'll be just a teensy bit doughy. Let's see, also reflected in local dishes here. Potatoes, bacon, potatoes and ham, potatoes, dumplings with bacon and eggs, potato noodles with ham, yep. We have here in the US, and I don't know if it correlates to other places as well, we have like the miner diet, so like coal miner, and it was usually potatoes and protein. Some style of potato and protein, usually beef. Sometimes pork, sometimes chicken. As a younger man, you did a lot of bodybuilding style, and cutting fat is absolute hell. Hungry 24/7. Oh, yeah. Like, that's honestly one of the more impressive people about who do those, like, super-duper fit characters in, like, Hollywood and all that. It's like, you know, acting and all that aside, that's its own skill. But it's like, just the fact of being able to bulk yourself up and then, you know, cut back so you can get those chiseled abs and not utterly lose your mind being hungry while you're doing all these, like, genuinely very strenuous thing where you're under, like, these bright lights being cooked alive under all the lamps and all that, and having to redo the same line 80 different times because you just can't quite land it correctly and yada yada. Doing all that, it's like, man, I don't know. I don't know how you do that. Like, I've certainly had different points in my life where I was doing stuff for nutrition or diet or whatever to, you know, do whatever health thing I needed to do, that some of those got rough, but that's not the same as what some of these people do. After the 4th week of chicken breast and rice, it stops being worth it. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, and this is trying to eat healthy kind of things. I have kind of my days when, like, Tomb's not going to be home, so it's just kind of me fending for myself kind of thing for lunch. I have my go-to, which is, I do swai fish, which, in a lot of the rest of the world is called basa. I believe that's right. So I do a little bit of fish, brown rice, some broccoli, and some Korean hot barbecue sauce. But even then, I'll do that like a couple days a week, maybe. And then I'll mix in other stuff just to not eat exclusively that. And it's not like I'm dealing with any immediate health problems, but, you know, just trying to keep, like, cholesterol down. You know, get more fiber in my diet kind of thing, hence the brown rice versus just regular white rice or whatever. That kind of nonsense. Eating healthy sucks. It also sucks because here in the US, places that do healthy food don't tend to last because there's a lot of people with horrendous diets here. And the things that sell is, you know, the classic more fat, more butter because it's delicious and I want more of it. And also, when I get more of it, my doctor gives me the side eye. Because I too could just eat my body weight in Mexican and barbecue food and be happy as can be, for however short it ends up being. But, you know, planning to not be miserable later in life, I gotta behave. That's it. You can get good healthy food, it's just hard. I used to work downtown Orlando, and I can't remember, it was a local place, but it was a salad place. And I'm not usually a person like, oh man, I'm excited for a salad. But they actually had some really good salads that tasted good. Like there was stuff going on for them. It wasn't just lettuce in a bowl with some other vegetables in there. Like there was actually stuff going on for it. And on top of that, you could actually look at the nutrients at the end and be like, that's actually healthy. Versus a lot of times you get a salad that's really nice, and then you realize it's really nice because they smothered in stuff you shouldn't be eating in the amounts you're eating. You're like, oh, right. It's delicious because it's basically a burger on lettuce or whatever. Taco salad is still a salad, right? Correct. Or for people in the actually I guess it's not even a southern thing. What is it? Pasta salad. Pasta salad cracks me up when people are like, I'm gonna eat healthy, I'm gonna have pasta salad. It's like, you're eating a bowl of noodles in mayonnaise. And there's different kinds, to be fair. But a lot of pasta salad is mayo based with noodles in it and a couple of other things. And you're like, I'm sorry. That is... I mean, I'm pretty sure the burger is healthier than that. Because it's not like someone put a sampling of mayonnaise on it. It is mayonnaise soup. They do a bunch of other stuff to it, like they usually will have like lime in it and, you know, seasonings and a bunch of other nonsense. It's not just straight up like someone just inverted a jar of mayonnaise, put some mac and cheese in there and went like this. I'm not a big fan of pasta salad though. Like, growing up, I was very much the person who'd go and get barbecue and steak when I could make it happen, before I was a broke college student. These two things might be related. But, there was a place near where my parents lived that was a pizza place, and pizza's always good. Pizza's always good tasting, not necessarily the healthiest. But the local pizza place had a Greek salad, and oh my god, I am not a big salad person, but that salad slapped. Like, that was the first time, like, do you want the pizza or the salad? And you're like, the salad. And people would look as like, hey, man, this is... You don't understand. This is not a normal salad. This is amazing. I usually got the pizza, too, though. Because, I mean, pizza. Hey, Kermiter, it's good to have you. It's going pretty good. I hope things have been good over on your end and all that good stuff. We're doing some Survivorman challenge and grinding some fishing to get that going. You like the idea of Subway being healthy? You're eating a whole loaf of bread? Oh yeah, that was one of like the big not scams or cons. Where so many of us got convinced like, oh yeah, you're eating Subway, you're eating fresh, you're eating healthy, and you're sitting there looking, it's like, man, I am eating a loaf of bread. This thing is straight up a bowl of sodium I'm eating. It's good. I certainly ate my fair share of Subway. Subway was one of my go-tos for a while. I was working for one of the local cities over here, and there was a Subway a little on the long side for a walk, but definitely well within a bike rides range, and I did ride a bike to that job because it was genuinely, it took me longer to drive than to ride the bike just because of the way the roads were. So I would ride the bike when it wasn't too hot. And man, I was at that Subway probably like 3 days a week. Maybe 4. You were a manager of Subway during the Subway craze? A lady would come in once a week. 1 second, I'll catch up once I get this fish. I saw it was a large filly, but I missed the rest of it. Give me 2 seconds. We get a large filly and cheese with extra cheese and extra meat, chips and a large soda. And you're on the Subway diet? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When they got on the Subway diet and how was it, Jared lost all that weight or whatever, they didn't go into the fact, like, by the way, he didn't get this, he didn't get that, he didn't get this, he didn't get that. Like, it was a very, very plain and nothing going on sub. You can take things that aren't necessarily the healthiest, and if you portion them down enough, you can lose weight if that's your only objective. Yeah, 65% of Subway meats are prepared in a way that salmonella can breed in droves. I mean, I hadn't heard that. I mean, you gotta be careful with processed meats in general. There's lots of room for contamination. But still, not that I don't eat my fair share of pepperoni and all that. And it holds a lot of those same risks. It's just the more processing, the more opportunity for someone to make a mistake. Calling the company Doctors Associates was cunning way to make people assume it's good. Wait, Doctors Associates? I hadn't heard this one. Because I thought it was, what was it, like sandwich, not sandwich specialists? I don't remember. But yeah, no, that was a whole thing, like, very much people got on that. Oh, that's the name of the company that owns Subway. Weird. I was unfamiliar with this one. Yeah, no, like, I was going to Subway somewhat regularly before, like, the whole Jared blew up kind of thing. The area I grew up in, it wasn't, like, small town where we just didn't have any options of, like, food-wise, but we didn't have a lot of options. So if you wanted something that wasn't going to take you a while, you either had, like, proper fast food, like your Taco Bell, McDonald's, Wendy's, that kind of nonsense, or you had Subway, you had pub subs. For those who know, down south U.S., we have Publix subs, which are really well known. The problem with pub subs is that Publix got slammed to the point that a lot of times you just didn't have enough time to get your pub sub and eat it waiting in the line. There's just too many people wanting it. Or you got like your local takeout Chinese place. And the local takeout Chinese place was kind of one of the big things I went to, and then the other one was the was Subway, because everything else that we had in the area was just too slow. You couldn't realistically do that on a normal lunch break and manage to get back to work in time. But Subway was the most reliable for, you just go there, you get in line, and within 10 minutes you're leaving with a sub. That might technically not be right, whether it's a parent company or whatever, you're not sure. Yeah, this is something I hadn't heard before. And that's the kind of thing I'd expect if it was like the parent company, or would be like big rumblings you'd hear in the back channels and all that. But yeah, so we would end up going to Subway a decent amount. Then like the whole $5 foot, well actually that was right. Wasn't the $5 foot long before the Jared thing? Because I think it was the $5 foot long is when I ended up going to Subway a lot, because, you know, not having a ton of money to throw around and not having enough time to like prepare food at home very often because working multiple jobs and all that at that point. Subway was something that was relatively decent food for $5. Was pretty good deal. And then the other one is a Chinese takeout I did very regularly because it cost a little bit more than the $5, but it would be good for like 2 meals. Because it'd give you practically like 2 pounds of rice with it, so you'd eat like half the rice, half the, you know, I'd do like orange chicken, bourbon chicken, whatever, and then it was good for another meal. You learn in college when you don't have a lot of money to throw around, you learn ways to stretch your food. One of the ones I went when I actually had some time to prep things, like over the weekend or whatever, to get something actually decent for not a lot of money, is you could get the, they weren't the rotisserie chickens, they were just like, you could get a whole chicken, not, like, it didn't come with, like, feathers or anything like that, or feet or whatever, but it was, like, the whole chicken, like you would rotisserie or whatever. You could get those pretty cheap back then. It was, like, way cheaper than getting, you know, chicken breast or whatever. So I'd get one of those, and I would put it in a crock pot, a slow cooker, and just, you know, put it in there with water, and I'd just go until it practically falls apart. And then, you know, I'd fish out all the shredded chicken, and I could use that for, like, enchiladas and all that to get something very nice for relatively cheap, because that'd just be a tortilla shell, some cheese, and then that's done. You know, and some sauce. And then, you know, fish all the bones out and chuck them, because don't eat bones. And then I'd have all the broth that I could then grab, like, frozen veggies and some noodles and chuck that in there and get, you know, basically the equivalent of, like, chicken noodle soup or something in that ballpark. And have, like, a week's worth of food for, you know, under $10. Let's see, the holding company derives the name from DeLuca's goal to earn enough from the business to pay tuition for medical school, as well as Bucks having... one moment. As well as Bucks having a doctorate in physics. In 1968, the sandwich shop was renamed Subway. Interesting. Okay, so like the fact that they were called like doctor's associates was nothing like nefarious and all that. It was like literally, hey, we're trying to afford medical school or whatever, and kind of going from that angle. And then, you know, Subway, you know, came into the picture later, all that kind of stuff. That's like the whole like doctorate in physics and all that. That's one of the ones that I like, is just kind of random, interesting factoids where you'll go and there'll be like this punk band, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, the lead singer of this punk band actually has, you know, 3 doctorates in like these very advanced studies and all that, and you're sitting there going, wait, what? Hang on. There's been a couple of punk bands over the years that have been that way. Like, the band got famous, but the person was in college at the time, so they just finished their degree, and so, like, you'll have, like, a, you know, a person who's got, like, a degree in astrophysics and all that. By the way, they're, you know, they're playing, like, punk rock or ska or something like that. But because they got famous, that kind of took precedent. But they still got this degree, and they're actually a very intelligent and extremely well-educated person. That's their claim on their website? Gotcha. You guess the documentary I watched put a spin on it? Yeah, that is always one of those ones you gotta watch with documentaries. Inherently, when you're looking at a documentary, by their nature, it is kind of a deliberate thing that'll happen with those documentaries, is you present it as if you're giving both sides of an argument equal share, but you'll kind of pick and choose to make sure it fits kind of the narrative of the documentary. And that doesn't mean the documentary is necessarily bad. You can have some really good ones as well. And that's usually a documentary around a cause kind of thing. Like a documentary that's just like, this is what World War II was. At this time, this event happened. At this time, you can have documentaries like that, then those are fine. But like when documentaries are trying to point at like, you know, a modern problem, like contaminations in the water or whatever, you just gotta kind of not necessarily ignore what's said, because a lot of them will usually be pretty good about presenting facts. They'll just do so in a way where they can be selectionist in what they present. So it is good when you watch those to turn around and be like, okay, but devil's advocate, let's go see what the other side of the argument has to say and try and get more of a balanced response here. And again, some of them are really good, but it is always one of those ones that you gotta be pretty watchful on some of those stuff, that they'll present a very slanted view. Queen's guitarist, if you remember correctly, I think that might be one of them. There's been a good handful of them, like a good handful of them. Lead singer of Offspring was one of them. That one I remember. That the lead singer of Offspring was one who had was very, very educated, a very smart individual. And it's just kind of one of those things that you listen to Offspring's music and all that, you're like, you know what? It's just not a thing I would think. There's no reason why it shouldn't be able to do both. It's just not the thread that your brain naturally puts together, that this person is going to be the same person who is doing molecular biology and wasn't just doing it, but like actually had some stuff that was published and meaningful and all that kind of stuff. Because it's one thing to have the degree, it's another thing to actually have like, no, there's actually like cited research they've done and everything. And then there's the documentaries that are delivered in a way you would among the boys of the bar. I can't think of a documentary that fits that. I would immediately be dubious of, like, a documentary that's, like, you know, some guy sitting at the Irish pub is like, did you hear about that thing McDonald's did? Oh, it was a terrible thing. Cut to the thing of, like, some person in some suit at McDonald's doing something awful. Even if it was true, I would immediately not trust that in the presentation. Because you know what kind of interactions I had with random people at the bar? Scams. Like, among friends and all that, sure, whatever. But any random person harassing me at the bar was almost always a negative experience. To be fair, it's not that I never had a time I went to bars on any regularity. There was definitely, again, back in, like, broke college days, I would bring my, my sketch pad to the local bar, and I would do sketches for people for money. You know, as a way to make an extra buck, as it were. And so it ended up there at some regular frequency, because there wasn't a whole lot else to do in that town. But that was about the only time that I frequented a bar at any amount. I was never the kind of person who just went to the bar to go to the bar. Oh, if you're talking YouTube documentaries, those aren't worth anything. I'm teasing. There's actually some good stuff there. Yeah, you know, I don't really care about, like, a lot of the military YouTubers or whatever. The ones that cover that stuff. Just not my thing. I find a lot of them are, opinionated's not the word I want to use. It doesn't matter. We'll move on and not get into that animal. But I've not found any of them that I've particularly enjoyed, is the way I will phrase it. Which is fair. Different content for different people. The reasons why when there's stuff on Twitch that people be like, did you see that they've got this content on Twitch? Like, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure there's someone out there who watches it. Not hurting anyone, I don't care. That's fine, not breaking any laws. No skin off my back. Alright. So we're gonna have to check to see where things are at. I may have misremembered what the breakpoints were on this so far as how much money we get. Where are we at so far as our fish caught? So we have got 89 fish released, 80 trash caught, so we have another breakpoint in 11 fish. Should give us another payout. And I'm hoping this will be significantly higher. I'm suddenly thinking that was the high... I can't remember what the highest breakpoint was, because we're not going to go and get all the money we can from just fishing. We're trying to get enough money from fishing to be able to make money doing something other than fishing as part of the Surivorman challenge. We are still on our very first in-game day, and, like, to be clear, this has not been going on super long. We've been going and doing this for just a little over an hour at this stage. Maybe an hour 10. So it's not really that bad. It is one of those things that it has been one thing that whole time. But, you know. But the point here is once we get the 140 for the tile, and like I said, it goes up magnitudes each time you hit a threshold or a milestone with the fishing. But once we get there, then we start getting choices. We can get a chainsaw, we can start cutting down trees, cutting them into chunks, and all that kind of stuff there. And then you also get the ability to do stuff like do the grass, so you can do either like baling or delivering the grass itself or whatever. You can build a greenhouse and get like a little truck with a little water trailer, and that's kind of your more passive way of making money, where you just load the greenhouse up with water, and then each in-game day you get a little payout from it. You have, let's see, what else was there? Getting your first crop up is usually a little hard to do on the early game this way, because unfortunately one of the realities with the crops, if you're trying to do a Surivorman-esque challenge, is the minimum farming equipment for most crops ends up actually being a pretty substantial amount of money when you're running on a lean budget. Because I want to say the cheapest ones you could do were the carrots and parsnips and all that, which means at a minimum you need a tractor. You need the you need a tractor, you need the planter, which is like another 20,000 or something like that for the planter. You needed a harvester, you needed a plow. And technically you could get done with just the harvester, the planter, the plow, and then something that can pick up the crates with the forklift kind of thing, which can be attachment on your tractor for like 10,000. But you end up being in it for like 120, 130,000 worth of equipment. And that's to do the bare minimum without fertilizer, without doing a lot of the things properly, and getting a much lower yield and all that. But technically able to make money doing it. Whereas if you go to do something like wheat, just the harvester is going to run you like $100,000. And that's not counting any of the other stuff you need. So unfortunately going to like actual crops is a bit of an uptick. Now, that's always one of the catches, is how much you invest in not doing the farming part of Farm Sim to bootstrap yourself up if you're doing a Survivorman challenge, versus how much you're going the other way. Yeah, no, I like, I know you enjoy their content, Darth. I know you had 2 or 3 people you recommend I check out, like, way back, and I did end up checking out, and, you know, it's fine. They weren't my thing. Like, not disparaging on it, just not my thing. Yeah, in 2017. So maybe Pause and the band got big. Just like Brain Mate. Yeah. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Like I said, I know there was a number of, like, big bands, musicians, that kind of thing that, you know, just because of being, like, punk and rock and all that stuff, you don't, like, there's not a reason why a person in punk or rock would not be educated. It's just not a thing that you tend to think of being a related thing. But there are a number of them that you look back and like, oh wait, actually this person's properly credentialed and just happens to do this. But it's kind of the same thing as like being in content creation here. Like, the stereotypes behind like Twitch streamers and YouTubers isn't that they're like this wildly successful person or this extremely educated person or a person who's had like a long career and whatever. But we have that. We do have people on the platform who literally work at NASA by day and have like all of these like major accolades and credentials and whatever. And then they also happen to stream on occasion. Or for like the longest time, there's been creators who have been like literally, you know, 30, 40 years in software development, have literally written some of the major languages out there that are used, and occasionally make content creation as well, or are otherwise involved in the creation of these things. So, you know, people have their own, like, significant names and reputations and all that outside the platform and whatever, but also happen to just enjoy streaming and do it in addition to that. Not from a money needs reason, but just because. And thank you, Stoka, for the 115 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Like, they enjoy the content creation, that they do that as well, even though they really don't have a need to. And I mean, for my own example, like, I've got over 20 years in software development. Like, 15, 20 years, all depending, like, where you want to count the cutoff of when I last was doing it meaningfully. Doing that professionally, and have created a bunch of major projects, which I'm not going to list to don't dox myself. But, was very well known in my technology stacks and all that. And ended up kind of falling into content creation because, you know, pandemic things. The company I've been working for unrelated to the pandemic had a really bad acquisition. And so I got the heck out of Dodge before the floor fell out. And just content creation blew up while I was taking like a sabbatical away from that for like the first break I'd taken from working since I was a kid. And here we are because of like, alright, well I guess I'm doing this now. And I've just kept doing it. But it's been a whole interesting experience. Alright, so any moment now, we should be getting our next payout from the fish, because we'll be at 100 fish caught. And I'm hoping that'll be more than 20,000, because otherwise that means I've just mistaken my magnitudes. I do remember you could make over 500,000 or a million or whatever just fishing and throwing stuff back with the magnitudes going up. It was a pretty obnoxiously high amount of money. But it did take grinding for the first bit of it. That does also make me wonder if you're playing multiplayer and you have multiple people doing it. I'm assuming the tracking would be by the farm, not the individual. So if you had people working together, you could work together towards the goal. I actually don't know. It's not a thing I've ever considered because I mostly play solo. We've done some collabs. Like I know I played this with Ultra. I know a couple times actually. I know I played this with Sui. Ooh, did I play this with FG? I know we talked about it. I don't remember if we actually did. There's been a couple of others we've played this with over the years. Farm Sim as well as games, it's not like my most played game by any stretch of the imagination. That would still fall in like Project Zomboid and RimWorld and that kind of stuff. It usually ends up in the top 10. I find this to be a good game when you're like, you've had a long day, the brain's not ready to go full force with something that you're gonna have to like really concentrate and think through. Farm Sim is just a really good game for I'm just gonna kind of sit down, chill, do my process. The decision making I'm making is going, okay, what's my next objective? It's probably buy farm because of how the reward is. Can't exclude another teammate from funds. Yeah, because that would be the thing. If it wasn't buy farm, if it was buy individual, you could have 2 or 3 people sitting here fishing the first day, and then suddenly you got like 5 million in the bank from just releasing fish. But I'd be curious. I would guess the more reasonable way would be buy farm, because it also make it faster. So you could have 3 or 4 people just sitting there like casting fish, and you just get the money quicker. So it would be worth doing still. Hey Harry, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 70 stream streak. I do appreciate it. And as I mentioned earlier, I do believe I will be bringing Kerbal back in the next day or so. I just wanted to have a day of other than Kerbal. Kerbal's amazing. But I'm trying to make sure I don't just binge one game, because I have a tendency to do that. To like play a game, be like, I like this, and then do nothing but that for a week and a half. And that usually ends up not being great. Like early on it's good, but usually by the end, people are kind of like, I'm really ready to not see more of what you've been playing. Unless they happen to be one of the people who are like really bought into whatever the game I'm playing is. Which happens. There's definitely games that people are just super excited to see, and there's no amount that's too much. RimWorld can be that way with some people. Other people. There we go. $75,000. Okay, so we jump from 20 to 75,000. So that means when I get the trash, I can buy the tile. That's still nowhere near the cap of what we're gonna get for it. Okay. Alright. I remembered around there was somewhere that we had hit some threshold that I was like, oh my god, this is like a lot of jump up in money. So we went from the last payout was 20,000, and we went up one more milestone, and it jumped from 20,000 to 75,000. And the next jump is a big one like that too, where I think it goes from like 75,000 to $250,000 or something like that. So we get the 70,000, 75,000 from the trash here, which would be just a couple more units. That should give me enough to buy the plot of land, and maybe enough money to actually do something with that plot of land. And that's going to be the determining factor. It's because with 75,000, I'll put us up to about 182,000. 140,000 will get eaten up by actually buying the plot of land, which will leave us 40,000 to buy equipment. For Farm Sim, $40,000 is not a lot of money. It's not nothing, but it's not a lot of money to do much. So 40,000, I might be able to do a greenhouse. Maybe, not the big one. Because I could get like the tiniest, saddest little tractor and the tiniest, saddest little water trailer and a greenhouse, and that would maybe be in our price range. But you dozed off for a second. Where am I? Who are you? Did you eat blind? Not this time. And so you are in my channel, and I am Rual Storge, where we play a whole variety of games. And as I see you're not first-time chatter and everything, I'm assuming you've been here before, because the name also looks very familiar. And if I'm wrong, There's a lot of names that come through chat. You think? Memory is awful, though? Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, normally if it's the first time someone's popped in, it'll say first time chatter. It wouldn't surprise me that you've been here or not before, because Blind is one of my teammates on the Halcyon Frequency. So, while we don't end up raiding each other super often, because I've only gotten to raid Blind like maybe twice because my schedule just doesn't line up to do so. You know, Blind's raided me a good couple, you know, a good decent number of times. I don't want to say a couple, like, imply it's not many. But, like, has definitely raided here a number of times in the past. Super appreciating all that stuff. Don't want to downplay it or whatever. But right now, we're doing a sweaty challenge. And I'm just trying to get our next payout from being environmentally conscious so that I can immediately start ruining the environment by farming in a nice, open, natural field. And probably cutting down trees. But yeah, so this is, I do a lot of these, like, slow burn start challenges, like, I've done, like, RimWorld Naked Brutality challenges. So I don't do that one very often. The one I have done a number of times is what I call the Adam and Eve challenge in RimWorld, since they added biotech where you could have kids and all that. Where basically you take it like Naked Brutality, which is where you start naked, with nothing to your name, by yourself, in RimWorld, and it's the same idea, but you have a couple. That they're a couple that are romancing and all that. And the idea is all of your colonists, the only colonists you're allowed to bring into the colony are their kids. That basically they end up having kids and you slowly build up the colony. It can get a little weird because, you know, you're getting a colony of 20 and 30 kids and poor mom should not be subjected to that. But it's just the nature of the challenge. And the big thing is it really restricts your ability to grow your colony. Now, on the other hand, in RimWorld, when you raise a kid and you raise them well, it's like a designer pawn. No incest. That's not a mechanic in RimWorld. If mom dies, the colony dies. As it should be. You must protect mom at all costs. I guess dad too, but no one cares about that. Now, the rule we had, and we never exercised it, was if mom or dad in the Adam and Eve challenge died, we would be allowed to take one outsider to replace mom or dad. Well, you want a challenging game? You do know one. Not sure if it's your alley, though. Oh, well, I know there's tons and tons of challenging games. So I may or may not have played whatever the game is. You're welcome to mention it. But, like, I definitely play tons and tons of challenging games on the channel. It's just this is the particular challenge I'm doing in a game that I wouldn't call Farm Sim a challenging game necessarily. It can be a complicated game. But normal Farm Sim is actually a relatively relaxing and easy game. Ellen, I have played Ellen. I enjoyed it. I want it to cook more, though, because it's still early access. Unless I'm thinking the wrong one. Because remember, there was Ellen and there was another one. And I played one of them, but not the other one. I played the one that's early access right now, but not the one that came before. Did you ever play Elix? I don't know what Elix is. Action RPG? Gotcha. No, I didn't play that. So, prior to content creation, I used to play tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of Path of Exile. And I had tried to make it work on the channel a number of times historically. I don't try anymore because it just doesn't work for the channel. It's just too far removed from my normal content. I don't think I've ever been able to get an action RPG to work well, and I've certainly played a decent amount of Path of Exile, Last Epoch, and a couple of other games on the channel. But, it's just too detached from my normal content. It just doesn't usually do well. So it's not that, like, obviously Path of Exile is not a bad game to stream. People do extremely well in Path of Exile. But it's just misaligned with the audience I've built over my years. That there's certainly some people in the community who enjoy Path of Exile, but we have a lot of people who enjoy playing Path of Exile. but not watching it. And all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm not familiar with Alex, but yeah, no, I've definitely played a decent number of action RPGs in the past. I enjoy them, like, did Diablo 1, 2, Torchlight, Torchlight 2, Path of Exile, Last Epoch. There's another one I'm blanking on the name of, that's another big one out there. I played a bunch of niche ones I probably won't be able to remember the names of over the years as well. Just waiting for that 75,000 for the trash. It should be any time soon. Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn... I think I played a little of that one when it was very, I think, early access. I don't think I ever got back to it. Like, I liked it. But it's just one of those ones that you forget it exists. I'm pretty sure I played Grim Dawn. I don't think I beat it. Like, I think, like I said, it was an earlier version. And I don't think I got back to it. That's happened for a number of games. It's one of the reasons I actually don't really like early access that much these days. Is... It's become kind of a repeating conversation in this channel of I kind of burn myself out in early access where I'm tired of playing a game I can't finish. I have the tendency that when I get into a game, I just want to get into a game. Hey, there we go. Okay. So, let's see what we can pull off. Step 1 is we can buy land. So let's go over here because this is the tile I'm looking at getting, which is the same tile I've gotten pretty much every time I've done this thing. And the only reason why I go for this tile is because right down here, when you buy vehicles, this is where they show up. When you need gas, this is where you get it. When you need other supplies here, most of it comes up down here. So it saves me having to drive across the entire map. It's also a relatively okay tile in regards to being mostly open space and usable. There's a couple of trees kind of over on that edge of the tile that if I want to cut down trees, we can do that. I probably won't be doing that this playthrough, I think. Yeah, you can repair right here. And then the sell point is just past the trees over there. So that's one of the tendencies why I tend to get this tile. It also, while you do see that there's a pre-made fields, they are just off this tile. So for making our own farm, for some reason I had in my mind that that was 140,000. So we are going to buy that. We are now landowners. So I got $58,000. Let's see, PoE 2 is cooking up nice. It can be annoying how intense PoE community is. Often declare every minor change absolute death of the game. Yeah, no, absolutely. I definitely remember the many times in the PoE community where it's like, oh no, they've nerfed this. This build is dead. And you look and go, it's still like the highest performing build. This you've murdered the build is still like the highest performing build. Okay, so if we were to go for the greenhouse, it'd be 5,000 there. The saddest little tractor we can get. And I gotta check, because for those who didn't catch at the beginning of stream, we do have the official mods from Giant Software. So you'll see some stuff in here that, like, these are considered mods, but they're all stuff from their past games. So yeah, so I could get that. That'd be $16,000, and I'd have $30,000 towards a greenhouse as one option. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We also have the option to try and go... So that'd be one option. And then the greenhouses. Reloading? What's going on? There you go. If we were to go for that, for the greenhouse, I think that's under this tab. Oh, these are cheaper than I thought. We could almost do the biggest one. So we could technically start growing mushrooms. So I could get the big mushroom one, get a tiny sad little tractor, and then use that tiny sad little tractor to bring it water. That'd be pretty agonizing at the beginning, because I want to say you store something like 20,000 water or 40,000 water, and that tractor supports, or the thing supports like 5,000, so it'd be like 8 laps of water. So we could do that at the beginning and become mushroom farmers. That would certainly be one option, and it is relatively lucrative. we could... So that's one option. So yeah, so that'd be 36 and 16. I would be able to afford that. So that's one option. Crappy little tractor. Grab ourselves a little greenhouse, or grab our big greenhouse. So crappy little tractor, greenhouse, and the smallest water trailer, and then we would need the forklift pickup thing to then pick up the boxes and sell them. That'd be one option for money. Why not get the 18,000 one? I would make far less money per month. Could we upgrade immediately after this first harvest? I can, but I would need to sell the existing building, and I don't get my full money back. Because these are different size buildings. So I would lose, I think it's like half of the value or something like that out of that. It would be potentially a step, but yeah. The point is, I would be able to go ahead... Oh, the water carrier? Oh, we'll definitely upgrade the water carrier and the tractor and all that. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, we get like the very, like, no matter what we do, we're going to be in crappy, terrible low-end tools, and then we will be upgrading as able. So that's one option, is that we go there. Another option is... Before we look at any of the animal stuff, I would need to be able to get the grass. So let's check the grass. So another option is we would need the minimum for doing grass kind of things. So for the grass stuff, I would need to go down here. And the mower, the cheapest we can get away from, it looks like 13,000. And you require 60 horsepower. We would need a way of picking it up. That's going to ruin any possibilities. Oh, no, that's not the thing that could do it. Okay, so 13, that's 43,000. I didn't need to check the horsepower. You require 60. So that was 43,000, and this is where it's going to just die, because there's no way I'm getting a tractor for 15,000 that can handle 60 horsepower. Yeah, that's... So we can't afford to do the grass. Like, this thing would be on the edge of handling it, but it would be two separate passes. This one has nowhere remotely close to horsepower. It's got 32, we would need 60. So that's going to be a bumpkus no. We cannot do grass with our current funds unless we do a bunch more fishing, which we're trying to avoid. So we can't do the grass. We definitely cannot do the vegetables. The vegetables be like 140,000 or whatever. So it's looking like we're probably going to be doing the small little greenhouses, I think, what we got going on. So let's go ahead and get this party started. Because I think, because we got our couple. Oh, that's on. Yeah, and as much as you could do like the bees and all that, and they're cool and whatnot, it is the thing. And the reason why I went with that first is because if I wanted to do the animals, I still need to be able to get the produce. I still need to be able to get grass or seed to the animals, and that was what we kind of went in there. So we can go in here. So the greenhouses, we have the choice of I can do like this style greenhouse, which gives me peppers and strawberries and all that kind of stuff. I want to say what's actually the most money here is was it lettuce that you grow in the greenhouse? Otherwise you can just do the mushrooms. And I don't know. Part of me feels like going with the mushrooms is kind of a fun little meme. Now before I place this is something you should always do when messing with placing things. Always save first. This game does let you do terraforming and all that, but placing buildings is a dark art in getting it to do it the way you want it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to scooch you over here. How far? Okay, so this is like the edge of my land right here. So go ahead and scooch this, make sure, so the water goes in on the side facing us. And I'm not sure which side the containers show up. We're going to go ahead and space it out a little bit. So that way if it raises or lowers the terrain a little bit, we're okay. Yeah, so it'll take the stuff out this side, water goes in here, mushrooms come out there. Okay, so with that, Double check that there's no sales. There's no sales we care about. So I need to get a trailer of water and the tractor for this amount of money. Technically, I could use something other than the tractor. So let's, before we buy, so you're 6,000 bucks. I gotta remember, I thought it listed somewhere the different hookups. So 16,000 bucks. I believe you can also go into here to some of these things and go cars and bikes and all that. And I can never remember which of these have a hitch and which ones don't. But as you can see, a lot of these are already solidly outside my budget. Yeah, because I can't remember which we can and can't do that. The tractor's probably the better choice. All right, so I need to keep $6,000, which means I shouldn't break $15,000. So you're the bare minimum we can get away with. You might even struggle moving stuff, and your top speed is horrendously bad. But you do technically work. So there we go. Here are two different designs. That's fine. That is our brand new spanking super fast, slick, awesome design tractor. And now we go down here to our water stuff here. Where are you at? Where are you at? And we can get you. And we're, of course, going to paint it. That tractor's too fast. And now we buy you. And with that, we've got the minimum to make money, but there is a catch. That catch is, I can't actually move my stuff yet. So there's another thing I need to buy still, which I might have to fish just a tiny bit more and keep a few fish to accomplish it. And I've got to remember where it is in this whole area. Are you in there? That's the last thing I need is for 10,000 bucks is I need a forklift attachment. We don't need that yet though. Oh, and yes, we have a crown. Okay. You don't appear to have a hookup for this. Hold, please. This is why we saved your game right beforehand. Because that doesn't actually have the hookup. I do wish there was a button to be like, hey, is this compatible with that? That is one of my big negatives with the game, is that some of the things will be very specific about this works with that, works with this, and sometimes like, does it work with it? I don't know. You can guess. Like where you have your 3-point connection or your trailer hitch. Because I even made the comment that I always don't remember which vehicles do and don't have the trailer hitch. Okay, so we're just reloading real fast because with what I'm doing, I can't actually afford to be out that tractor money. Now, that does mean I might have to fish more, and then it comes down to the decision, do I keep the fish for the tiny little bits of money, or do I push to try and hit the next milestone? The next milestone is probably like 150 or 2. I think it was 150 fish, which would be 50 more fish. That's not a little undertaking. So the good news is we did save right before we actually spent the money, so let's go here, construction, here, greenhouses. Now, I could get the littler greenhouse and just do it now and get a bigger tractor. I'm trying not to, because once you start placing stuff and start scuffing up the ground, it can be a little bit to make it look nice again. Okay, that's fine for there. No matter what, we need the water thing. Actually, let's take that back. This will probably cost way more. I think there's a truck that comes with a built-on water jug. I can never remember. Some of these things, it's hard to know where they'll put it if it's something that kind of blends functionality. Or it might have been you could go to, like, this one and configure it to have, like, a different back. Yeah, I think it was one like that where you could configure it to have a different back. It doesn't matter. It's way outside our budget. Yeah, like, all those trucks are way, way outside our budget. Check the animals category. Yeah, so these ones have those where they're already set. And these ones you just have these options. So regardless, we're going to end up taking this. And I believe this is the hookup. That's always the thing that gets me. Is like I said, I do really wish they had a way here that's just like, hey, I'm looking for something that works with this. Like, what do we have? So we got 16,128. Maybe a small car. Yeah, that's going to be the tricky part. Let's go ahead and save here again. Because we got the building placed and all that. That way, if we have to restore, I just have to restore to getting the different car. So let's check. We've got our cars and bikes. So we got 16,000. Yeah, so you see, like, here, it doesn't mention that. I don't see a trailer hitch on you. I'm going to assume you don't. You, on the other hand... So see, that's the thing. Because of, like, trademark things and all that stuff, they have to put, like, this is a Sierra Max Pro or whatever. Oh, I can add a 3-point onto you? What is that nonsense? Right. Because that was one of the catches, is I'm going to need to have the forklift attachment. Because otherwise I'll be able to get the things, but I won't be able to get rid of them. Yeah, and that thing's way outside our budget. Yeah, now it's got one here, but they call that a trail force. I think that four-wheeler on the top might be what we're looking for. So I think this will be what we'll end up doing, because with that, I should be able to hook up the forklift attachment to it, which sounds very cursed. And I'll need to get a couple thousand more bucks, but then I believe I can get the forklift attachment for you. We're going to try it. If we can't get the forklift attachment, then this whole thing gets to be way more complicated. Alright, so the downside is I can get water way down here. Actually, wait a second. Let's check construction real quick. What were you under? What I'm trying to remember for the life of me is I believe somewhere in here there is a windmill. Oh yeah, and we probably want to get the tent. That way we can fast forward time. That's fine, I'll clean that up later. Okay, that way you can fast forward time. So what I'm looking for is somewhere in here you can get water production. Okay, so you're 10,000. That's what I wanted to know. Because this one gives you free water for 10,000, and then I won't have to drive all the way across the universe to go get water. We're definitely going to want that relatively early on. But right now, we're very much in the beggars can't be choosers, and we's a begging. I remember for the life of me how I zoomed the map out, because I believe there's a way to do that. Let's see. So water is around this area. What map is this? New Frontiers. It was a map that got added by, number 9. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They can make it bigger like that. That's probably okay. We're just checking. Yeah, I was trying to zoom in and out the mini-map, but that's okay. That'll work. But needless to say, we do not want to do this every lap. Come on. Come on. Doing jumps in this thing. Yeah, so as you can see, this thing only adds about 2,000 liters of water. We'll probably fill it up to where we know we can get like a day's worth out of it. And what I'm most likely going to need to do... Oh, I see, I'm getting the frame generation artifacting. Yeah, when I line the grass right there... I didn't realize that was turned on. I like to turn off frame generation because of that exact reason. What I'm talking about is if we get the angle just right, the left tire becomes this long black shimmer. That's how it's supposed to look. It's one of the reasons why I wish I could just say everything frame generation off. I'd rather have a slightly less frame rate that things look normal and don't have stability issues. Which granted, they have a setting for it, I just need to turn it off. I just wish it was off by default. In everything. It's like the new motion blur. But like there's an arguable excuse for why it should exist. Yeah, so I'll eventually want to smooth that out. Alright. So now I can go into... our wonderful mushroom farm. Okay. Oh, good. So this only carries 7,000 water. Okay, that's not nearly as bad. I was worried because it's I think the regular greenhouse, like the big crop greenhouse, carries something like 20 or 40,000 liters of water or whatever. And so if you get like the smallest tank, it's like, oh my god, it's this huge project. So what we can do is we got a couple of options. One option we can go here is I can go into these and I can change the output mode. And I could tell it just directly sell it. If we don't have access to the forklift, that's what you'd do. And then what ends up happening is you can't choose when to sell it, and you can't, like, they do take a little bit of a cut for doing it. In the past, I've not allowed myself to do this, to use the forklift and all that. I'm kind of either way with that, because we can also choose to store the stuff, which means it just sits down the boxes on the side, and then you get Forklift Simulator. And I'm debating if I want to require myself to have that or not. Because people enjoy watching you. We'll go ahead and just store it. Will force me to buy it, and then later on I can switch it. So now we have all of our mushrooms growing in here. So water goes in, mushrooms come out. They will show up in pallets on the side of the place over here. So it looks like I'll only need a couple of runs to fully fill this thing up. So I'll do one more run now just to make sure I have enough to go overnight. And then we can see where we're at tomorrow. And what I might need to do in-game tomorrow is a little extra fishing to just be able to get the forklift attachment to see if I can use that with this. If I can't use the forklift attachment with this, our process gets to be a little bit more complicated. Because then I gotta make the decision, am I buying the little tractor to operate as a forklift? Are we buying an actual forklift? How are we approaching the shipping side of things? And then I think the next big investment we'll do is I will get water production on my yeah, so I thought I'm way north of where I need to be. Like, we want to get water production over there to spare me having to drive the whole way back and forth regularly, because then I can just go and fill up. And we're not going to do the thing where I get like 10 different, you know, greenhouses and just produce money that way. Usually give myself kind of a rule that I'm not allowed to have 4 of any, or it's either like 2 or 4 of any building, with the express exception of if I'm doing, say, a production line. Let's say I've got a bakery, and for some reason I need more flour mills to make flour for my bakery. I would be allowed to then build another flour mill for purposes of feeding my bakery. That's not actually a concern. Your flour mill makes so much more flour than your bakery could ever hope or dream of using. But even though I've never run into a case where I've needed that kind of thing, if I have a production line that depends on me having more of another production line, that is the only exception I'd make. For angle? Yep. No, we learned our lesson on the first pass to be careful about going for like the really steep angle there. And I noticed it was a little bit flatter on that edge. But this will be our last trip in the in-game day anyways, because while the sunset is beautiful, very, very quickly it gets too hard to see, and then it becomes not great for playing and not great for viewing. Like, playing it can be interesting in its own right, but from viewing, when you see like a near pitch black screen the whole time, it can be tough. Part of the reason with the Surivorman challenge we choose the maps we choose is we deliberately go out of our way to choose maps that, like, when you're looking around, you don't have like a bunch of city and buildings and all that. It's mostly wilderness. The idea is you build the farm from basically nothing. I've also just noticed where I've got my camera right now is kind of covering up a lot of the HUD. So what we'll probably do is when I go to sleep or whatever, I'll take the point to like shift the camera up and all that kind of nonsense. Yeah, I'm too far south. So like what'll end up happening is later on we'll make like a road, have, you know, farms off of it, get more equipment. But the early game is the only hard part of this challenge, because you don't have the tools and materials to make much money, so you're kind of starved. But once you get a little bit, you get like that snowball running, your opportunity to make more money just gets to be more and more and more, until you start making just really good money that you can easily just spin up a new thing almost every season and whatnot. Like, one thing we'll definitely change is right now, this ground is definitely all jacked up. We'll want to flatten that out more. Okay. So with that, we've got about 4,000 liters of water in there, so we can check our production lines. So we can look right here. Look at about 4,000-ish liters of water in here. We are producing inaki and oyster mushroom, like oyster mushrooms. Now, it is dark. We got the moon rising over there. We're just going to go ahead and stay in our lovely digs here we got for ourselves. So we got ourselves a nice pair of 2 tents. Complete with cooler and dirty laundry came with it. It's not ours. It's someone else's. And we'll go ahead and go to sleep. Until tomorrow morning. Let me fix that camera like I said I was going to do and then promptly forgot. So camera unlock. Try around here maybe. Why do you need 2 tents? It's just the graphic. I only pay for 1 tent. It's just the way the graphic works is it shows 2 tents. So let's check. So it only used about 300 liters from last night. Now, granted, that wasn't a full day. Let's see if I can pick up an incomplete pallet. No, that's 400 kilograms. So. We are going to need more money. So what we can do is we can drive this over here to get the next batch of water for loading that up. Because like I said, I am going to need enough money for the forklift thing. I was hoping it'd be on sale for like 5,000. Now the catch here is I can just fish for cash directly, which makes us less money somewhat ironically. Like, we look at our statistics here. We have released 110 fish. Now, I don't remember if it's 150 fish that we get our next escalating payout, or if it's at 200 fish. Because I remember some of them happened earlier than I expected. If we do catch fish, each fish we catch will be between $100 and $400. So for the 10,000, let's just do some napkin math. Let's assume 200 on the average. So 200 on the average would be 50 fish. So that tells me I'm probably better off just catching and releasing. Because if it's supposedly 40 fish released might be my next threshold, or 50 fish caught gets me less than my next threshold, I should literally do the thing that's less time and easier of releasing them. So I'll be doing a bit more fishing right now, because unfortunately while we're making money now, I'm not able, well sorry, we're making goods that I could make money now, I do not have the means of getting the money. I got the product, I don't have the ability to sell it. Now granted, if I had just made that more money to begin with, I would have gotten better equipment and had more options. But I was trying to spare us too much more fishing. I was trying to think of what else I could do to make some quick cash. I could get the chainsaw and saw down the piece of the trees, but that I can only fit like 1 or 2 logs on it at a time, and those would only be a couple hundred each. At that point, I might as well just catch and keep fish. So we're just going to try and get this through real fast, and this will hopefully be the last of the fishing. It's a question is whether it's 150 or 200 fish is the next time I get paid. Because I definitely get paid at 200. But I want to say I also got paid at 150. And if I'm wrong, that'd suck. But at least it'd already be a good ways towards the next one. Because the next one is going to be like 200-something thousand. This is the point where I'm on the fence of like, hey, should I or should I not permit fishing in these runs? Because once we, like the earlier part, it's fine. It's this next threshold we hit. Because like I said, I think it's 250,000 or something like that. 1 second, I need to move one more thing. So fractal, grab you, drag you down here, shift you up about that far maybe. There you go. Just rearranging the UI a little bit so that we're not covering stuff up. Because right now I got just shy of 2,000 bucks to my name. I remember when the DLC that added fishing first came out, I was doing stuff like going, okay, keep the fish that are over 400, get rid of the fish that are 200 and less, like doing all that stuff, and it kind of came to the realization, it's like, no, just get rid of the fish. Just get rid of the fish, get the payouts, that way you don't need to put the effort into it. Because keeping a fish for 200 when you get over 200 for returning the fish, you know, doesn't really make sense. And even to the ones that are 400, ultimately hitting those milestones still pays you more. And you get to the milestone because you get $0 until you hit the milestone. It's just worth it to aim for those milestones as quickly as you can. Okay. Checking one thing real fast. I don't think it's anything I had to worry about. Just been kind of dealing with some off-stream stuff that the worried about getting a phone call or a text that I don't want to. Family health stuff. So it's been a big stressor, but nothing to be done about it. Okay. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a mod where you could put the tally on your screen somewhere, because that would be a thing I'd potentially be curious about, is having some of those statistics where you don't have to, like, dig into the UI or whatever. Or even just, like, when you caught the fish, it's like, this is fish whatever you caught, or, like, provide some fun statistics there. I'm really hoping it's 150 we get paid. Because the realization is if it's not 150, which means I would have to push for the next 50 fish, which would still be less than we caught yesterday in its entirety, but it would be a big push. And then, like I said, that would have the awkward thing of then we would keep the greenhouse, because why not? But it'd have that awkward thing of I would have enough money to buy a decent tractor. I mean, that'd actually not be that bad, because we could get a decent tractor, we could get the forklift attachment, we could get a trailer, we could get, you know, maybe a bigger wire container. Probably not. I don't think we actually should get the bigger wire container because that thing only carries about 3 water containers worth. I don't think it makes sense to buy a bigger wire container just to save me a couple trips when I have much better things I could use that money on. But with getting a bigger tractor, then I have the choice of being able to get a plow, going in there and choosing, like, basically get the plow, get a planter, get a harvester of some capacity. Probably unfortunately looking at something like parsnip or carrots or something like that. We'll see. And then going with that thing so that I would actually have some type of crop we could do. Hey, Flix, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 85 stream streak. I do appreciate it. But with that extra money, we could potentially bootstrap up our first crops. Would be limited on what we could do. Like, none of the specialty crops would be really doable. Maybe the regular, like the rice you do in the rice field, like the pond rice. Because I don't remember what the specialty equipment costs for that. But then we could potentially grow stuff there. Because that's got its own greenhouse as well. So if we do have the water, we would have the ability to do like the... they're not billets, the basically get all the rice sproutlings or whatever. Save ourselves money there and get some money on the rice. I keep saying build 25. When Farming Simulator 25 first dropped, I actually took the time, not considering production lines, compared all the crops and, you know, like, how profitable they were from, like, an operating cost. So not your initial capital investments of buying your tractors and all that, but strictly once you had your equipment and you had your area, we took the same the same amount of space, and we went through each and every crop and grew them at, like, their maximum, like, efficiency and sold them at, like, the best price we could reasonably come up with. So it's got, like, some plus or minus because the prices do fluctuate in the game. But broadly speaking, it would let you know that broadly you're going to make the best money in this one, ongoing. Now, again, it is worth mentioning that some of those things are going to be $1 million underwater on your farming equipment before you put a single seed in the ground. And that's worth factoring. But, most of the crops have felt reasonably good about, like, a lot of the specialty crops are up higher, with the exception of olives and grapes, which were the two worst crops, which shouldn't be that way because they're really expensive to set up. And then on top of that, they're very, very laborious, so it's a heck of a lot of work to make garbage money. It has been one of my opinions in the game that they just really need to buff olive and grapes to be way more lucrative than they are for how much work it is. Because none of the numbers are based on realism in this game from the crop perspective. Because, for example, your euro, US dollar, and pounds are 1 to 1 to 1 in value. Like, if I go in and I change myself to using euro, it just changes that dollar sign to a euro sign. If I change it to pounds, it just changes it to the pound sign. So it's not based on any true, like, numbers on it. Because honestly, a lot of those prices fluctuate so wildly in real life as well that it wouldn't matter anyways. Year to year, like, what's the good crop can change wildly depending on demands and all that. You know, if there's an explosion in people being in the desire for suddenly sorghum bread is ridiculously popular because of some fad. Now suddenly sorghum is worth a fortune. And then because that's the direct competing market with, like, wheat bread. Game not real enough, unplayable. Counter argument, I don't have to go around my fields and doing surveys all the time and then properly document how I'm growing my stuff and fill out all the appropriate paperwork and going through and having the regular inspections and all that to make sure I'm not using stuff I'm not supposed to, and all of the bureaucracy and paperwork and all that to make sure, you know, the food coming off my farm is actually safe and adhering to law. I can go with a little lack of realism. Because if you've looked at, like, when people document, like, the process of farming, just like what you grow, where you grow it, when you're growing it, what, you know, fertilizers and all of that in most places, you have to document that with meticulous detail. And there is a lot of legal restrictions saying you can use this fertilizer, you may not use that fertilizer, and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, people get upset saying there's a lot of bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake, and sometimes it is. Sometimes it's, you know, someone wanting to rubber stamp something and get paid for it. But there is a lot of that, like, certain areas will be like, we don't use this fertilizer in this area because we have this type of algae in our water, and any of the bleed off goes in there will create a ridiculous algae bloom. Whereas these other fertilizers, if there's any runoff, it doesn't contribute to this algae that we have this problem with. And so there's a very localized, genuine reason for that. And then some of it will be restricted on how much fertilizer you can use to prevent the runoff in the first place, and yada yada yada. A lot of those rules come into place because of pain. There may be a mod for that. There are mods to try and make the economy way more realistic. Like, one of the mods we actually did use in the past, I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but the loans in Farm Sim are extraordinarily generous. The amount you're allowed to take on the loan for how little stuff you have is very generous, but also the interest rates would be criminally low. That you would take out $1 million and they charge you only like $1,000 or $2, you know, a month for like $1 million loan. Or no, I'm sorry, it's not even $1,000 or $2. It's like a couple $100 a month. It's like, I'm sorry, if you're gonna give me those kind of rates, I can just take that money at that rate, take this massive loan, and use the money I got from the loan to pay my loan payments until the day I die, and still have so much more money to be left. I could live an entire comfortable life on the loan. Which, of course, has many, many ethical concerns around it, but that's also why they don't have loans with, like, an interest rate of, like, you know, 1/100% or something like that. Or if they do, like, it's not for $1 million, or they would have minimum payments that are far higher or whatever. Next time you need water, there is a small pond, like 200 north, probably easier to pull a trailer, also pretty. Oh, good. I don't think that was there originally. Because I know this map went through a couple of iterations when it first came out. Like, I want to say even this pond over here wasn't in the initial version of the map. Because that was... The wild thing about this map is when Farm Sim 25 came out, it didn't have the modding tools out at the time it came out. And this map was made without modding tools. That they actually went through and kind of like hard-coded a lot of it manually kind of thing. Which sounds absolutely agonizing. But because of that, when they first were making it without any of the tools, it was pretty rough to do. And they made a really good map doing that. Like, even compared to the ones post-modding tools, like, the map held up pretty well. But there were a lot of things that were kind of missing from it when it first popped out. But it was also the very first modded map that wasn't just a re-upload of an existing map with, like, buildings removed or something. Let's see, yep, farmers here literally complain about the EU regulations, essentially expect them to have a trained admin accounting clerk at the farm, or do it themselves between 8 PM and midnight, which usually end up doing, but all of it has mostly a good reason to be enforced. There's not enough support services for the industry. Yeah, no, there's definitely a thing to say, like, that a lot of jobs require a very significant amount of bureaucracy for genuinely good reasons, even if it could sometimes be a little heavy-handed. But there is something to be said about those jobs not having the support, you know, or aren't making enough money to handle all that overhead, which is a problem. And that's not, like, that's actually a problem we run into in education a lot, is there's a lot of bureaucracy and overhead, and then some jobs in education pay extremely well. But the most of them, that is not... The well-paying education jobs are the exception more than the norm. You know, a lot of, like, your elementary school, middle school, high school teachers are not paid very well. But there is a lot of bureaucratic overhead they gotta deal with. But, while some of it, again... there's certainly you can disagree with the value of it. But there is a lot of it that does exist for completely reasonable reasons. Some of it's crap that's overhead, but... it's sometimes not always easy to see what matters for a thing. It's kind of the same thing. There's the saying, like, every rule in OSHA is written in blood. You know, those rules that OSHA creates happen because someone got hurt and or died. And usually it's someone's plural, is why that rule comes to be. And a lot of those rules are very important. Same with, like, code enforcement stuff. And, like, code enforcement gets weird. Code enforcement, you'll have stuff that, like, 90-something percentile, whatever their rule is, makes sense. And you will certainly have stuff where a rule was written and your building has something different about it that it doesn't make as much sense to have whatever that rule requires. But, you know, it is just kind of one of those things, because they can't write rules at such that they have, like, every single possibility thought out for. It can get a little weird out in the weeds and all that. Yeah, so the problem is I don't have the forklift front. Just think of those condos in South Florida. Yeah, the ones that collapsed. They also had, I think it was in New York, they had a, it wasn't a total collapse, I want to say they had a building that a floor collapsed, and it was the same kind of thing. That when those types of things happen, they sit down and go, okay, this is a thing that happened, and we cannot, like, this is a thing we can't allow to be a repeating thing. Like, there's a lot of problems that come from that, where people stop trusting it, you know, insurance goes up and a whole bunch of stuff. We have to get ahead of this. What occurred? How can we correct it? And a lot of times it's not even new rules. A lot of times it's, what rules do we have? They weren't following them. What do we do to enforce these, circle back? Like, do we make this a procedure we check in more often? You know, like, what is the process? Alright. Yeah, the same with industrial regulation and code certification. Those came because thousands of workers died horribly. Yep. Unless you're a sole to mid-sized business owner, then those regulations are more like the pirate code, or specifically the owner themselves. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying, like, they ignore it? Or... because genuinely, you ignore it and you get caught. You get slapped. Like, sometimes, and this is one of the problems, is sometimes I have code and they'll go, like, what's the violation cost? $100. And you're a multi-billion-dollar company and you're like, oh, so it's like $100 a week? Yeah, that's just that's just a fee at this point. It's fine, we'll just pay it. And that's a problem. It's usually not that minor where it's like a nothing. Like, it's usually be like, oh, it's $1,000 fee. Well, this company's making $1 million a day. Okay, we genuinely don't care. Like, the time and training to address it costs more than the consequence, so we're just going to ignore it. And that's a problem. But that's a whole separate argument. Man, what happened is I need $10,000 for the forklift to pick up my mushrooms to sell my mushrooms. So we are producing goods to sell, but I don't have a means of moving them from there to sell point. And technically, I can just tell the buildings to sell directly, which is what you should probably do in this case. But in the spirit of the challenge, I much prefer manually doing it, and then once I've manually done it for a while, then I might be just sell directly. Because otherwise it feels like I'm circumventing a tool's purpose. And it's not cheating, but it's definitely one of those things that feels a little out of the spirit of the challenge where you gotta, like, work for everything. Yeah, fines adjusted by, well, seems like it's needed. Right. No, and I'm definitely with a lot of those kind of things that if you're going to have the consequence for misbehavior be a fine, the fine typically needs to scale to whatever the appropriate consequence is. So again, like, if we're talking a business fine for, you know, industrial waste or whatever, you're dumping chlorine in the river or something, you know, something that's a real big no-no, that they very heavily want to discourage. You know, you would want that to potentially either have, I mean, that, honestly, that one's severe enough, you'd probably want criminal charges to be involved, not just a fine. Because chlorine into a river is going to absolutely decimate the environment. Chlorine's a big bad news. But with all that said, you know, if it is a fine, you'd want it to scale based on like the revenue of a company or whatever, you know, or the size of the situation or whatever. Something that scales with it so that, you know, being big enough and making enough, you can't just like walk away and ignore it. Like, you want it to at least hurt to discourage that behavior. Let's see, if the owner wants to stand in a ditch with an excavator ready to bury OSHA, doesn't care because it's the business owner themselves. Oh no, you can still get fined. Even if you're the business owner, if you're breaking OSHA violation and you're the one jeopardizing your own health, like, technically you could still get in trouble. The reason it's not going to happen, though, is who's going to report it. Whereas usually OSHA violations, what ends up happening is something's wrong at the company, and someone at the company calls it in being like, hey man, like, they're having us, you know, weld over dynamite. Maybe we shouldn't allow that. But that's a lot more around the enforcement mechanism that ultimately OSHA doesn't just go into any business and every day. They do inspections, but it's not like you have, you know, an OSHA rep just working at your company 24/7, checking out everything and all that. It's like health inspections. They come by every random interval amount of time, whatever it is. They do their inspection, that kind of thing. And they only come more often when someone reports something. Oh, I thought I missed the water. You know, they'll come by and they'll do their inspections. Because that was always the weird one, is that, at least here in the US, they have to let you know when the health inspector's coming. They don't give you a lot of time beforehand, but it's decent enough. It's one of those things, minor infractions, you'd have no time, like, you'd have more than enough time to fix. But if you had some, like, glaring long-term infraction, like your freezer wasn't working, between the time you get warned they're coming and getting there, you're probably not going to be lined up sorting it out. Let's see, as for personally witnessed OSHA things, you've seen roof being patched, repaired atop of ice skating rink hall thing, with no attachment gear used. Oh yeah, that was I've had to have roof work done a couple of times because I live in an area that has hurricanes. So we had the one time we had people install solar panels, and that was an up and up really good group. They, you know, when they took the time, they put the area where they could, like, not winch, but basically they could connect themselves where someone was taking a fall off the roof. They would get caught by their safety line and all that. And they took the time to do all the work right. And I really appreciated that because they, like, when it came to the installation, they were double and triple checking everything. They're double and triple checking their electrical and all that. Like, it's definitely a solid operation. I was very happy to see that. And then we ended up getting roof damage from a hurricane. Just, you know, our roof had been in the house since long before we bought it. And we've lived here for 15 years or so. And it was just one of those things that a hurricane came through, you know, old roof, ripped off a bunch of shingles, and it was more than you just patch up, so it needed a new roof. And we went to the insurance company and got, like, the roofers to come out. And those yahoos were just running around the roof, no safety lines or anything, just knocking it out as fast as they could get it done. And it's like, man, you are so lucky that no one's coming by checking this. If you had any type of safety inspector out here, that man would rip you apart. You would have a lot of trouble on your hands. And with those kind of things, because the company owner and the people running things aren't there on site, most likely, you know, the company would get a fine. And most likely those people would get yelled at. Let's see, you mean there are cases, your dad told me of cases of some jurisdictions where, 1 second, I'll read once you catch the fish. You gotta be getting close to that. Where industries opted to have their chemical tanks not maintained according to the best practice, and their insurance company was not enforcing or penalizing it. Hence, hot sulfuric acid kept dripping from such tanks in some cases. Most codes tried to actually get enforced. I hate that. That also doesn't surprise me. Is it tiring? Let's see. In your county school district, you have to use health inspectors to put pressure on the higher-ups to get stuff fixed, like milk box not holding temperature. We make sure that the health inspector sees it, gives them what's going on with it. Oh yeah, no, that happens. I've not seen that in the school system because I haven't worked with the school system's food side. But I definitely knew at a tourism job I had worked, which is a very reputable tourism place overall, but had kind of a cutting corners kind of owner to it. There were things that were wrong in the kitchens, and yeah, when your employees are fed up about something not getting fixed for a long period of time, no matter how much they complain about it, and the health inspector shows up, you better believe that employee is going to walk them right over there and point them in the general direction of that violation. They won't outright say it, but they'll be like, oh, hey, you know, this has always been on the fritz. You might want to look at that. Health violation. And you'd be like, why would you point something that your employer is doing wrong? Hey, man, you got to work in there and as well. You don't want to be poisoning people by giving them, like, food that's not actually refrigerated or whatever. And you want stuff to actually get fixed. Like, I think the one safety violation at a company that I saw that went the longest is because the manufacturing space had been repurposed. It had been used for, I'm gonna avoid saying what it is just because, like, I think it would narrow it down too much to the point where it's like, all right, there's probably like 4 or 5 companies in the country that could do it. But it went from a previously military manufacturing to a different one. But they had to have a lot of piping before that wasn't needed now. So they ripped out a bunch of that stuff. But there's just one spot that we had this pipe that only went up about a foot out of the ground. It was just like in the middle of like walkway kind of space. But it's just this pipe that went up and was capped off. The pipe wasn't doing anything. But it was just this pipe sticking up and went over to the side and capped off. Right in the middle of a walk space. Just about perfect, so if you were walking by your ankle, you'd like put your leg right under it. You'd go to step. Your ankle wouldn't go anywhere because there's a big old pipe in the way. And your leg is now captured there as well. Which means you're tumbling over, your ankle can't move. And you're going to have whatever your body weight is now leveraging against your captured ankle, which would basically shatter your ankle. And it got complained about it, and complained about it, and complained about it, and complained about it, and people demanded it got fixed, and got demanded it got fixed, and then eventually someone tripped and broke their ankle. And then it got fixed real fast. And there was a court settlement, which I don't know what the settlement was out of that, after the person's ankle would never be the same, because it's not that they just, like, twist their ankle, they destroyed their ankle. And it's like, you know, you put that off for so long, and you ultimately got a court settlement, which I can only assume was a bunch of money, or all you had to do was go over and pay Johnny with a Sawzall to go out there, or a grinder is probably a better one, go out there with a grinder, grind that thing out, you know, grind the thing up, and then put down some concrete sealant for the area you just chewed up with a grinder. So, it could have cost you maybe a couple $100. And I assume a court settlement was a little bit higher than that. Let's see. And as the stupid teenager stories, in the last 3 years, before uni schooling, around New Year's, someone decided to set fireworks beneath where a bus was coming in. When people were getting off. Says, DM'd you Discord not important to Convo or a game, just what was said in admin channel. Okay, I can check on that. I'll check on that real fast between this catch. I know you say it's not important, but now it's going to be on my mind till I sort it out. Like, till I know what it's about. Gotcha. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will properly read it later. I got the context. And I'm going to choose to not let my brain get into that area during stream if I can help it. Said it is important? Did I read it too fast and missed it? Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good, Luxray. Nothing to worry about. Yeah. No, you're fine. That you're dealing with your stuff, being in the hospital and all that, didn't put my brain in that area. So you're good. If it was something that was like genuinely getting too close, that was like starting to bother me, I would have said something. So you're good. For the reading between the lines here, just so people know like what is the secret conversation going on, I will simply leave it at I have a family member who is not doing well, and that's as far as I'm going to go with it on that one, actually. I'm going to avoid digging deeper because I would like to keep my composure. But life goes on, doing what we can, staying busy, staying distracted, because that is my way of coping. How many fish are we up to? Okay, so in theory, maybe 9 more fish. We get a payout. I actually thought we were farther than that. Yeah, no, I'm glad that you're not in the hospital anymore. I don't remember like what you said publicly, so I won't say a thing like this. You say it. But yeah, no, what you were dealing with, I have not experienced, nor actually know anyone who's experienced, but it sounded awful. Oh, unrelated to all this, it just made me think about it. People have heard me mention once or twice that I was telling a story about where people, yeah, no, I gotcha. Well, I mean, that was before we knew what was actually going on with you, when you're like, oh yeah, I think you were going in for, was it an MRI? Either way. That was before you knew, like, what the actual thing at the end is. Yeah, no, it's just getting a little graphic there, so I was like, yeah, let's not. But yeah, either way. But, yeah, tooth extraction gone bad. Yes. That'll cover. But yeah, no, I told the story about how I had known someone who had actually messed up their pH of their blood. So I had forgotten it was my dad. I thought it was a story that my father had told me, not that it was him himself. But who had actually messed up his pH in his blood while he was doing consulting in Mexico, because he was eating a lot of very acidic food. And apparently he didn't mess with it just a little bit either. It was actually quite a bit off, and that they put him on a very restrictive diet once they realized what had happened. But was interesting, because it actually brought him into the doctor, was he was getting a lot of earaches, because that was just the symptom the pH of his blood being so far out of whack had caused. But yeah, no, that's a thing that's come up in conversation on stream, maybe like 2 or 3 times since we've been started to stream. It's just stuff you wouldn't expect, and it was one of those things, is that you can jack up the pH of your blood by having a very out of whack, very out of whack diet. Because your body is actually pretty resistant to pH and bloodstream changing. It takes a pretty rough diet. And when we're saying like getting it out of whack, it'd be eating like way too many like, acidic foods. Like a lot of your spicier foods will be a bit more on the acidic side. Very tomato heavy foods will be very acidic as well. And it's not like you eat a pizza or whatever, like eat spaghetti 2 or 3 days a week and you're gonna screw up your pH. Usually it's a lot more in the lines of like, you have been eating acidic food for like at least 2 meals a week for weeks. Because like I said, your body is fairly resistant to doing that. But yeah, no, you can mess up the pH of your blood. You can technically also make it more basic, which is actually way more dangerous than going too acidic, from my understanding. Not a doctor. But it's not a common problem because most food we eat is on the acidic side of things. There's very, very few things we eat that would be on the basic side of pH. So more realistically, it'd be you're eating stuff that's a little less acidic, or a little, you know, quite a bit less acidic, and effectively diluting things. It'd be way harder to go that direction. But yeah, that was the thing that happens, is just, you know, you can jack up the pH of your bloodstream. And when we say jack up, you're only talking like 0.1, 0.2 off before you start having noticeable health things. Most animal and plant life has a very narrow range of pH they can handle. You go up by just a tiny bit, and you go from happy plant to dead plant, or happy plant to wilty plant. Blood cells are not happy about pH changes, no. Most life has a very narrow tolerance of pHs. That's actually, some of the more, what is the word? Not virulent. That's not right. Some of the more pervasive bacteria in the environment that are harder to get rid of, that's kind of the adaptation that's made them hardened in a problem, is that they can handle a bit wider of a pH range. Because usually all it takes is like a water source to go up just a point or two of pH, and then suddenly you've got this algae bloom because now you're like in the sweet spot for it. You know, and then you go down a couple pH, and now the bacteria just straight up has a giant die-off, because that's all the difference it is from thriving to dying. Let's see, you just learned the full name of polymer, and it's a mouthful. Oh yeah, no, I knew a lot of that because on my mom's side of the family, we used to have a manufacturing plant that did like plastics and machining and a whole bunch of stuff. So there was polymers they worked with, and it's almost every single one of those plastics, if you go and like get the non-common name, is just a ridiculous mouthful. It ends up being like 4 or 5 words long. Let's see, you remember a time when there was a splinter in the side of your foot, and you finally got removed after 2 weeks, dealing with it, within 1 second. An ingrown wart in the splinter side? It had like an ant on the foot pad? That is gross. You wonder if anyone hurt themselves with alkaline water? Was very popular. I'm curious. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't mind that the full name was there. No, you're good. Polyoxbenzoline methylene, also known as bakelite. Yeah, almost all the plastics you get in have names like that. And almost all of the plastics start with like poly whatever, because usually poly, you know, is just many. I mean, those are just descriptive IUPAC names. If you describe the molecule, that's what you get. Yep. Everyone didn't know the context of that gibberish. Yeah, well, that's, I've talked about it, so I've got a lot of German friends in my family and all that, just because of, you know, once upon a time, my mom did, like, a foreign exchange student program and yada yada. And one of the jokes is that a lot of German engineers use English because if you look at it, you'll get something like a screw, And just the way, I forget, it's not compound word, but like you'll get an aluminum screw with a certain type of thread and a certain orientation with a certain head, and every one of those details will be in its name. So you get this word that's like this long. The good news about it is you read that word, you know precisely what that screw is. Like, you know the fine details of that screw. Maybe not the measurements, but everything else about it you will know. But from having a conversation, not the easiest to use. But yeah, and I would honestly be curious, because it's not a thing I ever thought to look up, was like if someone made their blood too alkaline. I mean, it'd still have to be acidic, because again, you'd bring it in just a couple pH, and then you'd start having, honestly, likely very serious health problems. But like the idea of like having alkaline water, because I think the catch is, again, your body is fairly resistant to changing pH, and I think it'd be more resistant going to the alkaline direction as opposed to the acidic direction. I feel like you would have to be drinking a lot of alkaline water. Like, a lot. It'd need to be, like, almost exclusively what you're drinking. And then you'd probably need to be drinking rather bland, non-acidic food to not overwhelm it as well. I think it'd be very, very hard. Like, I feel like you'd almost have to be making a deliberate decision to see if you could jack up the pH of your blood in that direction. Alright, Semtex, you have a good one. I hope you sleep well and all that good stuff. Sounds like a great way to get Ingrunicals. Something you don't even think you could do by drinking. I have no idea what that condition is. It also depends, like, with alkaline water, you know, as sold, is it truly alkaline? Like, what is the actual pH of it? Like, is it just a little bit more alkaline than normal? Well, normal water would be neutral, not counting contaminants. So is it just a hair alkaline, so it's just a little bit, or is it, like, decently? I imagine it'd have to be just a hair. Because otherwise, you know, spit's acidic and all that. Stomach acid's acidic. You would assume there would be a reaction. Because, you know, acids and bases. Putting them together. It can make bottle rockets go up. Well, not bottle rocket. I mean, I guess technically bottle rocket in the sense of a rocket made out of a bottle, but not a bottle rocket as in the product called a bottle rocket, which is a tiny, tiny little rocket that is, you know, you light it and then it goes up. I'm having the feeling we passed that 150 mark. I'm having a feeling we're probably past that now. And may not have gotten their payout. I'm really hoping I'm wrong. And then I'm just assuming we've caught more fish than we really have. We have. Okay. So that means we're back to the same thing, whereas I could divert now and keep to make the money, but the amount I need to keep is about the same I'd need to release to hit the threshold to make the money. So we're basically right back where we were. So it is what it is. We keep going this way, we're going to set up there. Alkaline water is often just buffering acids rather than actually alkaline, but you'd probably check before drinking a whole lot. I mean, to be fair, anything that's kind of a weird thing out there, you want to be careful about getting a lot. I mean, even stuff that's not weird, like the classic, the number of people who hurt themselves by over drinking just plain old water. You know, there's obviously the famous one of, what was it, was it a GameCube? Or was it an Xbox? It's for one of the console, or no, it was the Wii. It was the Wii, where they had to drink, you know, a whole bunch of water to win a Wii, and whoever drank the most won, and the person did end up, you know, dying because they basically drank so much water. I want to say they ruptured their stomach. It was just a volume thing. So even benign stuff, you can hurt yourself. Didn't find any specific cases, but supposedly pH greater than 7.65 has 80% chance of mortality. Normal levels are 7.35 to 7.45. Yeah, so you get the difference. The safe and dead is 0.2 difference pH. Safe and dead is 0.2 difference pH. On the high end, obviously you got the range there of 0.1 that's considered the healthy or normal or whatever range. It was literally water overdose? Yeah. It was water intoxication? Okay, so not ruptured stomach, water intoxication. Yeah. Because, like, water leaches minerals from, like, everything. And you can oversaturate your cells to the point they burst and all sorts of stuff. It's just, the reason why you get the advisement to drink a bit more water than you necessarily need is the likelihood you dehydrate yourself is very high. The likelihood you put yourself in dangerous levels of overhydration is relatively low. And, you know, drinking an extra cup or two of water today isn't going to push you one way or, like, isn't going to push you into a danger zone. You know, to overhydrate yourself, you usually gotta kind of really get out in the weeds there. Well, the good news is when I get this next payout, it's going to be enough money. We can just get ourselves set up with stuff. We don't need to worry about this at all. The bad news is I committed to more fishing than I had intended to. And you're wondering why we're not doing something else to make money? I don't really have much in other options. Like I said, I could maybe buy a chainsaw and cut a tree into segments and sell like 100 to 75 buck segments in the back of the truck, like 2-3 at a time. I'd be able to load in with that tiny little thing. Which would honestly be just as agonizing as this. And then I got a bunch of tree stumps that I have to deal with later. Or I could just do this, get it done, and just have good conversation while it's going on, all that good stuff. An added bonus, when we do hit the 200, the trash will be right behind it. And the 200 mark will more than likely give me more than enough for what we need. We could potentially go out of our way for the trash at the same time. It'll probably be like 10 behind. And like I said, that'll be probably enough. I'd be able to get maybe a medium tractor and the bare minimum for like setting up a crop. We'll have to look to see what the actual payout is. Because I suspect it's going to be significant. We got Angie Foxtrot at the 145 stream. All the best games have fishing. Absolutely. It took a little while. It did take Farming Sim a little while to get the fishing. But they did get there. And that's the important part. It took a while to get there, but they did get there. And for those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we actually have a poll going in the Discord for just a couple different games to play. I do know that Go-Go Town has been, like, wildly ahead of most of the other ones. I do plan on playing that. The only reason we haven't played that yet is they did announce that Q2 this year, which is where we are right now, they're going to go 1.0. We haven't gotten the actual date yet. And I have a feeling they're going to shadow drop it based on what everything's going on. That's become, like, the new trend. Which would mean, with this, I'm kind of expecting any time now, because we're already in Q2. Q2 started at the beginning of April. So we're already at the end of the first month. Well, a little over halfway of the first month. So it's like, okay, that means realistically it goes 1.0 in a month and a half or so. At the latest. It could literally be any day now. My guess is going to be like mid-May. So it's definitely one of those ones that, like, if we're going to play it, and 1.0 is right then, unless I get, like, early access to the 1.0 version, which I have not heard anything, would not complain. But, it's just one of those things to, like, just wait for that, like, to get across. Q being quarter, so month 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and so on. Yes, absolutely. basically what that means is we should have it either this month, next month, or by the end of June. Because when you hit July, you're now Q3. And it would also be like if they had, in the announcement, it was like, okay, 1.0 is coming, mostly polished, whatever. But the actual description is they're going to have new major features, unspecified, and that there is going to be extended content, unspecified. So it's like, dang it, it sounds like they're going to add quite a bit. So we'll probably check that out when it goes 1.0. I do know there was a new construction simulation game coming out. There's a handful, like at least a good half dozen or so, that are coming out in that rough like May 15th to 20th time frame. I don't have all the names on the top of my head, but I just remember seeing that date coming up a lot. So my guess here is we're gonna have a couple of game releases between then and now, and then when we hit May, like mid-May, we're gonna have another drop of a bunch of games. It'll go right back to being overwhelmed by entirely too many games coming out all the time, because that's just been what it's been since this past November. Is what if games just kept releasing and you never got a chance to breathe. At the beginning of stream, I counted how many games I played since in the last 90 days. It wasn't since quite the beginning of the year, since I used the last 90 days. Just in the last 90 days, on this channel we have played 47 different games. And considering that last 90 days does include days we didn't stream, I was like, holy crap. This means we've changed games on average like every day and a half or so. And then on top of that, we were in a Factorio run, a Stardew run, and a Coral Island run, all that we did for like each of those, a week and a half. So it actually means we've been going through games almost every stream on the average. And it's not for me not playing games. There's plenty of games you go in there that I played 3-4 streams in a row. But there's also a bunch of games where I did like one, like half a stream one game, half a stream the next game, and it was all that. And I was like, no wonder I'm feeling like new game fatigue right now. Like literally in the course of a week, I'm very heavily playing multiple games on the regular. Let's see, points out this looks like the pond between the 5th par 4 and the 12th par 5 hole. Yep, all the trees around it. You gotta watch it. The grass is pretty tall, so if you get a ball over here, real hard to find sometimes. Let's see, a granulocytosis. A granulocytosis is a type of white blood cells and some related cells dying or nominally lacking in big amounts. 1 second. Gotta earn my keep. In big amounts. You can find where you thought of it, though. Somehow remember that it starts with mass dying of cells caused by complication from releasing cell contents and gain dangerous quickly. You thought it'd be pH susceptible, but you can't find it now. So please rank it with a grain of salt. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't actually know what happens when your pH gets off so far as like what actually gets you in medical trouble. I just know it's bad. All right, bear with me, chat. We're on an ad break real fast. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. We are back. And all that good stuff. And I also have something really neat that I'm happy about, which is a chocolate chip cookie. And it is a really good one. It is the kind that if I leave it on that napkin too long, I will have a napkin you can practically see through. Which is perfect. Alright. Rude. That's fair. I wanted a snack. And the other day we got cookies. Because Tomb doth desire the cookies. Alright. It's also just something nice / fun to do, is go out and go to a place, get some cookies, all that good stuff. I was actually curious if Sentient Cookie was still here somewhere to be like, oh no. Because everyone knows the cookies that are sentient are the best tasting cookies because, like, you go to eat them and they start crying and it gets all the salt out of them. So they're just sweet at that point. Low-key, I'd actually probably want it the other way around. A little saltiness to set off the sweet. Count me in. Like, I don't necessarily need, like, full-on sea salt stuff going on, which can be good. It can be really good. But, like, there is definitely such thing as when something is just, like, sweet and sweet only. It's a little much. I tend to not have much of a sweet tooth. This is about as sweet as my preference gets. The soul adds flavor. Since you mentioned Subway earlier, you have to admit, they made pretty good cookies. I haven't had a Subway cookie in probably 25 years. I remember liking them. And I still do, on the occasion, get the Subway. Not very often. We've got a lot of better sub options around where I'm at. But every once in a while, you know, we'll hit up Subway. We're just spoiled because we got pub subs in the area, we got Jersey Mike's. For me personally, I think, like, quality-wise, I think I like Jersey Mike's the most. I'd actually say pub subs are in that same ballpark. We have Firehouse. I'm not a big Firehouse fan, personally. I know a lot of people like Firehouse. I find the sweaty meat a little too sweaty. And while Jimmy John's has a really good hot relish, the bread is utter crap. Jimmy John's bread is if, like, someone decided to, like, make sadness into, like, liquid form and then use that to make bread. Just like, what if this bread eating that just kind of gave me this empty feeling inside? You like Jimmy John's bread? Hey, if you enjoy it, don't let me ruin it for you. And to be fair, while I say that, for a while I worked in the building that the bottom floor was a Subway, and I could not eat Subway for a while, because after a while that bread stopped smelling like bread, and I couldn't get past it for a while. That is just, like, really just unsettled my stomach every single time I smelled Subway bread. I got over it eventually, but there was a good while there that is like, I can't do it, man. Smelling this each and every single day, it stopped smelling like food after a while. Let's see, another story you can find Scooby-Doo snacks, cinnamon graham cracker snacks. Interesting. I'd love to try all that stuff once. 1 second. You're nowhere near as many options in New Zealand. Yeah, I'm a little spoiled where I'm at. I'm in a very... So when I say I'm in a very touristy area, I'm not like smack dab in the middle of tourists. It's not like I walk outside and go, yeah, it's Disney World or anything like that. Not quite that close. But I'm definitely close enough that there is a lot more things because of the tourism in the area. So I am very, very spoiled for that where, you know, insert name of culture food, I can probably find it close by. If not multiple instances. Yeah, Subway bread has enough sugar to technically classify it as cake. It's legally not bread in Europe. I know, it wasn't, I don't think it was Europe as a whole. It was it Ireland? That was the one that kind of came from. But yeah, I know I'm aware of that kind of thing. It's, a lot of, for the record, a lot of American breads would be in the same situation where we add a crap ton of sugar to our bread. It's always a wild thing when I travel abroad and you go someplace and you get bread and you're like, oh my god, it's real bread. It tastes like bread. This is so much better than I hoped. And for the record, when you go to a decent bakery or whatever here, you can get like good bread there too. But at your local grocery stores and all that, unless you go out of your way to get like the bakery bread or whatever, it's all chock full of sugar. It's like alarmingly so. Or you get like health bread. You can get healthy bread or whatever. That usually you pay twice as much for half as much bread to get it without all the sugar shoved in it. It's one of those things when you're here in the US, you don't notice that everything is sweet. But then when you go to abroad and you suddenly realize it's not sweet there, you're like, oh wow, wait a second. Like, one of the things that annoys me is the number of places here that you can get, like, salsa that's supposed to be spicy, like just regular salsa, and it's very sweet as well, and you're like, but why? It's like, you can get salsas that are sweet, that is a thing. But, like, most salsa outside the US, I wouldn't describe as sweet. Yeah, like tomatoes, you can arguably put them on the sweet spectrum, or maybe not some types of onion. We're talking, those are very mild when it comes to the sweet scale. Like, you're adding sugar to that crap. You don't eat dark rye bread? You don't get much dark rye bread around where I'm at. I can go for a rye bread from time to time. Sorry. Especially depending on what you put on it. There's some stuff that I could definitely go for rye bread. Get some corned beef and some Swiss. Is it really sugar, or is it corn syrup rubbish, though? A lot of times it's the corn syrup. Sometimes it's real sugar. Either way, it's gonna be sweet. But yeah, a lot of times it is corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup. But yeah, no, I have a number of people I know who are diabetic who they find it very frustrating because they have to like be very, very stringent about checking the ingredients, and they'll go like, I just want to get this perfectly normal thing. I don't know why my eggs have sugar in it, but can't eat that. Or, not can't eat that, gotta be careful about eating that. There's also stuff that it's not sugar added. There is some stuff, like a lot of fruits and veggies, that's like, yeah, there's natural occurring sugars, but you wouldn't think it's that much. And then you look and go, oh, strawberries, you got a lot of sugar in you, buddy. You got a lot of sugar in you. Well, there's a lot of fruit that are very heavy sugar fruits. Natural occurring sugars, but still. That again, if you're someone dealing with that, you end up being very vigilant on a lot of that stuff, trying to keep your insulin managed. Yeah, but you got to eat a lot of strawberries before it will impact your blood sugar much. Yeah, no, that's kind of the tricky one. Like, I'm not diabetic myself or anything, But I definitely know there's people who I have, you know, in the family and all that who are diabetic who it is one of those things that there's stuff that would seem utterly benign to me that they're like, oh, I gotta be careful like that. And then there's other stuff where you'd be like, oh, that's probably a problem. Like, no, that one's not bad. Gotcha, so strawberries aren't that bad, but a banana is really, really rough. Yeah. It's definitely one of those ones that, like, it's just not something I monitor myself. So there's certain fruits I'd be like, oh, I would think that'd be really rough. And they're like, oh, no, that one's fine. This other fruit that seems utterly benign, though, you gotta be real careful. You can blow your sugar out in no time. See, Frank, fructose is usually half of that, and it doesn't get processed the same way, but the other part does. Watermelon is horrible for a diabetic. It's basically nothing but water and sugar. Yeah. Well, that's why it's delicious. And also, not necessarily why, but part of why, you know, people in college might cut a chunk out of it and invert a bottle of vodka or rum or something over it and let it soak all night. Definitely haven't done that one before. Not done that one since college, but, you know, that was always a classic. Get yourself a liquor melon. Which can be actually pretty good. It's a pretty cool thing because it's basically just a sponge. Whatever you put in there, it's gonna carry. But when it comes to fruits, berries are pretty safe to go hammer and tongs. My brain immediately goes to, do you mean berries or do you mean berries? The classic, botanically, strawberries are not berries. And neither are raspberries or loganberries. The only thing that's called berry that is in fact a berry by the botanical definition are blueberries. All other berries are not botanically berries. I think it's aggregates. But yeah, no, I got what you're saying though. That's where you get into, it's like, you know what's a berry? An orange. You know what's not a berry? A strawberry. Let's see, have you seen watermelon slices being grilled in barbecue and thought, how does that even work? It's almost all water. I've seen stuff cook watermelon once in a while, very rarely. You don't see it very much because, yeah, every time I've seen it, it just kind of turns to moosh. It doesn't turn out well. Versus, like, I like pineapple a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of cooked pineapple, but I'll make an exception for grilled pineapple. Grilled pineapple where you actually get the lines on it and all that, that can be pretty good. I do find stuff like, it's why I don't like pineapple on pizza. It's not because I have some, like, aversion to fruit on pizza. It's I usually find pineapple on pizza, the pineapple ends up just kind of mushy, and I'd much rather have the uncooked pineapple. I'd much rather have a pineapple here and a pizza there and eat them as separate things. Now, I'm not one of those people who's like, dear God, you put pineapple pizza, how could you? You know, abomination, terribleness, or anything. I don't have that strong of feelings about it. It's just like one of those things, like, if a pineapple pizza shows up, I'll just be like, yeah. If it's my only choice, I can eat it just fine. But also, if I have another choice, I'm probably going for the other choice. But yeah, but cooked watermelon is one. I've seen it only a couple of times, and that's never excited me. Because most of the time it just kind of collapses into mush. Because it is mostly just water. Let's see, the only food group that doesn't impact our blood sugar too much is, one moment, I believe it said meat group. But basically all grain, yeah. Because you got stuff like carbohydrates and all that stuff. And even if it's not sugar to begin with, just the way your body processes it turns it into sugar, at which point you're back to sugar. Doesn't matter whether it enters you as sugar or becomes sugar. If it's sugar at the end of the day, it's still sugar. Dairy, fruits, veg, yeah. Well, that's because you look at where, you know, when you're using sugar in stuff, all of that becomes sugar. Like, you make a lot of sugars using vegetables. Sugar beets are a vegetable. It's one of our common sources of sugar. Corn is, I believe, a grain, technically. So that also becomes a sugar. I'm not super confident on that. Corn's a grain, right? Corn's the weird one. Corn's the one that says, I want to be in all of the lanes. Because I know culinarily, corn is like the cursed thing that it can be like, it can be a starch, it can be a grain, it can be a fruit, it can be a vegetable. There's like 2 other things. It's just culinarily, it could be almost anything based on how it's cooked, which is not the same as botanical, where it would have a very defined, it is insert category. Yeah, see, it's sugar grass, together with the grains at least. All you know is corn is tasty. Correct. Sugar cane is a grass. Yep. Technically, bananas are a grass as well. Like the banana plant, the fruit is, you know, whatever. But banana is a type of grass. It's just like if someone took grass and said, what if it was like 100 times bigger? Let's see, but one can't go complete carb and sugar-free because main fuel for brains needs carbs. No carbs, brain shuts down, and most people, brain doesn't work out too well for them. Yeah, that's kind of like, there's people that have to be very, very careful about how much sodium they get, but also, you 100% need sodium to live. If you were to ever truly cut out sodium entirely, you wouldn't live very long. So there's a lot of things that, even when you have limitations, that you have to be very careful about how much you get of it. Usually 0 is not an acceptable answer, which is honestly in a lot of ways harder than, like for example, if you've got someone and they're dealing with alcohol, you can very easily say, I will simply not eat alcohol, or not consume alcohol. Like, it's you know, if you have an addiction, it's hard to overcome and yada yada. But completely removing alcohol from your day-to-day life is not that hard. Having a managed amount of alcohol when you're someone who's dealing with stuff, that's way trickier. Like completely eliminating something is not as hard as, like, maintaining a balance. Because when you maintain a balance, you've got to, like, keep an eye on it, do the amounts, is this high, is this low, and whatever it is, and all that kind of stuff. Elimination is just, I don't eat the thing that has that, which can still be hard. But yeah, so stuff like sugars and salts and all that kind of stuff, you can't eliminate it, you've got to balance it, which means, you know, keeping track of things, knowing, like, hey, this is something I gotta be really careful about eating a lot of this. Okay, this is something I can eat, I just, you know, I can't overindulge. This is something that's generally safe for me to eat. This is something that's a hard no for me to eat. And it'd be a whole difficulty because there's so much keeping track of things. And some things will just surprise you. It's the same thing with, like, food allergies. There is a lot of food allergies out there that can be so difficult because you're just... There's stuff you would think completely unrelated to your food allergy, and it's like, by the way, that has your allergen in it. And you'd blink and be like, why? Like, cashews. Cashews are in a lot more things than you would think. Like, sure, you're talking some chocolate bar. Okay, I can see there being cashews in some random chocolate bar. Nuts in bars is a normal thing. And it'd be like, okay, well, you know, I'm gonna have this salad dressing. Why does that have cashews in it? And, you know, it's because it's an ingredient that gives it the taste it's supposed to have. But it's a thing you wouldn't think about normally. We had my nephew has a tree nut allergy, which was able, I forget what the thing is, it's a type of therapy they did, but they were able to do a type of therapy that they can actually eventually get it to where it's not that he doesn't have an allergy anymore, it's just he doesn't have nearly the reaction anymore. And so with that, it's not a thing you just get over it, it's done. He has to actually regularly take stuff that effectively has the allergen in it to continue to keep his body trained to, you know, accepting it kind of thing. But on the plus side, it's one of those things that wherever we went, we had to like double and triple check to be like, hey, does this food have cashews in it? Or, you know, potential exposure. Now that's not that big a deal. You know, he still shouldn't go and just start packing away cashews like raw or whatever, but, you know, being in the same kitchen isn't that big of a concern anymore. How many fish you at? That is a good question. I would guess about 170 or so. I had hoped around 150 we would get a payout, and sadly that was not the case. I do know we get more payouts than we've already had. You know, unless they patched the game and got rid of them, which I couldn't imagine them doing. Oh, actually I'm wrong. We're at 192, so we only need 8 more until we get a payout. And if we want more money than that, at 21 trash, we would get a payout. Let's see, that's what... it's why when it comes to diabetes, especially type 2, balanced diet is the first thing we're meant to try and fix. The better we can balance your diet, the longer we can remain off meds, the longer we can start... I can go for loose toes and all that. Yeah, no, that's, like I said, I've got a lot of people in my circles who have diabetes. And that's the one kind of thing from a lot of them that I've heard is, like, they try to go as long as possible staying off the meds, because the moment you get on the meds... you are on the meds for life because you do become dependent on them. That's my understanding. I don't actually know super well, but it's just you grow a dependency to the meds. That, and there's a lot of things that can be that way, that once you start taking the meds, it just becomes kind of a thing that because of how it messes with your chemistry, you're dependent on having them, that you can't just quit. Now, some of those things, they can do a thing where you go from whatever your dosage is and you slowly chip it down. But I'm under the impression that is not the case with those. Not safely, at least. But again, not a doctor, not my area of expertise. That's fully secondhand from people who deal with this that, you know, may not be the most knowledgeable on the medical side themselves. Was he horrible with diet still? Periods we do really good about, then periods like this week, which has been a lot of KFC and other rubbish. Yeah. Mean cheese safe diet. Well, I was under the impression that dairy can get dodgy too, but meat, from my understanding for diabetes, meat is like kind of the safe thing where you don't have to worry about it unless the meat is prepared in a way that is a problem, like a honey glazed ham or something may be a problem because of the honey, not the ham. I don't actually know that one where. It might not be enough to be significant. Or like a sauce that is on your stuff, that the sauce could be a problem. Food is tricky. Food is also frustrating from the standpoint when you're trying to eat healthy. And you're like, okay, what is the thing I actually need to watch to help with this problem? Like, I want to do this thing to improve my diet. What do I do? And you go to one place and they tell you this, like, cool. And then you go to the other place and it goes, no, that first place is wrong. Don't listen to them. This is the thing. You're like, okay, the first place is wrong. Read this information. Then you go to the third place and you're like, well, both those other ones are wrong. And you should definitely not listen to either of them because they're both wrong. You should do this instead. And then you go back to that first one. The first one says the third one's wrong. You're like, look, man, I just want to do the healthy thing. I'm not trying to go through a whole process. I'm just trying to take care of myself. Could y'all figure out what I'm actually supposed to be doing? Like, I was dealing with, some, like, wrist-elbow discomfort kind of things, and just going, okay, like, I want to protect myself from carpal tunnel syndrome, because it's very common in, not the streaming side of thing, but profession I've been in the past in software development. What can I do to mitigate this? And you get 10 different answers that all directly say that the other answers are wrong, don't do those, you'll actively hurt yourself, not help. And you're going, dude, I know at least half of you are lying. There's certainly going to be room where you have different studies you're citing that are less reliable, but I can find one or two of you that I can fully see that you paid someone to get your product schlepped. I just want to do what's good for me, And this is the kind of misinformation out here that I personally believe that if you are deliberately misleading people on their health, there is a special place in hell for you. Obviously, you know, trying to figure it out and people getting it wrong as they're doing the science, there's got to be room for that and whatever. And that's 100% I can get behind that and be okay with it. But then there's the cases where it's like, this person did a study of their own product and found their own product that they did the study for with a sample size of 10 people. And in most cases, not specified, it ended up reducing the amount of pain. And you're like, uh-huh, so the study is utterly worthless because there's an extremely strong bias. The sample size is completely and utterly inadequate. There was no control and everything else. Like literally citing this as a study in itself should probably be not allowed. So you get mixed reports from medical professionals. Some will go in the standard message that diabetes is a disease that once you have it, you're on it for life. But you can manage it to an extent. I'll circle back to that in a minute. Some of you can extend it to management to an extent. Where are we at? I lost my thing. But you have it for life. Let's see. You can stand it with it. You got back to pre-diabetes levels for a year or two, and then wildly out of control. One moment. Wildly out of control. You're on medications that you don't think you'll ever come off of. Metformin, unless you're upgraded to an insulin dependence. Let's see, Zepic, you're also on, which you don't think you'll ever come off of. But it's possible that you'll find a way to lose weight. Alright. You'll find a way to lose weight, and manage the diet without being on an appetite suppressant. You feel so clean, your first shower in 3 days. Yeah, being stuck in the hospital. I haven't done the being stuck in the hospital and not getting a shower. The one I did have was we had a hurricane hit us real bad when I lived at my parents' as like, I think it was a teenager at the time. But as a teenager, yeah, no, as a teenager because I was able to drive on my own. But I wasn't out of school yet, so it would have been like 18, 19, somewhere in that range. I thought for sure you would be playing Cinetopia. Oh no, I very much enjoyed that. We did an early preview of that, and we had a really good time, and that was the release version I was playing that day. Low-key off-stream, I have been playing Cinetopia. But it definitely felt like the kind of game that was, so far as streaming it, kind of a one and done. We got through, I don't know how many chapters there are in the campaign, but we were on chapter 4 or 5. And I very much enjoyed it. It didn't seem like the kind of game I'd be able to get away with, like, playing a lot of streams. A lot of the, like, that one's kind of a unique one. I wouldn't call it a tycoon, I wouldn't call it a god sim. It's like somewhere in between all of that. Where is our money? Oh, one more. One more fish and we have our money. 12 more trash and we get a second round of money. And then we're going to have a ton of money. Let's see, your diabetic issue is that your white blood cells absolutely hate each other. I hadn't heard of that one. To be fair, I am somewhat naive on diabetes. Like, I do know that recent research has shown it's more tied to irregular sleep as a, like, outside the genetic thing. There we are. Right. $500,000. And I believe this is the last payout. And that was the reason why I was like, I'm not sure if, I'm not sure if I wanted to push that. It's fine. But yeah, that's where I make the comment about how strong this is. So keep in mind, we are in our second day. We have only been playing for maybe 3 hours. Most of it's been fishing. I'm just getting the last couple pieces of trash, and we'll get our million. Yeah, no, if the white blood cells hate each other, then that would be an autoimmune disease. Or autoimmune symptom. Either way. But yeah, so that's the thing where it's just like suddenly you go from, like, oh, that gave me $75,000. That was pretty sweet. And then you turn around and it's like, what if it gave you 500,000? So we're gonna unfortunately, unfortunately, we're gonna give ourselves a big jump in our early game. With that, we could definitely make a crop happen, like an actual crop happen. Now that said, where it is like, $1 million, you can do so much. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. $1 million will go a decent ways. Not as much as you'd think, though. $1 million in the game is about enough that I could probably get 1 or 2 pretty high-end pieces of equipment. No lap. I don't know what that means. But yeah, that was one of the things that, like, I've talked about before. I like the, like, what, 1 in a million disease? Yeah. Looks like a broken emote. Yeah, my assumption was there's spaces that are not supposed to be there. Dang, your first chat was a typo. It's okay, it's only up from here. Hopefully. Because if it's not up from here, that's bad. That'd be such a mess in labeling. You have type 1, type 2, are common types. 1 second. Within type 1 and 2, you think there are now 3 common types, resulting in 5 different common types that are quite different. Yeah, that's happening with a number of things. Like when you look at ADHD, it's kind of got the same mess, not the type 1, type 2 thing, but it used to be you had ADD and ADHD, and then those are treated as entirely separate conditions. And they're like, well, these are definitely the same condition, disease, whatever. And so they were like, all right, let's just put them all under ADHD. But now we're going and saying, well, ADHD expresses itself in a bunch of different ways, and there is some value in going, well, let's have some differentiation between the expressions of it, because that's kind of what their impact are. Even if it's the same condition under the hood, like whether, you know, you have difficulty focusing, or you hyper-focus, or you're hyperactive, or you're these types of things, you're inattentive, whatevers. And you look at those, that there is a push to try and have, like, inattentive ADHD, hyperactive ADHD, and, like, these different subgroups of ADHD. But there's now competing ones where it's like one will say, like, there's 5 different types, the other one will say there's 7 different types, and they're discussing the same conditions and all. They're not trying to imply there's more of these, but they're putting different dividing lines on them. And it's just one of those things where you're going, I don't even know what to tell people with that stuff. No KSP tonight? No, we've been doing a lot of KSP. I'm going to do more, but I wanted to take a day off. I try to avoid, and I'm bad at doing it, I try to avoid playing the same game every single day for weeks at a time if I can help it. Like, I try to mix it up. As a variety streamer, there's kind of a couple different reasons I want to do that. One thing is if I play one game way too much, it can push away my audience who's not into that game, and then kind of slowly shift your channel to being a that game channel. Obviously, we're nowhere near a risk of that quite being a thing with KSP already. It's only been like 3 days that we've been streaming it recently, which I have streamed it a number of times in the past. But it's also a thing, like, in the moment to, like, kind of pop through, so if, like, one day that game's not someone's jam, they can check it out. For some people, it's more they want to just check out a bunch of different games. You get the idea. So it is the thing that I wanted to kind of hop into something else tonight. Because, like, for example, yesterday I hadn't even planned on playing KSP. That wasn't the plan originally. I was going to be playing a different game, and then they had added a generative AI label since I had gotten a hold of the game to when I actually went to play it. They had added the Gen AI label. And so it's definitely one of those things that it was just like, well, crap, I don't like to support Gen AI on the channel. That's a choice I make. And so I had to just kind of pivot, and, like, that was 5 minutes before stream. I was like, well, we'll just play more KSP. You're good. I was just learning a lot. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And by all means, anytime, any game we play on the channel, we are more than happy to discuss. I don't have a, like, no, today's a farm sim day, we're not going to talk about KSP or anything like that. We absolutely can. Because the way I see it is a lot of streaming here is like around the conversations, and in a lot of ways the games guide the conversations. And I am weirdly not getting any trash right now, which is weird because I actually do want the trash, because we're done with the fish. I just need the trash to get the last payout for cleaning up the water. And then once we get that last little bit of trash, we'll have our money. And at that stage, we will have a ton of money to be able to throw around. Which is the thing that, like I said, I'm iffy, because I didn't remember it jumps to $500,000 from 75,000 for the payout for fishing. So starting with $1 million is going to be a massive windfall. Now, to be fair, I've done much slower Surivorman challenges in the past. And, I think I can probably speak for my audience who are like, we love when you do this. Also, we don't want you to do it that way ever again. Where I had to take the little 20, 30 horsepower tractor with the tiniest little plow and do multiple, like, acres of field where I'm, you know... So rich now you're still not selling the fish and releasing them? Yeah, I mean, at this point. They won't be relevant. But it'll end up being a thing that, you would do that. It would take me, like, an hour to just plow one field. Because I'm plowing the field, like, 1.5 meters wide at a time. For multiple hectares, or whatever it is. And so an entire stream would be just... plowing the field little by little, then getting out my tiny little 3-meter wide seeder and doing the entire field and all that. The sprayer went relatively fast. I didn't have to put much effort into that part. And that's just because we were doing all that stuff, and it just took me so long to upgrade. Now, granted, that was kind of my first time, like, really tackling a very difficult setting in Farm Sims. There's a lot of stuff I did in that run that could have massively gone better. Like, I could have been far better in selecting my crops to be more lucrative and yada yada yada. But at the same time, it was a fun challenge. It led to a lot of fun clips, like me taking the little teeny tiny 30 horsepower tractor, loading up a flatbed, like a semi-sized flatbed with, I don't remember what it was that we were selling in crates, and then trying to drag that up a ramp so I could sell it, which we got there, but it was definitely like us wiggling the wheels to try and drag it forward little by little. It was going less than 1 mile an hour. So we're fighting every inch of it. Would you please give me trash? We were right up there to like the last 12 trash I need, and I think I've gotten 1 since we pointed that out. Maybe 2. I'm probably actually closer than that, but still. And then we will never, ever, ever fish again. Oh, that suddenly made me remember. Someone mentioned, will we be doing the fish farming? We'll probably not be doing the fish farming. Oh, actually, we're in much better shape. I only need 6 more. We actually won't be doing the fish farming. The fish farming, to do it properly, is going to require me to have a place to do the larger fish with a body of water. I have a pond. A real tiny pond here. I don't think I'm growing full-size tuna in my pond, or full-size salmon, or whatever the fish are. Okay. Now, with $1 million, we are going to need to make the decision. Doesn't the fish farm make a pond? Not that I'm aware of. The one we did in the Highland, I had to put it in the river or bay or whatever it was, because it just puts netting down. Like, there's the small fish farms we can do. The small fish farms, you can do those, and it's like a greenhouse. I think there's like a medium-ish one you can do as well. But, the big fish, the last one where you get the most money out of them, I thought that one had to be put in a body of water. I could be wrong, because we only did it the one time. No full-size mop buckets in the pond. Well, we did pull up a bunch of buckets. I think we only got 4 more trash to pull up, and then we'll get the other 500,000. We're just going to sell our current equipment from... Well, actually, I won't sell. I'll leave it there for now. But we'll probably end up selling the things I was going to use the greenhouse for. So, I wasn't going to grind up to the 500,000. Like I said, I thought there was another step in there where I'd get like 100,000 or something. 150 or whatever. There's the small ones that make a pond, kind of like rice fields. But the large ones, you need large body of water. Yeah, no, exactly. And then, honestly, making the fish food, if I remember correctly, I believe making the fish food is a whole process. Like, it is a weirdly involved process to make fish food in this game. Like, it is one of the single most advanced things to craft in the game. I want to say you required, like, grains and some animal-type stuff or whatever. It was just a bunch of things. I remember it's a very complicated recipe. Alright, any second now we're going to get our last piece of trash. And then we'll have the $1 million. And the $1 million will let me decide on a couple of things. We'll ultimately need to choose a crop. I do remember with the, when Farm Sim 25 first dropped, we had the plan that what we were going to do is add a big wheel of all the crops, and we'd roll the wheel, and whatever crop won, that's what it was going to do. And I'd have to do that and its production lines or whatever. Up to at least a reasonable satisfaction. So I couldn't just be like, oh, it said grapes and put down like one grapevine and be like, I technically did grapes. Is I basically had to actually do it in a meaningful capacity. And part of me wants to do that again. Because the $1 million can actually set something up. The danger there is if it goes and it grabs something that's truly laborious. Like the onions they added. There we go. Alright, and with that, we are done with you forever. Okay, we are in our second month in the game and we now have $1 million. Baby game for babies. Hard economy, by the way. You just thought of something that you've never seen in Farm Sim mod before that would make a lot of sense. A building that one feeds the raw materials in to make the proper mix for bags of pig food, fish food, etc. There is... So the fish food, you drop off your ingredients for that. A building that one feeds the raw materials into to make the proper mix for pig... Well, fish food, I believe you just drop stuff in and it makes it. I don't think there's a lot of steps that... The pig food and cow food, like if you're talking like where you make TMR and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, you have where you like, you mix it yourself. I don't think there's like a building that just produces TMR, if I recall correctly. Let's see, pig food is such a pain because it's different ratios of ingredients, but you just put it into the silo without mixing. Yeah, no, it would be an interesting thing to be able to have like a building that would just make it appropriately or whatever. Alright. TMR is fine because we have the mixer, or you get the bot with the robot. Or get the barn with the robot, yeah. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so we basically have almost exactly $1 million to our name. So, just immediately buys one of the endgame harvesters. Not the worst idea. Because when you do get pigs, you tend to either just grow individual ingredients and sell them, or buy mixed bags and just feed them a single ingredient. Yeah, I've only done the pigs like once or twice in all the time I've played. Do we do the wheel? Do we do the Gamba wheel and just roll to see what crop we're doing? Do we want to go that way? What the heck is the name of that wheel website? Oh, spin wheel. What is the name of that website? Picker wheel. Yeah, picker wheel. Giving animals 100% easily off a single ingredient. All right, so we have the picker wheel. I don't think, was this the one I used? Was it picker wheel? Spin the wheel? Okay, the spin the wheel, that's fine. All right, so spin the wheel. I need to go in here and have this decide. So the way we're going to need to go in here is we will just get onto the list of stuff to sell, prices. So we got barley, canola, carrots, canola, carrots. What farm sim year is this? 25. Corn, cotton, grapes. Corn, cotton, grapes. Let's see. I guess technically we'll put grass in there. Grass. Green beans, long grain rice. Green beans, long grain rice. Oats, olives, onions. Oats, olives, onions. You ever played Medieval Dynasty? Yep, multiple times. Basically covered all the content available when I did. Parsnips, peas, potatoes. Parsnips, peas, potatoes. Red beet and rice. Red beet, rice, sorghum. Soybeans, spinach. Soybeans, spinach. I'm going to leave the straw off because that's a byproduct of other things, not really its own thing by itself. Sugar cane. Wait, was that sugar beets and then sugar cane? Sugar beets, then sugar cane. Sugar beets, sugar cane. Sunflowers and wheat. Okay. Chickens require stuff from here. Pigs require stuff from here. Cows. So, like, all the animal stuff requires stuff from here. So we're not going to go ahead and have them on their own thing. And I don't think we're going to go ahead and put the wood on here. Actually, I don't even think we could afford to do the wood even if I wanted to. Yeah, and almost all of these are production line stuff. So again, you'd get the first thing and then make these things. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and get her. What on earth am I looking at? I don't care about the official Marvel shooter. All right. So that we don't have any cheating shenanigans or accusations thereof, let's go ahead and I'm going to make this wheel bigger and then I'll show it so you can all see that I'm not shenanigansing all this stuff. Can I save this wheel? Can I save you? I think I had saved this previously. All right, so let me go ahead and show the screen. So we got our wheel. So first thing I'm going to do is, so they're not all in alphabetical order, so I'm going to hit shuffle. They've all been rearranged. So we got all the stuff here. They're all rearranged. They're all present. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is, I guess I click here for the spin. That has a weird hum. And our first crop is going to be sugarcane. Ow. Okay. All right. First, let's quickly save before we get into that. You seem very happy about it. Sugarcane is actually okay money. It is laborious. Let's see, I believe the only thing that changes the sale price of animals is their health and their age. As long as they have some food and water, they get 100% over time. Nice background, thank you. Achievements are just breeding animals, so thanks. That helps. Alright, so, sugar cane. Oh, we could do the package thing, so sugar cane, because I haven't done sugar cane in forever. Okay, so you're the harvester. I believe that's literally my only choice of harvester.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 25 months.
And thank you, Stop Todd, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 25 months you've been sub to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Single billet planter, the sugarcane materials. That's the trailer for collecting the sugarcane. It's against the rules of my challenge to lease stuff. Alright, so we can do this all under 500,000. So I don't believe we need to plow the ground for sugarcane. I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since I've done the sugarcane. Let's go down to the specialty crops. So sugarcane planter, we've got single and 2 billet planter, and they require almost the exact same horsepower, so we'll probably get the 2 billet if we can afford it. We've got the harvester. I've got just one option and only one option. We'll definitely want the trailer hitch, so we can just have the trailer right behind it, so I don't have to do multiple things. And then we'll have the trailer here, which that's just the bigger version of that. We'll probably get that. Okay. So let's check. There is a cool little guide in here that I almost never use. If we look at our crops, they'll usually tell you specifically on how to deal with each one, because it has been a very long time since I've done sugarcane. Okay, that looks to me like we have to plow our field. Isn't there a harvest header, or is that a mod? I think that's a mod. Let's see, sugarcane differs from typical field root crops. It needs more time to mature, but it regrows after harvesting. You need special sowing and harvesting equipment for sugarcane. To sow sugarcane, you'll need a billet planter. As with potatoes, the machines can be filled with sugarcane stalks from the last harvest. You can tip the stalks directly into the billet planter with a tipper trailer to make use of the telehandler or wheel handler or shovel. Let's see, with a shovel attached, yada yada. You can start planting sugarcane even without sugarcane stalks. Simply purchase a pallet of sugarcane at the shop and fill the billet planter with it. Sugarcane grows comparatively slower, but harvested sugarcane will grow back after a while and can be harvested again. To harvest sugarcane, you'll need a sugarcane harvester. It removes the top and leaves and cuts the thick sugarcane stalks into small, compact pieces. Just like forage harvesters, the sugarcane harvesters do not have their own tank, and these need to be accompanied by a tipper trailer in the field. During the harvest, specialized sugarcane tipper trailers are commonly used so that they have a higher tip height, allowing them to tip sugarcane and stalks directly into a truck to guarantee a quick transport. Sugarcane cannot be stored in silos, however, it can be tipped anywhere on the ground and stored there. You can process it farther in the sugar mill, which can be placed in build mode. As sugarcane regrows, tillage is nearly unnecessary. If you play with periodic plowing required, the ground must be aerated after 3 harvests to secure a full yield. Best results are achieved with a subsoiler, but plow can be sufficient. I don't even know how that works with precision farming. Okay, so it does sound like I am going to need to plow a field. And I'm going to have to plant the sugarcane. And then after I plant my sugarcane, we go through there. So let's start spending all of our money. So, 2-row billet thing, because I'm sure as hell not doing double the work for only a little bit extra. You need 200 horsepower. So remember that, chat. We need 200 horsepower for this thing. There's no customization, so bam. Your match doesn't... yeah, I've had to fix that a couple times, and I always forget what I have to do. It's just a thing with a couple of games and how they render. I think it's a thing where, like, pixels up and all that. It's not an easy fix. And I found it a pain every time it came up, so I forget that it's wrong and choose to ignore it. Yeah, 200 horsepower. We do require the harvester. I am going to get the trailer hitch to save my sanity. So, you mentioned that you can carry sugarcane. Are you the only ones that can carry sugarcane? Well, I mean, you can carry 28,000 liters. That's actually a pretty decent amount. Oh, I can daisy chain these? Oh, switching tabs? That could be it. Periodic plowing works generally the same with precision farming. It's the soil nutrients that will deteriorate each year and will need to be managed per harvest. Yeah, I'll have to go and like refertilize it and all that. All right. So it's interesting that it does seem to imply that I can daisy chain these together, which is interesting. One thing I want to check before we commit to buying that, let's go and see what a regular old trailer. Can a regular old trailer take sugarcane? Yes, they can. So we don't actually need to take the trailers it's recommending. The reason it mentioned the trailers that it has there is that I can tip it. Now, these have the how many meters cubed it can handle. And meanwhile, if we go to the sugarcane ones, it mentions them in liters. The question will be, will the boom be able to reach multiple trailers it's towing? I don't think it will. But that's the reason why I was checking this. This has 28,000 liters. Take the M3 is 1,000 each. Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm in my head is like, do I actually bother getting the sugarcane trailers or just get a regular trailer? Let's see. If using it working, assuming not against your rules, having multiple trailers on the tractor will be great. Yeah, that's the thing is, I think we'll just go in for it. Yeah, it's not against my rules to use the workers, but I can't, like, make them free or any shenanigans like that. Okay. So we'll get you. So, doing our inventory, we've got our harvester, we've got our planter, and we've got our trailer. So now I need a tractor that can do at least 200 horsepower. And then we still need a plow. And that's the bare minimum to do this. And then from there, we can potentially do a lot more. Now, if we go to our large tractors, that'll cost us $250,000. And they'll start at being able to do 200. Plow/cultivator, yeah. So the question is, do we go in here and get a big tractor that we can just use for everything? Or do we go for a smaller tractor that's more reasonable? Because these are going to eat up most of the money if I go this route. But that would be future-proofing. New Holland? I actually like the fence more because usually the fence have a higher top speed. New Holland's good though. Like, a lot of times I like whatever's... which one are you? So you're the medium one? No, are you the big one? The T800 series? Gotcha. So you're one... What is your deal? What are you missing that you are so cheap? You've got a front and a back connection. You got beacon lights I don't care about. I mean, you seem to be fully kitted. You don't have quite as much horsepower as the others, but you can get up to 359. I mean, that's going to be... So, that's 111. That's like nothing for that tractor. I'm just surprised that that's cheap. That feels like that shouldn't be that cheap. So we'll add the accessory for all that stuff so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, this definitely is the winner here. So even with all the options we're adding, it's still cheaper than the base model. So we're going to go ahead and get that. So we're definitely overkill on that. All right, so we still got 400,000. So the next thing we're going to need is we're going to need a plow. Because to create a field, we're going to need a plow. Now, we are able to use the really big plow. Now, generally speaking for me, if we're going to be using the cultivators... Yeah, because what I'm thinking is we want the cultivator for doing multiple seasons. The plow for me is going to be mostly to make the field. So I potentially might go smaller on the plow to make it easier for me to make my fields. Because I have to make my own fields, and using the giant plows to do that is very difficult. That said, that's still only 6 meters wide, even for the big one. I don't have a mill. Like, right now, the sugarcane I'm just gonna be dragging to sell. Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. There's a mod that lets you plow with the cultivator? Yeah, but I don't use mods like that. That, sir, sounds like you're talking about that cheating there. I'm teasing. I actually don't care that much. Okay, so we can't go that big. What is our tractor's horsepower? Let's double check that before we get in here. We can go, it's like 300 something, but I don't remember exactly where it landed. 359. So we want to make sure we stay a comfortable amount below 359. So we can have the cultivator. It's like that one's definitely in our range. That's 6 meters wide. That's 7.5. Why are you... Oh, that's the one that also does the thing. So 440 is too much. Yeah, I'm joking. It's not actually cheating. It's a solo game, so who cares? So 320, 8.4 meters wide. 269 meters wide. That one I can't do. That one I can't do. That one I can't do. That's like right on the fence, so we don't want to do that. So we're looking at probably 9 meters wide is what I can pull off for that. So we'll go ahead and grab you. It's 9 meters wide for our harvest or our cultivator. We will need the plow. Like I said, I think I'm going to go a little bit on the small side on the plow, save us some money. Yeah, because you're at my limit of what we can handle. And that's 6 meters. That's 4.9, 4.2. But this doesn't have like the whole extra pivot spot. I don't think those do literally any difference whatsoever beyond aesthetics. Okay, so 50,000. That'll give me a plow I could probably have certain, decent control over. Hopefully. And then let's stop spending for a minute. I'm tempted to get the really little one for framing out the edge, but we'll try going without it for now. Okay. So we're going to end up needing the actual you want us to just lease the plow at Made Fields, returned it? Leasing is against the rules of the Surivorman challenge that I do. The way I do it, I'm not allowed to lease. I could buy and sell, which has the same effect, but we're just going to keep it, because I'm going to make more fields later anyways, so it sitting around is not a big deal. So, for the sugarcane, we'll end up needing that. Alright. Before we do that, it's nighttime today. When is the season I plant these? Yeah, I know I'll need fertilizer. We worry about that when we get there. I want to make sure I get it in the ground. I'd rather get it in the ground and then realize I don't have enough to fertilize and get a crap result than, what have you. So sugarcane we plant in March. So we don't have anything to do right now. So I should have actually held off buying these until closer to time. So what we're going to go ahead and do is, in the meantime, I've got one more thing we need to get. And the one more thing we need to get is, let's check how much a cheap forklift costs versus if I get just the attachment. So the cheapest forklift is 55,000. And it would let me operate that separately. I remember those could be annoying to drive with that though. So instead, you can plow early. Yeah, I'm going to wait till it's not nighttime though. But yeah, no, we'll probably plow tomorrow. In-game. Tomorrow. There you are. Grab you. I was trying to remember. Yeah, it's soil sampling and all that. Actually, you know what? We're just going to go sleep till make it daytime. So, March is planting time. So we're going to want to plow our field for our stuff and go from there. But we're going to wait till it's daytime, because watching me plow fields at night, not the greatest from the viewer standpoint. Seeing a tiny little light cone move around on your screen and nothing else, not amazing. But before we get to plowing, we're definitely going to want to get ourselves a trailer for this stuff. I don't think that high is going to stay on here while we drive around. Just going to go sell some mushrooms real fast. I knew that was coming. The moment I slowed down, I didn't even tap the brakes. Just... Does your side-by-side have a straps to haul pallets? Side-by-side? I don't know what you mean by that. ATV? Oh, I think it might. I think it'll only fit one, maybe two boxes on there. Okay. I appreciate that this is not a very slow tractor. A lot of the tractors you get, they're like, we go 24, and you're like, come on, man, just get there, okay? That's one of the reasons I tend to like the fences. A lot of the fences will be like, yeah, you know what I go? I go 37. You're like, heck yeah, man, let's roll. We got places to be, and we gotta be there now. Is it the right thing to be prioritizing when you're dealing with farm equipment? The speed of which your tractor does under, like, no load? No, it is not. Is it what I'm gonna prioritize anyways? You best believe it. Yeah, 24 is actually pretty quick for a tractor in real life. Right, but again, that's real life versus Vigigame. Vigigame, can we pull off a 50? Get a tractor, I was gonna say with a V8, but it'd be way bigger than that. Get a tractor that's 2/3 of, like, it just has that style where, like, the engine just goes on for, like, twice the size of the rest of the tractor in front of it, just for all of the cylinders to try and get the horsepower to go fast. Okay. So one thing we'll probably do is, once I'm satisfied the sugarcane's down and ready, we'll probably get a trailer for the mushrooms that I could just load them all up in a trailer and drive it all over in one trip. Likely there's plenty of power, you'll just need the gears. This is also true. It is, what, a 360 horsepower tractor. So it does have a lot of horsepower. And before we start, we did buy a used tractor, so it is damaged. So let's go patch it up before we begin. That way you get the full horsepower out of that. All right, so the repair is $3,000. Okay. So what we're going to want to do here is we got to make ourselves a brand new field. Generally, I usually prefer... Does any of the equipment degrade in the game over time? So the equipment gets old, and it does cause it to need to be repaired more often. It doesn't ever get to the point where it's degraded to the point where it's like this is non-viable or anything like that. What happened for the 3K damage? I bought it used. So it was damaged out of the box kind of thing. Alright, so we look at our field. My territory goes all the way over here. The catch is, I got a bunch of trees here in the middle. And we can clear those out. But that's going to require me to get a stump grinder and a bunch of other stuff. So we're not going to do that just now. The first thing we're going to do is drive over into our neighbor's house. Just demonstrate our stance on our neighbor. And get right over here. And get right along here. We want to land right in this ballpark, should be about right. And bring it in just a little bit from the road. I don't have access to this land. What are you talking about? This is... Ah, I see. Okay. So now we want to allow fields. All right. I did not look carefully. We are going to want to get rid of these handful of trees here. It is what it is. We just won't go for solid rectangle fields. And the corners are going to be the hardest part for me to clean up. Unless I leave the corners not square and we round them, I might actually do that just because I don't have a plow that'll make that easy to fix. Alright, so I definitely think I'm going to want equipment to rip up these trees. I'm just going to give up way too much of the field. Not all the trees. We're not going to go like full-on deforestation, but like these one or two trees in the middle. The big thing I need is I need something to get rid of a tree stump. And we're not running the lumberjack mod, so I can't just take a chainsaw and just go to town until it's gone. Alright. We'll probably need a stump grinder, which I want to say runs like 20,000, 30,000. My machine is wild to consider. 6 meter wide is the size of a car park, appearing at twice the brisk walk. Yep. That's not good enough. Try that again. Because they only need to plow to make the field once. This is kind of what decides the size, shape, whatever the field. In real life, you burn out the stumps. It takes 2 days, but free. You know, I always have bonfires worth of lighter sticks. I take the firewood off stuff anyways. Yeah. I am deliberately giving a little bit of room around this thing, but we're trying to capitalize on this field as much as we can. Okay. It looks like you got field stones turned on, which I'm a little torn on if I want to keep those on or not. Field stones can get a little tedious, but the only negative is it damages your farm equipment a bit faster. The big problem with it is there's just not really a good way to get rid of it that isn't laborious. Okay, let's clean up this corner first. There we go. The paraphrase a few minutes ago. That sounds like cheating. Okay, so all we do now is now we've got the edges cleaned up. We'll just have to do a little bit on the corners to clean them up. But we can go ahead and plow all this. But like I said, we're probably going to need to get a stump grinder and a chainsaw. Just so you can go to these, like, handful of trees that are kind of in the way and just get rid of them. Like 0 to hero in this run. It's going really good. We did abuse fishing. We actually have a decent amount of money. But it was that or doing the grinding the trees and the grass and all that like we've done in the past. And the fishing's the only one I could start myself with $0, so I don't regret it, but it is giving us a jump start. We did roll the dice to see what crop would be our first crop, where we just put all the different crops in there and spun the wheel, and very regrettably we got sugarcane. So, not pulling any punches, we're doing sugarcane to start this whole process off. Which is certainly not my favorite choice. It's been a long time since I've done sugarcane. I did it for an achievement once, and then never touched it again. It's not that bad. Like, there's certainly worse. It actually pays relatively okay, too. But it's certainly a bit of an opener over, like, wheat or barley or oats or something. We've already got a mid-game tractor. At least it's not potato. Those machines are mega. But, well, to be fair, if we got if we got something that was something I simply couldn't afford, we would kind of mulligan it. Because if I can't afford it, then we can't actually do it. And there's a couple crops, like I think you are right, that the potatoes, I think the minimum on potatoes we wouldn't be able to do even. There's a couple crops that the equipment is just literal millions of dollars. I think cotton's up there as well. That the bare minimum need to start cotton is pretty high up there in the costs. Okay. Alright, let's go deal with these trees. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's go ahead and get these trees out of here really fast. Because we're going to need those. So we're going to need the stump grinder. Yeah. Forest mulchers can be used to remove stumps and trees. So I can't use the big one. It's like right on the limit of what we can do. This says it can be used to remove tree stumps and bushes. Oh, that's not the right one. Don't grab that one. That I can't. Okay, those are not the right ones. Don't touch those. Those are wrong. So we got the stump cutter. That does work for a person. That's the one where you just take down and you just kind of like zip it. Yeah, this is the forestry tab. Yeah, this is the one I was looking at. That's more than I want to spend. So let's just get the stump cutter. Because that one will do our job, and it's cheaper. Because I don't think I wanted to dedicate 100,000 to it. The other thing I need to do is way down here in miscellaneous. We're definitely going to get the Husqvarna. And if you're wondering why, I used to sell those. I quite literally sold Husqvarna chainsaws, as well as a bunch of other brands. But of the brands here, the Husqvarna was the only one of the brands I sold that's actually represented in the game. Alright. So actually, here's one more question. Winch? Are the winch cheap? Yeah, the winch is cheap. Cool, perfect. So I'll buy you as well. Let's see, do you ever go up to the outdoor trade shows? We used to set up physical mannequins, signage, etc. for those. Oh, you mean in, like, real life? I've gone to some stuff where they have, like, agricultural equipment. The only, like, agricultural equipment kind of thing I've gone to personally in my area was it used to be I'd go to the Central Florida, oh man, I'm gonna get the conference name wrong. It's the Central Florida something educators conference. I don't remember. I think it was tech educator, STEM educator. I don't remember. But I used to go to that conference, and quite often it happened at the exact same time as like this really big agricultural expo at the Orange County Convention Center, which is like the big convention center in the area. Let's actually saw up the stump first. And so I'd end up getting to, you know, kind of sneak a peek at that. Which it's wild seeing them, like, inside a convention hall. just have like full on combines and all that stuff. Okay, I guess that was not a very big tree, because usually the tree only disappears if it drops under a certain mass. And usually that's a tree that's the size of like some of these little runt trees here. I think it was, yeah, like nicked the end, but the whole tree disappearing was like, excuse me? What? Because I'm actually okay if they just want to vanish, because we're not, like, one tree of this size is not going to be enough to do anything for us. Oh, I dropped it somewhere. Yeah, so I can't pick that up. It's too heavy. The fact you can dump on the neighbors and we left. Well, in this technical case, that neighbor is still my property. This is actually still my property over here. It's just there's a bunch of trees here, so I'm choosing to not use it just now. But that said, I have absolutely gone to my neighbor in this game, but like, you know what? I don't feel like dealing with this. Because we can get a little bit of money dragging that all the way over to the sawmill. Then actually, it'll be okay, a couple $100 maybe. But that's not what we're working on right now. Ah, you're slightly too big. Oh, fine. If you cut it small enough, it just vanishes, but those are letting me cut smaller than I expect. Eventually, these will be a problem that I'll have to deal with, and I'll regret having cut them up nearly as much as I did. But, you know. Like getting them up on the roofs in town? Where is that? There you are. Yeah, so like eventually I want to clean all these up. But eventually it's not right now, and that's good enough for me. I'm honestly surprised to cut these that small. Like I said, usually when you get under a certain weight, they just vanish. Because the idea is they're no longer worth anything, so there's no point in keeping it in existence. Alright, so we got that out of the way. Before we lose track of these, let's grind these up. Do it again by chance? Nah, it's fine. I'm hitting the wrong button and I know it. Hey, hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Don't do that. Okay, what was the detach? This is the detach. There we go. But I hope you're so good stream. If we get a shout out for Italics, I'd much appreciate it. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. Do play variety games here on Twitch. We've been playing a lot of KSP recently, Kerbal Space Program, but today we are doing some sweaty try-hard farm sim where we're doing a Surivorman challenge where we start with $0. We are about 4 hours into it, and we are doing pretty good. You know what? I wonder with the other tree disappearing when we turn the saw on it, can we just, you know, get in here and do a little... I know the guard's going to prevent it, isn't it? Not exactly what I had in mind. Not unhappy about it. But Italic's playing some Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. I hope you had fun with that. I've always meant to play Stalker, and it's never actually happened. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff. It's good to have you, and thank you again so much for that raid. I do appreciate it. Alright. Just taking a trip to History Lane. Nice. What I need to do is this saw's always been a little funky. I'm just trying to get rid of this stump so we can plow a field here. I much prefer the mulcher, but it's $100,000, and I'd much rather spend that money on other things. Alright, well, in the meantime, let's grab these branches. And as you do, when you have a mess that you don't want to deal with, is you simply take the mess from where it's in the way, and you put it someplace else, and pretend it doesn't exist. That's just the correct solution. But anyways, for those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Has done, RimWorld, all that good stuff in the past. So if you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there, most likely. Which of course means the inverse is also likely true. But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of History Lane with the Kerbal Space Program, breaking that out. Ooh, barely able to carry that, because 200 kilograms is my carried weight, and this is 178. That's your secret for that's your secret tip for cleaning. How'd you know? Alright, stop fighting me on this. Let me grab the tree. There you go. So it's called the laundry chair solution. Yeah. It's like for all those who bought a treadmill. You know how when you buy a treadmill and you're like, this is for fitness. I should use this for fitness. And then about a week goes by and you find all your laundry hung on it and you never use it for fitness again. It's that. It's very specifically that. Put stuff in the cabinets, can't see it, pretend it's not there. Absolutely. Alright, so we got all the branches up, but I do have the tree stump going. So like I said, it's always funky kind of finding the sweet spot to actually make it saw stuff down. There, we got the sweet spot. Okay. So, do we have any more trees in the field that gotta go? There was one tree along the outside edge of the field over here. Did I already get that one? I think we did. I think it was like right here. Yeah, and that one might be a problem. We'll wait to see if it's actually a problem. All right, let's drop off our winch and our stump grinder, whatever this is. The wood maker go awayer. It's a technical term. Trust me, I'm not credentialed in any way for this. Doom piles, don't organize, only move. That's a pretty good name for it. All right, now back to plowing. But yeah, so we do a lot of different games on the channel, but some of the games we do here are simulation games. And so we're breaking out some farm sim. We did start with $0. We did kind of abuse one thing that got introduced with the Highlands DLC, which is fishing. Fishing is low-key broken amounts of money. I hadn't planned to abuse it as much as I did, but it was the only way I gave myself to make money. And then I realized I was coming up short, and I was going to try and just get like another 100,000, and then it gave me basically $1 million. So we've abused it more than intended, but whatever. We did go and put up a big wheel and say, we're going to go ahead and just roll the dice and see what crop out of every single crop in the game that it chooses for us to do first. And we got sugarcane. And I'm going to immediately regret leaving that to chance, because it's sugarcane. So we're getting our field prep for sugarcane. We've got our equipment. I do need to buy the actual sugarcane and the fertilizer and a means of fertilizing it. But first step, be able to grow crop. Second step, be able to grow crop not terribly. Fishing and farm sim? Yeah, that came with the Highlands deal, or the Highlands expansion. They added fish farming. Like you can do fish like fishing pole, you can do fish like commercial fishing, like fish farming and all that stuff, where you have the, it kind of looks like a greenhouse, and then you go and you have to move them into a bigger area of water, give them food, yada yada. They added Highland cattle, they had a bunch of cosmetic stuff that, you know, I was gonna say no one cares about, but that's not true. There's a people who care a lot. But fishing isn't farming. So you've got fishing, like with the fishing pole, but you've got what's called fish farming, like aquaculture, which is where you basically have an aquarium, you put a bunch of fish in there, you give them feed and all that, and then you turn around and later you just net them all out of there. Because fish farming is actually where a lot of your fish tend to come from, especially stuff like tilapia and all that kind of stuff is usually fish farmed. You know, these days. They also made it where you can build a castle on that map. But so right now we're prepping a field, it's our very first field in the game, for doing the sugarcane. Now I am doing what's called Surivorman. Broadly speaking, the Surivorman challenge, it doesn't have any strict specific rules. Everyone's got kind of their own implementation. My general rules are I'm not allowed to take any loans or leases. I start with $0 and the bare minimum equipment to make literally any money whatsoever. So in this case, we gave ourselves a $150 fishing rod and then told ourselves to go scooch, and we've made our fortune on fishing and fishing alone. And that's mostly by abusing credits from being environmentally friendly, and, you know, making sure to release any fish we caught and cleaning up trash, and said, okay, we're environmentally friendly, sure. So we went fishing up as many fish as possible just so we could release them back, so we could be credited for our environmental friendliness of catching copious amounts of fish and then chucking them back in the tiniest pond imaginable. Certainly catching that many fish, putting hooks through their faces, and then releasing them had no negative effects on the ecosystem. And then from there, we're using that money to take a perfectly idyllic wilderness and plow it into farmland. We're the good guys. This isn't me being like hating on farming. You know, we got to eat and all that. But the idea of saying we're environmentally friendly is being awfully generous on what we qualify as environmentally friendly. Didn't even fish, where's my million? I know, right? That's like giving people money for quitting smoking when they haven't started. For the old Simpsons reference. But yeah, so we're gonna plow this field. We will then check to see what else I need to do with it. Do I need to put down lime, fertilizer, yada yada. From there, we will plant a bunch of sugarcane. Now, the sugarcane doesn't go down till March. Because I had to spend the first kind of like, not quite 2 days in-game fishing to make our money to be able to get our equipment, we just gotta wait till March to plant the sugarcane. But we can prep the field in advance, so we're gonna do that. Now, because I'm plowing it, I won't need to weed it. Going counterclockwise around the field to make it easier to line up. Probably. I mean, honestly, at this point, you're probably right. Because the reason I went around the other way first is so I could use that back corner of the plow to set it on the corner. But that was just to set up those the initial outline. Now that I've got that. The plow can be rotated, though. It can. I'm very lazy. That's a button. Why would I push one of those as I manually steer pushing buttons constantly? It sure is a button. Alright. We are on hard economy settings and all that stuff. This will be interesting. I was mentioning earlier, I only did sugarcane once in Farm Sim 22 for a Steam achievement, I believe, and then I never touched it. And it's not that it's sugarcane's like that bad or anything. It's definitely laborious. The pay is actually pretty okay, if I recall correctly. Apparently missed the spot. But it's a lot of equipment to set up. It's a little on the laborious side. It's definitely not the worst. I would definitely say grapes and olives I'm not a huge fan of. They're not the worst.
Thank you, Eddie, for subscribing for 8 months. Yo.
Thank you, Eddie, for the tier 1 sub. That's 8 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you are enjoying the stream, and thank you so much for that support. Why do hard corners on each pass? If you just spiral after the hour later for laziness. I'm mostly doing these corners like this right now because I am making the field. I want to be very careful to not go too far. Because if I plow too far, then I gotta go back using the build tool to try and de-scuff the areas around it, which means the grass won't be right. And you can fix all that, but it's just one of those things. It's easier if I take an extra little bit of time to clean this up. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I knew I missed a spot. I wanted to catch that before I forgot about it. But yeah, I know at this point we could probably just make the turns and make it work. Which I'm sure anyone who actually farms or is really into farming would be like, you can't do that with a plow, you'll damage it. Straight lines. Or nearly straight lines. But not 90-degree turns. And then we do it anyways, and we go, vidya game. And then they get mad. Something realism. Okay. And we did get lucky. This is one of the tractors that came out with the Highlands DLC. So it is technically a large tractor. It's kind of in the low end of the large tractors so far as its horsepower goes. But for a large tractor, it is dirt cheap. It starts at about 100,000. We happen to be able to catch it used on sale in the game, so we got it for about 50,000, and then immediately gave it all the upgrades to make it as good as we could. Because the fishing got us about $1 million when we're all said and done. So we did get a boatload of money out of that. Now I bumped on that. Oh no, we saved it. I was saying, bumped on the $1 million on hard economy. Yeah, fishing is broken and doesn't care about your economy settings. It is genuinely a thing I have talked about a couple of times about potentially not allowing with the Surivorman challenge for myself, but it's a catch-22. So when you are starting out Farm Sim, you have to have some base things to be able to make money. You can't actually start with $0 and nothing. Not unless you're doing like loans, leases, and that, which are against my personal set of rules, is I'm not allowed to take loans or leases. But if you don't allow yourself loans or leases, ultimately you need to give yourself some equipment to start with. The bare minimum to make money, the cheapest, is to give yourself a tile of land and a chainsaw. You can do contracts, that is an option. I usually disallow those, but even not disallowing them, most of these maps I tend to play for the Surivorman challenge don't have farms on them to begin with, so there's no contracts to do. This particular one does, but most of the ones I've done, there's like literally no contracts, they're just not part of the map. And so as such, you don't have that option. So it's not even like rules one way or the other, it's just usually not on the table. And that said, this map most likely would only get like 1 or 2 options of contracts in any given month. And those can be pretty abused. And that's the reasons I make the point that there's not hard, fast rules with this type of a challenge. It's more the spirit of the challenge. You're supposed to start kind of in the middle of nowhere wilderness. And once you start kind of in the wilderness type deal, then you have to build your farm from scratch. So you're plowing your own fields, making them from scratch. And then once you make that, you get that. Any buildings you want, you go there. The only thing the map usually includes is like, here's a sell point, here's a place to buy your animals, here's a place to buy your tools, because those are required to function. But so you give yourself the stuff to start, and that's always been the kind of the thing that's been like a little snag for me with the Surivorman challenge. You're like, I started from nothing. And usually nothing by Farm Sim definitions is you gave yourself a pickup truck, a chainsaw, and then a piece of land. The thing is, most maps, the piece of land ends up being like $60,000 to $80,000 or more. And so if you look at that equipment and go, chainsaw, truck, piece of land, you come to the realization that's over $100,000, which is more than you start with when you start with like normal hard economy settings type deal. So literally your Surivorman challenge is kind of like, okay, it's supposed to be a challenge, but technically I'm starting with more money than you're supposed to start with. But just, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just ignore that for a second. Now, with the introduction of fishing, you can now start yourself with only $150 worth of equipment. Just $150, just the fishing pole. You don't technically need to own any land to start. So, in the spirit of what the challenge is supposed to represent, feels way, way, way more aligned, authentic, whatever you want to call it. But they have a mechanic where as you pull up trash and you release fish, as you hit certain milestones, they give you payouts. And the first payout's kind of a nothing burger. You do like 10 and it gives you $1,000. No one cares. $1,000 is like, literally like, it's like two, 3 good fish is $1,000. So that feels fine. But every time you hit the next milestone, it goes up by a magnitude. So it goes like 1,000, then 5,000, then 10,000, then 75,000, and then $500,000, which is the catch. Because while you could choose to not release the fish, thereby not taking advantage of that, you don't get to choose about not releasing the trash. The trash just gets chucked. So if you fish, you will hit that $500,000, and it doesn't take as long as you would expect. So it creates the weirdness there of going, okay, so with this, spiritually you're way more in line with the challenge in the sense that you are starting with nothing, but also low-key that $500,000 paycheck, you know, that goes a long way. Which is what's happened here, is we did get the $1 million from the released fish and all that. which wasn't by intention. I thought there was one more threshold, one more step before we hit the $500,000. And I was wrong. I thought I was going to get one more paycheck for 100,000 so that we could get the forklift front, and then I'd be able to use that forklift front to sell my mushrooms. That said, I'm not super upset about it, because I do know I've done this challenge before from the beginning, and it takes a long time to get any crops in the ground at all. And while I had fun with it the last time, I don't think my community is going to be putting up with me doing like 8 or 9 farm sim streams to be able to barely plant wheat. Or the alternative is we spend 2-3 streams of just lumberjacking endlessly, which can be fun, of lumberjacking endlessly, just to turn around and have to like sell the property to buy the next property to do more lumberjacking until we have enough money to properly get farming online, which I've done a lot of lumberjacking over the years in Farm Sim. You remembered Skydog the last time you lumberjacked? Yeah. Well, that one we were lumberjacking not for the money, we were lumberjacking because we had things to do that we needed to get the wood to deliver to build a windmill. Yeah, we're in a year of games played. Don't help if minimum 3-4 streams to set up. Yeah. So I think this is good. It's gonna let us bootstrap up to our first crop. $1 million in a lot of ways is a lot of money and not a lot of money in Farm Sim. Because $1 million will definitely get you most crops you can set up and do at least okay, if not good. But it won't get you nearly as far as you think, especially like if, for example, we were doing wheat or one of the grains. That $1 million, if we check our prices really fast on the harvesters, trying to be really fast so I don't... Nope, harvesters? That's not the right one. Those are the foraging harvesters. The harvesters. The $1 million, if you get the big harvester in the header, congratulations, $1 million is gone. And that's not even enough to do the wheat. If you get the really good ones, but $1 million will get you kind of a mid-range harvester, mid-range tractor, and, you know, the equipment to do it reasonably well. So you won't skip to, like, end game of that crop, but you'll get a pretty good boost forward. But yeah, no, when I did this challenge the first time, where we didn't abuse any of that kind of stuff, it genuinely was doing a field that was not counting the outside area, but like this part of this field here, and doing that with like a meter and a half wide plow, which took well over an hour per time plowing the field to do. And then I had, I think it was a 3-meter wide cedar that would take a long time to do. I'm seeing a couple spots appearing here and there that are showing grass. That makes me concerned. I actually have a spot that's not correctly plowed in here. There's another one over here. I'm not seeing it though. But yeah, so it's this whole big thing that like doing one harvest with our really sad little equipment. And I think an entire stream, I would get one harvest and one planting of the field with selling for like the entirety of a stream. And it wasn't that I was doing something like the onions or the potatoes or one of these crops that's very laborious. We're talking the crops in the game that are kind of the most efficient to do, your oats and grains and all that, where it's like literally you just do a pass with the seeder, you do a really fast pass with the sprayer, and then you harvest it again later and you're done. Like you can just fly through that stuff. Now with that said, we are also using the precision farming mod, which is an official mod. I honestly low-key feel like precision farming should just be the base game, like the default thing. Because while it does add a step to the process, in a lot of ways it simplifies things too. So like, you look at the entire thing. So precision farming is like, oh, you got to worry about the nitrogen content of your soil and the pH and yada yada. But in practice, all of that just means you go and you do a pass with your fertilizer and you do a pass with your lime every once in a while. And you actually, precision farming makes it way more cost effective because you don't just waste fertilizer when you don't need it. Because without it, you have to do 2 separate passes of fertilizer to fertilize the field, and you have to have a step of process in between those passes of fertilizer, which is a very complicated thing to explain to a new player, what does and doesn't count as you've done a step or a stage or whatever on your field. And it's almost like, dude, just ignore all that, just like have it where they just have to manage that. The only new thing they gotta do is they gotta get a report that tells them how their field is. Like, and there's ways you can, like, it almost would be easier to teach that. Does it simulate a field needing rotation as well? You don't actually have to rotate fields in real life. There's lots of reasons to do that. You know, it can be a thing that's good for managing a lot of stuff in your soil without having to depend as heavily on, like, chemical fertilizers and all this kind of stuff, and, like, liming your fields and doing all that. The game kind of can sort of do that. There is, oh, what is it? There is a crop you can put down that's effectively just kind of field cover. Was it, oh, I'm blanking on it. But basically there is one that'll give you a partial amount of fertilizer for planting that crop and harvesting it, as opposed to just putting down your actual crop. But there's not like an entire... was it mustard radish or something? Oilseed radish, that's the one. Oilseed radish. But, like, even then, it only gives you a partial application of fertilizer. So it does, like, it'll save you money. It can be the most efficient in the long run from a cost per acre kind of side of things. But a lot of times, from a human hour side of things, you're just better off not bothering. Considering it's not base game because most players are returning and expect the other. I mean, Farm Sim 22 also had precision farming as an official mod. It was something that was created, I think it was in partnership with like the European Union Agricultural Council or something like that. Some like governing body in the EU to like represent sustainable farming and whatever. Is all around that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things I would love to see them. I feel like that should be the base game, and then I just have to go through explaining how you check that. But I feel like, honestly, that would be easier to manage than to just explain you have to do multiple applications of fertilizer. By the way, something has to happen between your first and second application. By the way, what qualifies as something might not be as intuitive as you think. That some things you would expect to count don't, and some things you wouldn't expect to count do. Because it's not more work. Like, genuinely, precision farming in a lot of ways is actually less work than not precision farming. Okay. And after this pass, this field's probably going to be narrow enough that instead of going along the lines, we'll just go end to end. Which again, I know from a real-life farming perspective, half of what I'm doing is awful and abomination, and I should be ashamed of myself. To which I say, I genuinely don't care. Like the crisscrossing in every imaginable way with the plow. I am sure if someone's like a legitimate like commercial farmer, they're watching me doing that, they're just going like, no, it's all wrong. All of it's wrong. You'd have to redo your work. Yeah, it's fine. It's a video game. I like my simulations to have enough flexibility that it's not frustrating. Most well-tilled dirt ever? Probably not. Like right now, the only reason I'm using a plow at all is it's only like 2 or 3 pieces of equipment that can create a new field. The plow can do it, and I believe the mulchers can do it. So things for deleting bushes and tree stumps. I believe you can set those to also allow create field. And there's mods that let you do all that stuff as well. But the moment we get in the mods, we're starting to talk out in the weeds where it's like, can the game do it? Well, with mods. And that ends up being a conversation where it's like, nothing means anything because, well, with mods. Which is cool that the mods exist. But usually a lot of times the people hanging out are like, people are new to the game, curious about it, wanting to learn it. And, you know, they usually want to know if they buy the game, does it work that way? And going, well, with mods is already getting more involved than you probably want to be getting there. You know, the same is true of RimWorld, where it's like, well, you know, can you do awful thing to children? Well, with mods, like, yeah, but I mean, base game. You do kind of wish the depth was a number rather than a classing rear gear, either cultivation plow, despite being some much faster, much shallower. Let's see, the 100,000 sub grinder does it. You guess it'd work on the rototiller. Yeah, no, that was the, So when I very, very first played this game, it was for a dare drop. I had never, like, really shown interest in the game or whatever. It was just like, okay, you know, I've heard good things about Farm Sim. Like, I knew it was a very popular game, you know, for people into simulation that people speak very highly. It was like, okay, you know, it wasn't a game that grabbed my attention, but it was on dare drop, sure, we'll check it out. And I did, like, the tutorial on, I don't remember what the name of the default map was in 22. But, you know, did the tutorial when I have no idea what's going on. Because the tutorial in both Farm Sim 22 and 25, they teach you random process, like, here's how you plow a field. Here's how you harvest a field. Here's how you seed a field. Congratulations, you're on your own. And you're like, cool, I have no idea what order these happen. I'm not a commercial farmer. I know I dig dirt, and then I put seed in dirt, and then I take finished plant out of dirt. But, like, when do I need to lime? When do I need to harvest? Like, when do I need to plant? When do I need to do any of these things? And the game still is pretty bad from that perspective. It is definitely one of those games, and they have, like, videos you can pull up, and there is, to be fair, you can hit escape here. Any second now. And go here and go to help. And you can find a lot of this. But even these, like, they tell you cultivating and here's information about it, plowing, here's a thing. And these are roughly in the order of, you know, sowing, planting, harvesting, and then these are either or kind of thing. And so they don't, it's not that they don't have resources at all there, but very much about the worst way you can teach someone to do something in a game is saying, here is a bunch of text with the occasional picture, go figure it out. Like, that's definitely not a great way of retention. I do kind of wish if you turned on the tutorial, instead of the organization it has now, that it would start out, it's going to be like, alright, by Jiminy, you got yourself a farm. Oh no, they let this field go to waste. We're gonna go need to plow this field. Not like this create the field kind of thing, but instead being like, literally you start with a field and you go, okay, we're gonna plow the field. Okay, good job, you plowed the field. Now, when it comes to the field, you should go ahead and put seed down. You know what? This plant, we're gonna want to make some money. Maybe we should put fertilizer down next. But like actually walk you through doing it. And I'm even okay with them kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, time warp kind of shenanigans of like, you know, showing you the step-by-step in a field. Let's see, you also kind of question why they make fuel last almost a full year. Its primary cost of plowing, etc. You normally have fuel trailers next to your field working. It's just the way it goes. I was going to ask about buying a fuel container. When you're going to need to refuel since it felt like it ran long. Yeah, no, it's a thing that just the balance in the game is the fuel lasts for a while. I believe you can actually go into your settings here. And you can go in here, like, even though we're on the hard economy, I want to say somewhere in here, there was almost a setting where you could increase and decrease the rate that you need to refuel. But yeah, no, your fuel goes a long ways. It's definitely one of those things that when it comes to fuel, I'm kind of shrug on that one, as like for the hard economy. You could make it so you need to refuel more. If I wanted to keep the challenge, I would probably not make it, you know, make it need me to refuel more often. I'd probably increase the price of fuel if I wanted to make it harder. Because I definitely feel like needing to refuel in the middle of the process, like stopping what I'm doing, driving over, getting fuel, coming back, hooking back up, and doing it again, I feel like that would get very monotonous very quickly. But if you wanted to be more realistic from the challenge side of it, just like, you know, jack the price up on fuel so that it is the equivalent of you having to refuel 4 or 5 times. Yeah, there's also that side as well. But even playing off stream, I don't think I'd want to do a bunch of laps just refueling, because especially like there's a lot of maps that you don't have a lot of room along your fields to really fit those fuel tanks. And sure, you could get like a truck with a big fuel container and have it top off, and then you'd have that big fuel container available and you'd go off the edges. I certainly think it's fair to have the option. And like I said, I want to say there's somewhere in the settings that you can actually change the fuel economy so far as like how fast you burn fuel. That said, the work we're doing now, it probably will cost us several $100s to maybe $1,000 worth of fuel by the time we're all said and done. Hi.
Hi. Who's the handsome boy that I love and adore?
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought it was you.
Yeah. Well, I love you.
I love you.
The settings are like double half base rate, which is hardly noticeable. Yeah, to be fair, if you're trying to, like, first of all, if you're trying to simulate a realistic economy and farm sim, give up. If you want a reason why to just give up, let me show you something that kind of just takes it and completely destroys it. So let's see, I've got about $250,000 in US dollars. We can just go in here real fast, and where are you at? Was it general settings? Yep. Okay, so let's compare that against the pound. So if we compare that against the pound, so congratulations, we got £250,000. And we change that to euro, it'll be €250,000. And if it's a dollar, it'll be $250,000. You get the idea. It doesn't actually change the number, it just changes the unit symbol in front of them. There's a lot of crops that would be more or less depending on a lot of things. So it is just one of those things that it's just not a realistic economy one way or the other. It's not like it's like, oh god, this is terrible, how could they? It's just not brought in with that type of thing in mind. The idea is you're supposed to be simulating the farming, and that, you know, you should be able to make money on that. Because, like, low-key, for me personally, the thing I would want to see them change economy-wise is grapes and olives need to be worth way the hell more than they are. Not because of realism perspective, but because grapes and olives are a tremendous amount of work in this game, and they are literally the worst pay in the game. And by a margin. So it is a hell of a lot of work to have nickels thrown at you. And it's my kind of stance, not that it needs to be strictly based on difficulty it needs to be like exactly linear there. But it's like, hey man, if it's going to be an actual hard work crop, I expect it to pay at least above average. Not literally be the worst. You've seen that before. It'd be so simple to just work it all out to 1 unit and then just have a fixed multiplier. Yeah, I just don't think it matters. Like, very genuinely, I don't think it matters that, like, one of these is more than the other and whatever. Okay, so we've got our brand new field here. So if we go to our map, it is interesting that it's not showing me the new field that I've plowed, because normally they do. Which is a problem, because with precision farming, so it does see the field here. So it does see the field, but I can't click on it. Let me change you. Huh. That's going to be a little annoying to figure out. There you go. It is interesting that it's showing that field getting outside of here. Oh, did it just update? Oh, weird. Yeah, well, normally you can go to your field and right-click and be like, buy this. Like, buy the report. But doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that. There is an alternative way of dealing with this. So what we need to do is I gotta remember where the precision farming stuff is. Okay. So we need this thing. And what this does is it lets us take field samples. So I'm gonna buy this thing for 17,000. Oh, it's right there. And I think that's because this is the first time I've done precision farming on a No Man's or on a Survivorman challenge. So our own custom field he made doesn't appear to be reading. Turn on crop sensor, unfold. Yeah, so the other bummer here is because it's not showing my field on the mini-map. It's gonna be real hard to gauge this. Did we take the sample? Okay, yeah, so that'll work. But yeah, normally, this is one of the things that I would just pay the system to do. We're gonna go ahead and get the whole field. It's gonna be overlapping a lot, which means they're gonna be spending extra for it. Because it is a circle, it is just a reality that it's got to overlap. But basically, we're taking readings out of the field. This is the one big thing that adds complication that I'm like, okay. This would be the one hard thing to explain with that. But like I said, normally what you can do is when you're not making your own field, instead of this thing, is I could just right-click on here, and you'd have an option here to be like, do my analysis or whatever. And it'd charge you a little bit of money, and you could just finish your analysis. That's a heavy overlap there, but I want to make sure we get the whole thing so at least can see the field on the map. Made chocolate fudge cookies with white chocolate chips, 2 types of cream cheese spread, and tacos el pastor for dinner. That all sounds absolutely amazing. And where is mine? You got that sent to me, right? Also, we get a shout out for Soul Spire, by the way. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I do recommend checking out. You like how the cookies came first? I mean, that's just the order of operations here. We're playing some Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection. Hope you've had fun with that. I believe I have to send these off when we're done for analysis, and they'll charge me for it. And this is where we find out if I took way too many samples, because I'm being very inefficient on my samples. And like I said, the reason I'm doing this is because for whatever reason this isn't showing me my field's outline. So I am actually using this to make my field appear on the map, which is not its intended purpose. Now, I believe we have to do the samples once every, like, 3 or 4 years. But I'm hoping this will show up. Is there an issue with too many samples? You just pay extra because you pay per sample. Oh. Did it not charge me for the samples? If it did charge me, I didn't see the difference. It may have. There it goes. I mean, honestly, for as many as it took, 2,100 is not that bad. Okay, so we can look at this. So we go to this. It tells me we've got sandy loam. We've got loam, and we've got silty clay. And you might be like, oh, that's probably important information. Yeah and no. All that means is when we look at our field here, this is kind of annoying that's not actually making that a field. It really feels like a pretty big oversight. So I'm not sure about all of that. Because I don't think it's a thing where we reload and it fixes it either. So we have the environmental score. So what's supposed to happen is when we look at these, we're supposed to get an environmental score for that field. And then based on your environmental score, you can make more money and all that. You get a bonus. All right. So what we can do now is we run over here, we look down at the ground, and it's saying my pH level sucks, and I should be ashamed of myself. So that is a thing to work on. So unfortunately, we still have the problem in the game that there's really not much in the way of options for pH. There is like one thing to deal with it. So it's fertilizer spreader. And so you can do this, and we look, oh, we actually have a second vehicle that we got from the Highlands one. It's not really better than the existing one. So like this one, we can get a much higher capacity for less. But you'll notice none of these other ones. Oh, actually, we have another one here. I take this back. They've added a couple. So you're quite a bit more. And then you can get up to 42 meters wide. I don't need that wide. This thing already covers plenty. So we can go ahead and get ourselves the extension. So we can make it big. And we can make it cover more area. And that's fine. The Brendel is more than what I need. We're spending our money fast, which is a very big concern. Worst case scenario, I can actually use that for this. So let's quickly check. That's not the right one. You could handle, so we have 14,000 liters of lime you can carry. Which is that much. But because it says our pH is bad, we're going to fix our pH. I'm trying to remind myself, let's wait to do the pH for right now. And the reason I'm thinking wait for that, I'm trying to remember when we change the crop, if it does change. In real life, they're almost always 1-ton bags. And the lime is denser than 1. Yeah, so like our pH is bad. Our nitrogen will probably also end up being bad. But that's fine. So right now, let's check to see if there's anything on sale we care about. Because they should have checked that to begin with. Okay, that's not the one I thought it was. That's just for bushes. I was about to be like, don't you dare have that log grinder on there after I bought one. Okay, so March is planting time. So with all that said, we are good to go here. Let's check on our mushrooms that we've got growing in here. They got plenty of water. They're still storing all that. So we are good for this month. We're trying to get to March, because once we reach March, that's when we plant our sugarcane. And that's when we go through and figure out all our stuff. It's been a very long time since I've done sugarcane, so there's going to be a little bit of trial and error. I should have all my equipment I need for sugarcane. We got our planter, harvester, trailer, all that. We got a tractor that's more than capable of dealing with it. With the lime thing, I should be able to use the spreader there. Okay, nothing new here we care about. Check on you. You're all fine. We're just trying to work our way to March because that's planting season for our sugarcane. And one of the nice things about sugarcane is you plant it and you harvest it, you do like your fertilizer and all that, and then you harvest it again, you do your fertilizer and all that, you harvest it again. Eventually you need to replow the field for various reasons. Okay, nothing I think I want to pick up right now. And you're all fine and dandy for the moment. Gonna go back to sleep. Eventually the mushroom place is going to start backing up. And I think the plan there is going to be we'll end up getting a trailer and then putting all the mushrooms on that to then run over. But we're not quite ready for it. Yeah, we'll know when this starts filling up that we've got a problem. Okay, nothing we care about here. That's January. Because I believe when it comes to determining the outcome of your crop, if I put down the seeds or whatever first, and then I follow it up with lime, that's fine. Yeah, bale shredder and all that. Your water is getting low, but you're still fine and you're not backed up yet. Okay, and this will put us into planting time. So we can actually do some farming on our farm. I do wonder if this is going to detect the field for purposes of the GPS stuff. Because I'll be pretty sad if I have to manually do all my rows and all that. Okay, grab this big old thing. Gotcha. So you can take solid fertilizer and sugarcane. So, what we need to do, turn on crop sensor, turn on seeder. Okay. So let's look at this thing and see how much stuff I need to buy. So we go down to the sugarcane down here. So you can carry, it says 9,440 liters, but doesn't specify how much of that is what, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. So consumables, sugarcane, that should be, you know, an entire load. And then we can get solid fertilizer to go there with it. So let's go down here. Where are you at? So solid fertilizer. Okay. I'm gonna load up the sugarcane. And then we'll load up the fertilizer. And then we can go through and do a pass with lime after it's planting. Just because I don't remember... Because in real life, different crops would want different amounts of lime. Like, there'll be a lot that'll be in the same general range. But there is a difference that you will have things that are like, okay, this doesn't need as much... You know, like, this one's have a slightly lower or slightly higher pH and yada yada. So I don't imagine you'll just lime a field and then decide what you're going to be planting there. Okay, so we got our sugar cane. And we got our fertilizer. Turn on crop sensor. I have no idea about that. Alright, so let's get over here. And let's put ourselves on the field and see if it detects. If it doesn't detect, this is going to be sad time. Oh, good. Oh, good, it is detecting. This gives me hope. So we hold the correct button instead of the wrong button. Yeah. We can go in here and turn on our GPS kind of thing. I feel like... Yeah, it's probably fine. Alright. And we are officially planting sugarcane. And then once we've done that, we'll do a pass with the lime to get it sorted out. And I'm assuming we're going to have to do something with the weeds as well. I just left it alone. It'll probably be something I'll either need to commit to turning it off or not. Now, it does look like we actually go through a lot of sugarcane planting, which makes sense, because this is a plant once and you're good for a long time. Now, technically, after so many times, you should harvest, or you should plow, or you'll take a penalty. But, you know, you could, in theory, just keep them planted and keep doing more and more, and that'd be okay. It would technically work. Okay. The benefits of a grass-type crop. Yep. It'll also be nice when it's not considered plowed anymore and instead is just normal. Yeah. Now, like I said, it is a thing that will end up needing to replow or not. It does make me wonder if I am going to keep on the setting that says, like, periodically you need to replow the field or not. Because I feel like that one's neither here nor there. Okay. Yes, I'm assuming I'm going to need to weed it. You hate plowing, the machines are so small and awkward. I don't mind it too much, but it is definitely one of those things that ends up being pretty time-consuming. Okay. Yeah, we're already a quarter of the way through our sugarcane, so we are going to spend some money on sugarcane. But that's okay. Yeah, and we do have this field I extend a little too far. So, that last row is kind of broken. I overestimated the amount of property I owed. Or owned, not owed. As long as the seed doesn't come from Monsanto, you're good. Nah, it blew over the fence. I'm sure it's fine. It's a natural occurring thing. What could possibly get me in legal trouble about that? Send an application to be an FAA. To the FAA to be an ATC. Doing some practice for the entrance exam, and lordy, very fast math. I wish you the best, because that's definitely something we need more of. And yeah, that job can be very high stress from my understanding. Important job. Very important job. Yeah, so I hope it works out for you, because, like, you know, I like planes not crashing. I do think I am going to make the decision to turn off the plow cart. Yeah, you do not wish to be at a big airport. They can have the money. Yeah. No, I imagine, like, you know, kind of a small regional airport would probably be good. You know, enough going on that you're not getting bored, but also not so much going on that you are desperately scrambling to juggle all of the things going on. Yeah, let's check our settings. Because let's see, we don't care about that. Don't care about that. Oh, it's off by default. Alright, that's fine. I thought it was off by default. That's good, because that means I just won't need to replow this field constantly. Median pay is over 100,000, if you remember correctly. Hey, I mean, that's solid. Nothing wrong about 6 figures. So considering that the number of controllers scales with traffic, it's often easier to be given a small slice to be able to thumb a complex case to another person than be there by yourself. Yeah, but I mean, it kind of depends on where you're at, like how much air traffic you have. There's going to be a lot going into that. Not something I'm super knowledgeable on. But regardless, you know, pays good. Or I should say, a lot of places pays good. All that stuff. Certainly not something to be upset about. Worth doing. It's meaningful work. Even if I imagine it gets repetitive. It'd be meaningful work, be able to do all that stuff. Yeah, like the LAUX folks are managing a dozen planes at a time or something. Oh yeah, and that's per person working there. And you gotta be coordinating with each other to some degree as well. Versus like, oh man, what was the name of the little airport on the East Coast? There's one, I think it was the Tycho Airport? And I mean, I'm willing to bet that that airport probably gets like 12 planes in a busy day. I also imagine they don't have their own dedicated air traffic control. That's probably one of those ones that, like, you know, you lean over your shoulder, pop on the radio and say, hey, is anyone landing right now? Because there's, like, no one there at any time. Because there are definitely those airports that are small enough that, they don't really have air traffic of their own. You're expected to manage it with each other. But that's those ones, if you put down a twin prop on that airport, you're probably liable to go off the end of the runway. Those are scary to land in airports, where it's like you have row of houses, immediately runway, it barely goes any length, and then you got row of houses, so you gotta go there and just put your plane down immediately and come to a stop. Some of those get real sketchy. That said, it's a little weird. I think it was the, was it San Francisco Airport? It's either that or LAX, where you come in from over the ocean, and it just, like, there's no runway, and it just appears, and it's not a super long runway for the planes it handles. Like, it's fine, it's safe. But, like, you definitely are well as once that you're not confident you're coming in at a good angle or whatever, you go back up. Then there's also small airports and busy airspace, i.e. the entire East Coast. Yep. I'm talking East Coast with the one I was talking about there as well, right by the Space Center. It's not the main Space Center one, it's a little dinky, tiny little airport that's just nearish to it. Yeah, no, I remember that one. Like, you watch the planes land in San Francisco, and as you're like looking down over the ocean, and you're like, we're getting awfully close to the ground for me not seeing anything, and it's like just a second or two before the plane actually makes contact with the ground, that suddenly the runway just appears under your plane. Seemed like there's a gap there. We'll double check to make sure it's actually done. We'll have to top off the sugarcane on this pass. The sugarcane planter is not a particularly large machine. I have played the old Microsoft Flight Sim. I have not played X-Plane. I did get the new one with intention of playing it. The devs got me a key, but like I tried for 2 days just to play it, and their servers were on fire, and I never got back to it after that. The new one had a really rough launch, unfortunately. Oh. Okay, so we are going to need a lot of sugarcane. I understand. Considering that was like 3-4 rows, about 3 rows, and we were pretty close to depleting my first full planter of the sugarcane. I'm real glad we got the You know, as we turned on the lane assist, the AI is incorporated into the base game. Oh yeah, no, that was one of the big things, like when people are like, why should I buy Farm Sim, you know, 25, Farm Sim 22 seems to have most of the things except for like insert rice or whatever. And that's kind of the big things, like one, you've got more crops and yada yada, that's part of it. But one of the big things is like, yeah, you remember you had to get like a dozen different mods to get like GPS navigation and all this stuff for just basic convenience, and like, the AI from like the AI drivers in Farm Sim 22 was really rough at times. In Farm Sim 25, like, it's not that they never get confused or stuck, it's real rare. Like, you kind of have to put the thing directly against a tree and wedge it in, and then the AI will throw its hands in the air and say, I don't know what to do about this. And you're kind of like, you know what, that's fair. But Farm Sim 22, you would sit there and you'd put like, you put a sprayer on it and just immediately the thing would just throw its hands in the air and it'd be like, I finished the field, and you'd see like this one little sprayed spot. It just didn't know how to handle it. We tractoring? Yeah, we're doing some heckin' tractoring. We're planting sugarcane. Now's where you need a mod where you can get rum. Because all rum is fermented sugarcane molasses with, you know, whatever extras get added to it. Now, if you'll notice on the field in the bottom left over there, where it's like going from like the far right is light green, the far left is kind of an in-between, and then the middle is like a dark green, that's because we're using precision farming. This is 3 different types of soil in my field, just because that's what's in the area or whatever. So we're actually using less fertilizer and less lime in different parts of the field based on the soil type. Which is some of the cool stuff that comes into with precision farming. But you think, oh man, isn't that a lot of manage? No wonder they made it a mod. No, because I just turn on the fertilizer and it just works. Let's see, dark rum is white rum with a scoop of dunder, burned caramel, left over in a pot after distilling, added to the bottles for flavor. Gotcha. But yeah, now the big thing is just us making the comment that what makes it rum versus other alcohol is that it's sugarcane. Actually, let's fix this little spot here before we start the next row. It's also possible that I, like, barely missed a spot with the plow. If that is the case, it's going to stay that way because I'm not re-plowing my field and digging up my sugarcane just to fix a single, like, I don't know what you'd consider not pixel, like it's not voxelite, but a single unit of field. That could just be the one mysterious unit of field that nothing grows for whatever reason. I forgot they added boar to the game. I don't remember if that matters. I never got to play with the boar. It was a thing they added to like the last pack. It's like supposed to be our first pest. I want to say it'll mess with your crops, but I don't remember at all what the whole point of like how you dealt with it or anything. Can you hunt the boar? No, there's no like guns or whatever in the game to go shoot boar and everything. And there's no survival mechanic where we need to eat. And there's a lot of laws around just randomly, arbitrarily hunting something and then trying to sell it. There's lots of restrictions in pretty much every country about that because you want to know where the food came from in case anything's wrong with it. You want to be able to track that back. That way you can inform anyone else who might be affected. Let's see, fun fact, John Deere makes vastly majority of its money selling precision farming technology, GPS auto guidance, calibrated fertilizer distribution. Yeah, no, absolutely. Because if you can save yourself 10, 20, 30% of your fertilizer by just using it more efficiently, that's just money. They also have tractors they remotely turn off whenever they want. Yeah, I have no idea on that regard. Sorry if this is asked already. Are you driving or is this AI? So it's kind of in between. In Farm Sim 22, you can just drive it all yourself manually. You can use AI, but then there's a middle step, which is assisted driving. So you'll notice what's happening is you see this green line between the blue ones. Basically, when I get on the line that's orange, I hit a button to kind of like lock it in to say stay on that line. So it's a little between A and B. So if we go up here, as I accidentally oversteer, I'm going to line up with this stripe right here, this little white stripe in front of me. It turns orange. I hit my assist button, put down my tool, and drive. And so now we'll keep it on that path. So making it do the straight lines I am doing, but it's not fully automated. It's an in-between step. You can hire a person to work the field for you, which then they'll do the turns and everything for you, and it's effectively fully automated, and you just pay a little bit of money for them to do it. But I like this as the medium step when I don't have a lot of projects to work on. Later on, when you've got more farms and you're like, over here you're plowing, over there you're harvesting, over there you're fertilizing, that's the step you tend to break out the AI and then, you know, say, okay, AI, you deal with that project I don't want to do. I'm going to go fertilize this field because that's a very easy task that I don't want to have to think about too much. I just zip around the field and all that. But the stuff there where I'm using the GPS is really good for anything that's going to be consuming materials. That way I'm not accidentally consuming more materials than I need by, you know, overlapping paths and all that stuff. You do find the GPS goes slower? Yeah, no, you can go a little bit faster without using Well, okay. So there's a catch-22. You can go faster with the GPS in some cases because you have to line it up. You're losing a little bit of time there. But at the same time, when you're doing stuff like fertilizer and all that, the GPS will save you doing additional laps. So it can kind of depend one way or the other. Let's see, the modern John Deere tractors have the Apple repair problem. They lock down the software and hardware. And if you replace a part, the software locks up until John Deere Tech Priest or certified technician authorizes the new repair with special code. Yeah. No, I definitely know that that's come up a lot over the years, the John Deere right to repair kind of stuff, litigation and all that. where John Deere's like, you can only do repairs on your own thing through an authorized dealer and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's been a big issue. And I do know they've gone back and forth with the courts on that one. That some places have gotten it where John Deere can't put those restrictions in some places because their laws say that they have a right to repair and all that, and other places don't have that. You know, those laws protecting the people purchasing their stuff. Yeah, so this thing putting down the sugarcane right now is also doing the fertilizer. It's been a big thing in conflict zones too, where they suddenly unexpected shut down and one side's earth moving, and always the side you expect. Wouldn't touch the company with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, no, generally, like, I have no intention on going into professional farming and all that stuff. But broadly speaking, even if the equipment is good with John Deere and all that stuff so far as like solidly made, that kind of approach of business where they're nickel and diming a lot of stuff by forcing you to go through their repair and their stuff usually kind of bodes that the approach of business is going to nickel and dime you on anything. So if I was getting started now, I would not want to get myself invested if I have other options. Which fortunately there are. There fortunately are a bunch of different tractor brands and all that kind of stuff. And all that. Many of which are not as expensive as well. So I would find myself in that case. Now, it's probably different if you already have yourself a fleet of John Deere equipment before a lot of the shenanigans go, because there's going to be compatibility issues with switching between this and that company and whatnot. And then you got to make that thing of going, okay, do I have the money and is it worth it for me to be pushing into the other brand, or am I already kind of too entrenched in this thing that trying to switch from using this company's equipment to this other company's equipment, you know, it's going to hurt me too financially to do the switch over. Like, obviously when your tractor breaks down, it's time to get the new thing, you have more decisions to make there. But assuming, like, incompatibilities and all that, you could run into all sorts of headaches. Now, my understanding is a lot of stuff is standardized, like the 3-point connection, I'm under the impression, is standardized, where, you know, I can have a John Deere using a New Holland attachment so long as it is using that universal, connection point or whatever. Whereas any specialized peripherals or any proprietary accessories, that's not likely to be the case. Okay. Yeah, and we do run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of pre-rolls on Twitch. Pre-rolls tend to be very, very, very negatively impactful on net new viewers to a channel, because if you click on a channel, you have no idea if their content's good or not whatsoever, and you get slapped with an ad immediately. A lot of people click away. So we do run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of that. So that's 3 minutes per hour. Now, granted, you can break those 3 up in however you want, whether it's 3 all as one block, which is what I do once per hour. You could do like every half hour, minute and a half, every quarter hour, like every 15 minutes, 45 seconds. I find doing it all in one big block is the least disruptive, because then if I'm playing a game where, like, we're fighting the last boss kind of thing, I can pause if the ad break happens during that to avoid doing that, whereas if it was like every 15 minutes, I wouldn't pause it because that'd just be way too disruptive. But the 3-point is, but the speeds of the drive shafts and the hydraulic setups aren't. And they're often deliberately excluding their biggest competitors. Yep. Yeah, no, and that'd be kind of the thing is, I imagine, like I said, if you were a net new farmer starting for the first time, and, assuming you could get what you wanted kind of thing, equipment within a reasonable price, I couldn't imagine starting off with John Deere nowadays, based on my not being super knowledgeable on this field. External, just their business practices, I wouldn't want to work with them. Now, my understanding as well is net new farmers starting out for the first time usually go to all sorts of events to buy used. Do I need to be worrying about these boars? I know in real life they dig up your fields. I know they added them the last time. They're supposed to be a pest. I don't know what you'd end up doing about them, or if it's just they hurt your crop, giggle, deal with it. Like, is that a thing that I gotta worry about in my settings? Because I'm like, if there's something I have a play counterplay for them, I'm down to mess with it. Yeah, because it would be, I would imagine, right here. Because that's the thing. If they're just like, they show up and they're like the deer and they don't functionally do anything in the game, that's fine. I just keep seeing them pop over here. It's like, should I be caring about that? Because that's new with the one of the more recent packs to the game. That they added the boar. I haven't played to see what the impact is or anything about them. I'm not seeing like the texture change, like seeing where, you know, an animal has rooted up the dirt or anything, which is the problem with boars. They dig up the dirt and, you know, mess things up. Alright, so we got top off or sugarcane again. That was not the button I was looking for. Man, that makes sense. Yeah, because, like, I would... Let's see, in the animals under the other... Let's see, in animals under other, there are feeders, and you need to place 5 near wooded area, and it reduces the amount of crop damage. Ah, so the boars do damage crop. I don't know how I feel about that. And hey, Second Chance Gaming, how's it going? Yeah, because I'm assuming that's a game setting here as well if we wanted it. Wildlife crop damage. For those who have done that, like, how big a deal is that? Like, would you say that's a mechanic that you've been, like... Well, no, the idea is, sheep, they've got a better way of, well, not better, they've got a way of dealing it where you, you're supposed to put, like, planter kind of things around it. My concern with that, as it is presented, is that what qualifies as a wooded area on a custom map, I'm a little concerned by. And, like, I guess the idea is you'd put down feeders to deal with them. So I'm very mixed on that. Put a hay feeder out? I don't have a hay feeder. Does it add realism? Minor impact over multiple seasons. Yeah. I mean, realism for realism's sake, I make, like, literally on the Twitch side, my channel has the anti-realism tag, which is a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously, but it's when people we'll occasionally get people who get all bent out of shape because you'll do something in the game and be like, that's not realistic, and you'll be like, come on, man, it's a video game, calm down. You know, you don't actually want games to be maximum realism because you'd spend half your time doing paperwork and your back would hurt because you're farming. Because there is a lot of paperwork in farming. There is a lot of paperwork in farming. Yeah, no, it sounds like the idea is you would go to the wooded area, which I assume that would count, that might count. And you put down hay feeders. Let's see, they could be done a lot better, like some new features, but it's kind of cool, I guess. Yeah, I like the idea of seeing them around. Because like right now they're standing over there. I wouldn't call that spot there to my right wooded. Like that one tree over there I wouldn't call a wooded area. Because my fear is just custom map nonsense. Is I just basically need to have hay feeders everywhere. And I'm a little concerned that it would just be a thing that I just run around filling up hay feeders all the time. That's a bit of an exaggeration. It's kind of like right now we have the field stones on, but the field stones kind of end up being the same thing. That the impact they have is they do a little bit of damage to your equipment, you just have to repair them a little more often. But the big issue I have with the field stone more than anything else, unless you get mods, is the biggest piece of equipment to get the field stones is really small and not very fast. They don't want them placed in town. Yeah, no, I gotcha. But it's, like, I get the idea. It's, with custom maps, what does and doesn't qualify as forest is going to be very ambiguous. Like, is it within a certain number of trees in an area is considered forest, like, programmatically? When the mod makers are making it, they put down this is a forest tile, this is a field tile, this is, or, like, wilderness. I have no idea under the hood how that works. But I could definitely see that being a thing that could end up being obnoxious kind of deal. But yeah, so that's the reason I was like hesitant with that, because this map I know existed way before the boars were involved. So my concern was there is that I would need hay things over there, hay things over there, hay things over there. That way it's probably fine, but who knows. That it'd kind of be like the entire perimeter would need hay, and then like how much work it would be there. And then plus I gotta make hay, which means setting up the, well, I'd either buy it, which isn't that big a deal. I'd either need to buy it or I'd need to get grass and start processing, do the swathing, dry it out, all that. Which it's funny, because one of the things I actually did say, you know, what would I want for the next version of Farm Sim? So not just an expansion, but like the next expansion, or like the next big iteration of it. And for crop-wise, is the thing I said I would want the most, is like proper orchards. Not our olives and our grapes we have. That's fine. I don't care if it's citrus, I don't care if it's apple trees, I don't care if it's nut trees, I want a proper orchard where you are driving vehicles in between those trees, doing the thing where you like hydraulically grab the pecan trees and giving them a shake to drop all the pecans down, and then you got like the glorified broom that puts them in the middle of the row to kind of like, you know, windrow them into the middle of the row, and then you go through your second vehicle to just kind of forage your wagon, pick them all up. You'd love to see watering crops? I could see that. That's one, if they do that, I mean, they'll have an on-off switch, sure. But I would want it so you have the options of, one, taking the vehicle with a big sprayer, driving along after that, as well as having the irrigation thing where you have, like, the big overhanging pipe that sprinklers down on it. And, you know, you'd have some crops that need it, some crops that don't. You'd be able to, you know, spend money to kind of have the automatic systems where they could check the moisture of the soil and it would just, you know, spray it for you. But, you know, obviously it would cost more to set that whole thing up. I could get behind that one. That's definitely one of those ones. It would be curious on the implementation so it doesn't get to be very monotonous. But I could certainly see room for that. Because that would also be a thing that you could have differences on maps. Where you could have, like, you know, quote-unquote a map biome. That maybe some maps, watering crops is kind of a non-thing. You're like in a very temperate, wet area that you don't really need to water your crops. Nature will take care of it. And then on the other side, you could have like the more arid maps where watering is genuinely a major aspect of it. And you'd be able to make those choices. And even though like this map, let's say this was a temperate map, I would be okay if there being a toggle on it, being like, okay, you know, it is a temperate map, but just wink wink nudge nudge, it's actually an arid map. It has arid weather. So see, now the AI is good, we're freed up from a lot of monotony. Yes. Yeah, because it's kind of one of those things that there were some processes that could be really fun and all that to do really quickly, like spraying your fields was always one of those things that was not a very monotonous, very kind of efficient one. I have a line here that doesn't look right. Let me just fix this. There we go. You want in-depth animal system, like realistic livestock, real equipment breakdowns and maintenance. Okay. That are in-depth and be able to repair them. Yeah, so with the real being fair on what they probably will and won't be able to do, even a toggle for randomized droughts, so that, yeah, that could be another thing. It's one of your weather disasters. Maybe once every couple of years you might get a drought and you would have to deal with watering. But yeah, so like having the vehicles break down in the field. So I'm trying to think game mechanically, keeping in mind that Farming Simulator licenses most of their stuff. And I don't imagine John Deere and some of the other companies being okay with, like, you know, their vehicle randomly breaking down and then you need to go through like a whole thing. And I think you being able to repair it yourself, if it's more than just a you know, right click, your character hits stuff with a hammer, I don't see that being a realistic thing they'd be able to do. I think the breakdown of equipment is probably one of those things that the licensing is going to get in the way of them being able to do that. Not even a matter of technology or anything, that it is going to be a licensing issue. Yeah, but, well, so I'm not talking about like a technical dev, that kind of thing. I think it's going to be licensing. Because Farm Sim, that there is some, I don't know what the negotiations ends up being like, if money gets passed or agreements or whatever. But, you know, they get, you know, John Deere, Fendt, New Holland, and a bunch of these big brands. I think you're going to find a lot of those big brands are not going to be okay with their equipment randomly breaking down, even if that is completely realistic. It is one thing that there is a lot of stuff that could potentially happen that licensing gets in the way, unfortunately. So I do think there'd be a trick there. Now, the more in-depth animal systems, like, they could definitely do a lot with the animals. I agree. And there's a lot there they could do that would be interesting. That said, for the breakdowns and all that, modding 100% could do that, no problem. Absolutely, mods can make that happen. Because then they don't have to worry about licensing any, maybe not breakdown, but service truck to do maintenance. That already exists. And it'd be easy enough to allow faster wear rate setting. Now, what you'd like to see, but for some people maybe, yeah, I mean, one of the catches are, once you start getting later on in the game, you start having large areas, you can actually get to the point where some of the equipment will actually get to such disrepair, you start seeing significant impact working on one large field. Will there be other cool features like actual NPCs? So I can see reasons for NPCs. I can also see that taking away from like where you just do your farm. I think one thing I would love to see, and I've talked about this before, and it's probably a thing that a lot of people wouldn't want, I would like the pricing of crops to be dynamic. And I know they go up and down based on random variable or whatever, but I would love for them to be dynamic, that you would effectively have it where this wouldn't be required, purely optional, but you could have it where it kind of calls back to a server, and then pretty much what end up happening is the more people who are doing certain crops, there would be kind of a hidden, this is the demand for that crop, and that crop prices would effectively change based on how many players are doing that relative to other crops. I wouldn't want it to be if enough people play the game it drives down a lot of prices or anything like that. But I would want it to be a thing that, like, let's say almost nobody is growing olives. Like, basically nobody is growing olives. That the price of olives would go up. Thus, over time, as fewer and fewer people are doing the more laborious crops, the crop value would go up. Now, I would want there to be a hard limit on how low prices could get, so it's not one of those things that, like, because everyone's doing the crops that are easy like wheat, that suddenly wheat is utterly worthless to the point you can't make money doing that. You don't like the idea it's a server with other players' price? You do like the idea it'd wait NPC fields right in map? Yeah, that could be fine. I'm flexible on that. But yeah, I would like the idea of having some impact on the economy, like, you know, your own farming with the other people's farming, that it could affect the price. And I would even be down with the other farmers on the map would have some, like, hidden weighting that, like, whether they're more or less reactive to price changes. So you could have the one farmer who's not reactive to price changes. They grow strawberries. That's what they do. When the price on strawberries crashes, they're still going to grow strawberries. They just don't care. It's not about the money. They're a strawberry farmer. And then you could also have the farmer who the price fluctuates by 5% and they immediately jump on to whatever's the better price. Because I think that would be both realistic and interesting, that you would see the map change around you in a way that's meaningful. And it could also be a thing that, like, if you're in town and you're just endlessly planting wheat, that the other fields around you that were also wheat, you'd eventually see you'd effectively drive them out of growing wheat and then switch on to some other crop. But at the same time, if, say, there's 10 fields on the map and you own 8 of them and all of them are growing wheat, I would want it so, again, that there would be a bottom. It wouldn't be like it ever gets to the point of being non-economical to keep growing that crop or anything like that thing. But I'd want there to be, like, a non-zero impact from what the player's doing. Also, changing what is farmed should take into account if gear can handle that as well. Yeah, I mean, sure. Absolutely, I could see that. I don't think it needs to be that level of in-depth, though, in all honesty. I also think grapes specifically, because of the setup, probably wouldn't be one to be eligible for NPCs, because they wouldn't be able to manage that. It could also be a thing to see the other farmers farm. Like, you've got your other fields out there. It would be interesting to be able to, like, look over there and you see the other tractor moving around. Some farm scam simulator? I know you have a much harsher view on this than I do. I don't have nearly as negative of a view on farm sim so far as their packages and all that, but that's okay. That's a whole separate thing. But I'm enjoying it so far. We started some Surivorman challenge, and we rolled the dice with all of the crops on the list of what we were doing, because I managed to put together $1 million. And we rolled sugarcane as our very first crop to do. So we are doing sugarcane, which will certainly be a decision. Yeah, having others move around the world require comp resources and all that. Yeah, no, I'm okay, for the record, I'm okay with it doing a lot of hand waving, where, like, it goes to, like, the low poly model out in the distance, and it can just be like it doesn't do a lot of calculations, where it does a lot of fine driving unless you're standing right there, that it can, like, while you're not looking, teleport the tractor the other way and all that. I am down for it to cut a lot of corners there to save you CPU. But it could be interesting to be able to look over and just see a tractor moving across the field, even if it's, again, wink wink, nudge nudge, the crops are just disappearing. Okay, so we're gonna have to get more sugarcane. Let's see, if you have, like, 6 game workers in the game chugs, there are a lot of surrounding farms. Well, I wouldn't expect every single farm to have something in it, to be clear. I wouldn't want it to be, like, literally all the farms had people working on them every single month or whatever. And check out Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator, highly recommend. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about, is for your farmers and workers, you need them to all do their stuff correctly because all of that needs to be perfect. I'm definitely saying for the other farmers, if you were to have their equipment out there, again, hand wave the crap out of it. It doesn't need to accurately simulate that they have covered their entire field. That is not the button I wanted, it is the button I pushed. Like, definitely don't need them to accurately do any of that. Like, literally hand wave all of it. Right, no, absolutely. Like, I wouldn't care about it actually calculating the physics. Literally, it could be they just take the tractor, and when you're not nearby, it would just slide back and forth in the distance along the plane so it looks like it's driving. You wouldn't need to do, like, the physics of what's the weighting, should it bounce in this way, like... Literally, it can just go in the distance and pop around. It'd be fine in that regard. And then, like I said, if you're not watching it, you know, just teleport it around the corner. Don't make it actually calculate the full turn. If you're watching it, you can kind of do those things to, you know, there. So we need to go here, sugarcane. I'm going to end up with extra of this. But I don't want to have to sit there and buy them one by one to figure out where the sweet spot is. It's same with ETS. Apparently, we're possibly getting, in the future updates, our own trucks driving around the map. Yeah. Because it's one of those things, like... And for the record, like, American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, that's another one. They can do a lot of hand-waving on the behavior. It doesn't need to be accurate that they do every turn correctly or whatever. Because you could follow them, and while you're following them and nearby, it could be on one set of physics and all that, it's doing the calculation and all that to be more accurate. So like our workers are already in the game. But when you're not right there, you know, you just need them to follow the lane and have no more intelligence than that. Otherwise, you just have it like move the dot on the map. And I'm saying do that same kind of thing with the farm sim stuff. Like, your AI people need to work accurately, at least enough that if you hop in and out at any moment, they're roughly doing what they're supposed to do. So the simulation needs to be at least okay. But for the NPCs working their fields, who cares? Just make the thing do a grid back and forth up here. Don't even bother calculating like what the proper head rows or anything. Just make that thing go up and down the field. It can cut all the corners it wants. And just have it like update the texture or something as it moves. It's really a thing in older games. Oh yeah. I don't think I've ever seen my NPC trucks in American Truck Simulator. And I have a lot of trucks. That's part of it's like, people are like, you drive so recklessly, how are you making money? It's like, I have so many trucks in American Truck Simulator driving around doing work for me that I could literally just lose 30,000 on a delivery and still be profitable. Like, I have a fleet. Did you see a snowflake? You definitely did not. You have over 300 trucks in American Truck Simulator, I'm assuming. At one point, all customized to the 9s, never seen one in game. Yeah, I do not take the time to customize them. It's literally, I got a truck set up that I'm happy that could do whatever I needed relatively well. And so I just kind of hit a button and be like, make another of that truck. Okay, that's assigned to you. Make another of that truck. That's assigned to you. Okay, make another of that truck. That's assigned to you. Just take my money, I don't care. What driver's on there, what their stats, don't care. Whatever driver's available, go to work. You have 100 mods, 90% of them are skins. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is I don't even know what I'd want to mod much in American Truck Simulator. Because I was like, I've seen people was like, this is realistic rain. And first of all, when I saw the realistic rain mod, like, this looks like garbage. This is terrible rain. This is actively worse rain by a large margin. But yeah, there'll be stuff like, you know, more accurate street signs. No, like, no ticket for right on red. And all sorts of weird stuff. Which is fine, I don't care. Yep, standard configuration including library copy paste. Yep, exactly. Just got my setup, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. They're there to make me money. Okay, so I definitely bought more sugarcane than I needed, but like I said, I figured I was gonna do that. It's just like an extra $1,000, $2,000. Sugarcane regrows. Eventually would probably end up needing to replant it for whatever reason. And we're using this as our main crop, then ultimately what's going to end up happening is I'm going to want to set up where we make sugar and all that stuff. Let's see, ETS, you have things like real-life fuel prices, better truck physics, air suspension for the cab, a couple of voice mods with GPS, better lights, better FOV, and mirrors. Yeah, no, I can see a lot of people doing the graphic things. And do the sugarcane rot over season, or can plant left over to next season? So I don't know what happens if we don't harvest it. It does regrow. I imagine if you don't harvest it, it would be considered having gone bad. Like sugarcane, like I said, I've only done it once for an achievement in a past title, I believe, and then never came back to. Not because it's like, ah, it's so terrible. Oh, with the... Oh, no, it just stays in its box. It'll last forever. It's just like seeds and fertilizer. In farm sim, the boxes don't go bad. Let's see, the only mod you'd like to add is realistic branding on places, but you've never been that interested in doing the deep dive to find a good one. Even when you've seen people using them, they never have a link in their mod list. Thus, Truckers multiplayer became the extent I've gone down. Yeah. And for me, I don't care if I see like McDonald's or whatever, that's fine. I usually tend to, again, not really run much in the way of mods outside of quality of life. Like, in this run, the only mods I have are the official stuff that got... Because for those who don't know, each version with Farm Sim, they usually will drop a bunch of the vehicles off. It's not to be like, haha, you can go buy it again. Most of them they will release as, you know, official mods that Giant Software themselves make. But they are mods, and it's to keep the installation size and download size down. But you can go back through and then add all those mods to your game. So I've got those. And then the one and only extra mod I have, I actually don't have it loaded right now, is the universal loader I usually, or universal autoloader I usually will eventually add to my run. Like early on I tend not to use it, but there's a point when you get, you know, several production lines going, and you're like, okay, well now I'm playing Forklift Simulator. And there's things where you can set up distributing and all that to help with that. But there is some degree of just managing stuff that happens. Let's see, remember one of your mates almost bricked his ETS2 because he was using a mod that added Turkey and parts of Russia? And when a new update to the game came out, the mod removed Turkey, but didn't include a teleport for anyone in Turkey, and the game wouldn't load the save because it couldn't work out where to put his truck. Yeah. That's always the danger when you're getting into mods with something that's effectively supposed to be a one-save game. Like games that's like RimWorld where you do a run, then you die and you do another run. It's like, okay, you might brick a save that you've got a lot of time in. But, when it's a game that's like, you're going to be putting thousands of hours, or I should say hundreds of hours into one run as a normal part of the course, that's one to be a little bit more careful. Or again, like American Truck Simulator, Farm Simulator, you're only expected to ever have one save file. So those ones I don't want to take chances with like mods and much at all. It's actually one of those things that frustrates me when I play a game and you'll join with other people and it just loads a bunch of mods. And that can be fine if it is one of those ones I'm hopping in. It's not like my main save or whatever, who cares, you know, go play a game with someone who's running a bunch of mods. One of the ones that does irk me though, and this is one that Project Zomboid's notorious for, is you'll join a server, and they'll have 200 mods going. And, you know, I'll do that sometimes if it's like a special event, but generally speaking, if I see that, I'll back out and say, oh, I'm not playing in that server. Like, that's just too much. Like, some mods I'm willing to put up with, but that's too many. But you join the server, and now it subscribes you to every single one of those mods on the Steam Workshop. Which means later on when you go, oh, I'm going to start another Project Zomboid game, let me get my mods ready, and you pull it up, and now you've got this list of 200-something mods, of which you're trying to find, like, the 10 mods you normally run out of that list to get rid of or disable all the other ones, and it can be infuriating. Farm Sim has that to a lesser degree as well. If you join a server, it's got a bunch of mods, it will add them all to your list. And when you start a brand new save, I believe it defaults with all mods turned on, and you have to, like, turn them off when you're creating the save. And yeah, it's definitely one of those things that, like, after I join a save that's got a ton of mods in it, I'm very quickly I just don't want to play multiplayer now because I'm going to have to go through and clean this crap up, and I just don't want to. And one of the reasons you avoid Farm Sim multiplayer now is because you're one of those you play one of those heap mods and you're not keen on, and then just trying to figure them out, remove them all. Yep, exactly. So you end up with just this giant mountain of mods in there, and you're like, okay. And you have a bunch of them you remember. It's like, oh yeah, no, I like this mod that, you know, makes loans work more realistically. Or you'll have this other mod that you like, that you're like, yeah, Universal Autoloader. And then you'll have that mod that you got that you kind of liked, but it's kind of a new mod. You don't really remember what the name of it was. Is there no mod layout settings so you can just click on the default empty layout? Is there no mod layout settings so you can just click on the default empty layout? So you can choose to disable all mods. But there isn't like the idea of like a mod profile or something where I can go through and say, hey, set me back to this base point or whatever. Okay, so repair you. Repair you. Mod assist is a good thing to run lots of mods. Is mod assist a thing that Farm Sim has? But yeah, not a thing. Mod managers. But yeah, definitely a thing I need to do. Prize and Factorio mod pile. Oh, just for Factorio, do you also collect just tons of mods on accident? You're like, oh crap, I gotta find the ones I actually want, get rid of these other ones. Okay, so drop you off. And I know in real life I'm doing this in the wrong thing. You fix people's saves? I see. So I definitely should be moving these vehicles around so I can actually get to these easier. Alright. But I couldn't remember if it changes the lime requirement based on crop. I don't think it does. In real life it matters, but I didn't want to put down the lime and then realize... It's not like someone needs to set up some sheds. I mean, not necessarily sheds, I just need to not have these all bunched up where they appear. Like, I got this whole field that doesn't belong to me to go dump them in. Let's go dump them in my neighbor's field. And then we can just, you know, spread them out so they're not all on top of each other, so when we buy lime or fertilizer, it's piled in with all the equipment and I just gotta wiggle my way through to try and grab it all. So we're just loading up all these bags of lime. It's weird being early in this run and actually having okay equipment. I'm not used to that with a challenge. Fishing has absolutely changed so much about this game, early game when you're doing this stuff. And I've mentioned a couple times, I'm very torn on the fact that, like, fishing is the only way we can truly start with almost nothing and make money without mods. But at the same time, because of the thing where you clean up the trash and you get just money hucked at you, it puts it in a weird place. I do think I like it more than dislike it, even though it does let you kind of jump ahead. But honestly, once you get started, it doesn't take that long to get things going. Alright, so steering assist, that's fine. Oh. 1 second. With this field... Oh, right, it always gives a head row. I forgot about that. It's fine. Okay, that's the first time I had you wiggle way out of the way. So I'm not going to worry about the actual head rows. We're just going to run up and down the rows. Now, one thing to do when you're doing this is, every so often when you go through and you're doing the lime, or if you're spraying fertilizer and all that, every, like, other time or so, just change your lineup to, not be the exact same. It's like where I'm doing these rows, we're going to get some overlap that's going to start getting the lime to be a little bit off from each other. So it is just a thing to come through, like, next time I go horizontally across the field. The next time I go diagonally across the field. Just so it doesn't end up being a thing and all that stuff. Oh, they did fix precision part to save me for doing that? Nice. I was unaware. Let's see, it's probably where you don't mind the 0 to hero challenge. Rather than starting with 0, start with some small loan using realistic loan mod. That way the loan has fluctuating interest, takes repayments automatically each month, and if you don't pay the loan after X month, it starts to repossess equipment. Means one can start with some limited cash, but each month it's going to get things. Yeah, no, I've definitely started where instead you start with debt. Because I made the comment at the beginning is realistically, historically, when you look at the way you do these mods, is you'd end up giving yourself a tile of land, because that's just necessary to be able to, like, cut down trees or whatever, or mow grass and all that. And then you give yourself the basic equipment for doing that. And when you do the math, quite often it would come out to be over 100,000. And then you're kind of like, wait a second, I'm literally starting with an advantage over if I just hit, like, start from scratch and go. I'm literally getting more money in my freebies to make it so I can function on a Survivorman challenge. So I very much like that the fishing pole allows us to not have to do that. And like one of the ways I've done in the past, I've also started where I started with 100,000, but it was also debt, and that I wasn't allowed to get more money. I've done that start basically being like, the idea is you got your 100,000, the bank says no more. Now, normally in real life, you'd want to lime before you planted. But like I said before, is I kind of did it this way because I couldn't remember if the game cared about what crop you had planted for consideration of lime. I don't think it does. For all the stuff they have for realism and all that, there's definitely some stuff that they hand wave for the sake of just being reasonable to play. Otherwise, a lot of the stuff for a new player would be utterly obnoxious to deal with because you'd have to be like, you know, what am I growing? I don't know. How do I decide this? What do I do? And there's already enough of those problems with Farm Sim. You know, you don't want your player to have to already be a knowledgeable person about farming and know the details and ins and outs of farming just to boot up the game. I'm assuming for the overlapping spraying thing, they do some like normalization kind of thing where if you overlap it just kind of hand waves it out to be that. But do you remember doing a $1 million realistic loan on the seller's map, and you had to be like $35,000 worth of contract a month just to meet loan repayments? Well, you said was you could do contracts only with the equipment I own. Yeah, no, I did that exact one, Kravik. We did that on the 4X, I forget what the name of the map was. It was that really big map that had all the fields pre-laid out. And that the rules were, is I could only do contracts I could do with my own money. And we started ourselves, I think we started with $1 million in debt. And we only gave ourselves like, I think it was like $100,000 to start or something like that. And it had the realistic loan amounts mod or whatever. But the idea was it was a horrific debt, and you had to like, I had to make tens of thousands of dollars just to survive each month. That's not even gaining new equipment. You know, and we eventually did get to the point where I had more than enough money to make it all work. Which is kind of where we wrapped that one up. I don't think we had fully paid off the loan. No, we may have, it was only $1 million. We may have paid off the loan. The last little spot we missed there. And the last little spot here. Yeah, no, I think we did the same thing, was the speed of the game had to remain at 5 times, and I could go higher, but I couldn't go lower. Alright, so we got our lime loaded. We can move you over here. Okay, so let's take a quick peek real fast at if the field says anything else like needs weeding or whatever. I think it does. I'm pretty sure we do need to weed the field with sugarcane. Oh, no, wait. We plowed it. It doesn't need to be weeded. Plowed fields don't need weeding. So we're good. If I cultivated it, I'd need to weed the field. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. It was brutal trying to get through the winter months. Oh yeah, no, I remember that because the only contract you get is like the log hauling one and cut down the trees, and the trees weren't worth crap. The log hauling ones are actually relatively okay. Okay, right. So I don't need to worry about the weeding. Now, the other thing we're going to need to do is I am going to need to be able to sell these pallets. So this one. All right, Lextra, you take it easy. So we can load the pallets up on this, and that's certainly one option. So you're 20,000. First, let's check our sales. I mean, you'd also work. I just can't remember if I could strap things to that. The other option we do is the classic of just taking the truck we end up using so much during the other maps, which is this one. I don't think I want to spend the 67,000 for this one. But you could do... Yeah, you could do that and just chuck the pallets on the back. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. It's definitely $40-something thousand more. But then I wouldn't have to do the trade around. And this does have the edges. And I know we can strap things on there. Plus, most importantly, is I can actually paint it and make it look the way I want it to look. The hell with it. This is probably not what I should be spending my money on. It's fine. No. Okay, how many... So one thing we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and go in here, and you are just going to straight up sell that now. Stop holding on to it. Okay. Oh, good. I was like, I don't know what that's doing. I was hoping the length of the forks here. We definitely are not improving our situation. Well, crap. I was hoping I'd get away with getting 6 on here, where I'd have 2 stacked too high. And then go 2 deep. I think 4 is good enough. Otherwise, we'll spend the whole time doing this. Where'd you get your forklift license? I definitely did not. Because normally what you'd want to do is take these, put them on like some type of thing, just a couple at a time and whatever. Whereas I'm trying to grab a bunch all at once so I can take less trips back and forth, but I'm fighting with it more than I should, that if I just do the trips we can get this going. It's a command you use where it takes you to an extension that shows everyone's pronouns in chat. Used to only be in Chrome, and they added it to Edge and Firefox, so you went to install it and hit the wrong chat. Yeah, no, and I've got a an extension that does the same thing, where anyone who's entered their stuff, it'll show it to me. You know, a lot of people don't, but it's a useful thing. It helps a lot when you're doing content creation, for those who don't know, because when you say, like, you know, names like Amazon Tiger or something like that, you're like, man, I don't know, I have a clue what pronouns to go with that. And so usually you'll use they when you don't know. But if someone takes the time to set their pronouns up, it makes it way easier for you. Perfect. Wait, that's why I switched it to just selling, because otherwise this will end up becoming more and more of the thing as the run goes on. It's also a reason why the few mods I'll usually load eventually is the universal auto loader, because then when you just pull up next to it, you can be like, load these things up, and it just teleports them on. I kind of wish there was like a halfway in between where, you know, you could have it teleport on, but the idea is you'd have effectively a worker doing it. It's places like Twitch that you find the great examples of explaining to someone how it's really easy to just use they rather than he, she if you don't know. Yeah, no, absolutely. Did I like... Actually, no, it's... Is that lowered? That is lowered. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the easiest one, is like when you have handles, there's no way to know. I am for the life of me having a problem moving that. No, that's down. It's just because when I'm going up the hill, I'm at an angle. So roll it out of here. There we go. We're just trying to fight to like actually get the forks on it right away. I could have gotten that done much faster. Okay, so next time we go, as long as I manage to get these 4 back, I'll try and put one more up on top so we can do just one more run. And hopefully that won't be nearly as difficult to deal with. But this is the first crops we're getting, is just selling mushrooms. You don't mind that it works this way, but in real life you can't balance a pallet on a single fork and go too wide. No, you'd get yelled at a lot even if you could balance it. But yeah, no, a lot of times it's just not going to work out. I haven't driven a lot of forklifts, only a couple of times, like working at the manufacturing plant. But yeah, I'd always just pick up stuff and move on. There's no let me see if I can't toss like 5 boxes on here. It's just pick up your 1 box, you move it from one spot to the other, you put it down. And that was kind of the extent of it. You know, and then the idea is you do that a lot. But especially the idea with these of like stacking these like 4 and 5 deep and all that. That is going to make that way harder to deal with. And really it should have the one that's stacked closer to me, but I'm just taking it as we can grab it. If we lose one, we go back and get it. Not quite what I had in mind. Okay, most likely when I stop after going at speed here, the front left one's gonna be yoinked off by the weight of the one that's slowly shifting over to it. That's not the one I expected to get away, but okay, we'll come back for it. Alright. This will be the last time I need to forklift this stuff. Because right now we're just going to sell it. Get our money from it. That'll be a trickle income as we go. I do think I'm going to spend the 10,000 to get the thing where I can fill up water right there. To spare me laps. Because it looks like people mentioned there's water up here somewhere. I think it's probably right over there. Which is closer than I was going across the entire map. But also still relatively long drive, even if I have to only do it like 2-3 times a year or whatever. Well, that's fine, because it'll pay for itself relatively quickly. It's probably every day we're probably getting like 2,000-3,000 bucks maybe out of that greenhouse. Nah, maybe not that much. But we're still making some money. And I don't feel bad about selling it considering I do have the forklifts, you know, so it's not like Handwave, give me the free thing. I've got the equipment we're paying to have that access, and they're taking a cut when we do that. Okay. We'll go here, construction, do this, grab you. That's a dangerous one to put it that way. Okay, now let's try putting it down there. And the reason I did it that way is by doing this, if I could squeeze that in there. Yeah, I was gonna say, it will flatten itself out to the greenhouse. Versus if I did it the other way, it potentially have a lot of other issues. Okay. So that one we're paying like $50 a month or whatever it is to have that there. But the water's free and it doesn't require me to drive all the way to the other side of the map. There's another one you can get that's just like a little squatty silo thing. And I want to say that you have to pay for the water. It's still not too expensive. But you get the idea. And we're just topping off our greenhouse before we advance the month. Then we got to figure out what month it is that I will need to harvest the sugarcane. And we harvest the sugarcane. That'll be in October. There won't be a whole lot for us to do between then and October, so we'll just go ahead and advance the months. It'll probably be a thing that I might end up turning around at some stage and starting to cut back some of the random trees here and there. For right now, I'm taking the tile as it is. And each tile we wanted, I think, was around $120 or so thousand. All right. And with that, I think the field's in good shape. There's no negatives on it. It says fertilizer and nitrogen are good. We're expecting a yield of over 100%, so that's pretty good. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and advance our month. And we're now working our way over to October. And the next big considerations to make is more is one certain option. How much is the sugarcane factory? I believe it's going to be unreasonably expensive. Or I shouldn't say sugarcane factory. The factory we process sugarcane. Cement, dairy, cereal, grain, grape, paper, oil, saw, sugar mill. I mean, not as much as I thought, so 240,000. They've added more of these things in the game since time went on, but I believe they're the same price. They can get the little tiny sugar mill. I'm not going to bargain the tiny one. And I think these are the same buildings, but different aesthetic. Yeah, so 240,000. In real life here, the sugar mill is has a attached power plant as it runs on the residual stock. Gotcha. So we check here. Sales. Nothing I need right now. Let's go ahead and check on you. Make sure you don't have any warnings being like weeds and all that. Yeah, sugarcane growing. Love to see it. That slurry, that is a tipper trailer. Alright, so we go to October. Yeah, so 240,000 would let me make a sugar mill. And the sugar mill is the thing that's going to start making that sugarcane actually make us relatively decent money. By itself, the sugarcane's not going to be particularly great. It'll be alright money, if I remember correctly. Well, that's fun that you'd give me some of these bigger cedars and all that stuff. Yeah, but it's just coming along. Alright. Because then we can do our first harvest and see how that goes. I'm also curious if the harvester will damage the crops as I go over it, or how any of that works. Because, like I said, I did like the 1 or 2 harvests or whatever I needed for purposes of satisfying the achievement, and I didn't get back to it. Okay. And there's some hail. I will say, the sugarcane looks cool. So, that's a pretty good one for just having large volume. I'm not going to worry about that, I don't think, though. Not till we know what our next crop is. We're at July. Because I would like to get our first proper crop harvest out before we wrap up stream. We still have over an hour left to, well, about an hour left to stream. But we'll go a little bit long if necessary to get our first crop harvest. I'm also curious where we're going to get this trailer tipper that's going to be pulled behind the harvester. If that's going to be reasonable or not. There's a chance I will need to buy better. Alright, so this is actually pretty cool here. Having the giant field of sugarcane, you can barely see through it all. That actually looks pretty neat. There is nothing on sale used. Okay. September. I mean, that's honestly worth considering getting the semi-front, because that will let me get the big trailers later. I think we hold off on it for now, and the reason I'm holding off on it for now is for the sugarcane, as part of the rules that we had the first time we did this, is when I roll a crop that says, like, I'm going to do this crop, I need to set up the production line for that crop. And I don't need to maximize the production line, I just need to actually have it going at what's, like, a reasonable rate. You know, just to make me like, I am properly doing that crop, so I don't be like, oh, here's a crop I don't like, I made 1/10 of an acre of it. Oh yeah, like, this is straight up a jungle here now. Alright, and it is money-making time. I have not checked on this the whole time. You're fine. And again, stuff on sale, that's pretty cool. Alright, so. Can I not actually hit you? I bought that with the intention of hitching you here. I got the trailer hitch, and you do not seem to like that. All right, let's do a quick shop, see what we can do here. Let's go down here to the sugarcane harvester and see if I can't figure out what hitch I can actually use, or which of these. Because my intention was to go here, and you don't tell me what type of connection you are. Always one of the painful things. Yeah, so we've got the trailer hitch. And my assumption with the trailer hitch is it would go to these. And these only tell me that I can combine them with the other things there. And both those have the pinned style. So I'm a little confused at what works with you. Because I assume what happened is that pin comes out, that goes out of the way, and you'd hook up to the thing that we already have. Because I don't know how a big flat thing would hook up to anything. But it's definitely not giving me the option. So the combination buttons, unfortunately, for the things here, is that you can hitch those to other of themselves. So I can actually take this, I can hitch you, and then hitch another one back here, and then hitch another one back there. You get the idea. But I was going to expect this to, the sugarcane trailer to hook to that. Now granted, and on the harvester, it doesn't have a combinations button, unfortunately. Try the reverse side for science? Sure. That'd be weird that it would go backwards, but sure, why not? I haven't used this piece of equipment in a long time, and I don't even think I used it this way. Yeah, I can't even get the angle on there, unfortunately. I'm assuming I need just a normal trailer. It's just a little weird to me that the special purpose trailer for the thing doesn't work with the thing. And it could be that in real life that's kind of the idea. So unfold harvester. It's nothing like that. And change the pipe in, which then twists whichever way it's needed. Which is cool, for the record. Because the plan had been to have the trailer right there so it could empty into its own trailer. And then, you know, potentially it could pick up from that trailer. But that doesn't appear to be the case. And I'm a little hesitant to buy another trailer without really knowing for a fact it is going to work. We'll see if this works. Gotcha, the yellow one does. That's kind of annoying. Let's go to this corner so it doesn't try and cut through the middle of the field like that. That's fine. We can just do it this way. We'll see how long it takes to fill up this trailer. Maybe, maybe not down the road. I grab a second trailer on that. I can also just probably grab a really big trailer for the semi or whatever, and that would work too. That said, it looks like the sugarcane is going to be very high volume. Considering we barely touched that and we were already at 6% on this trailer. So it could very well be a reason to buy the semi with the giant trailer and do that. Yeah, where I made that go off the tile a little bit. This is going great. It's got similar problems to the root crop, with the one caveat is at least this thing bends, so it's not straight out the side. It's also a very tall trailer, so I'm getting caught up on stuff a lot. Okay. So let's go ahead and do a quick adjustment. First, you're fired. Second, let's sell this and get rid of this frickin' thing. And then let's find a different trailer to do this. Because this trailer, which the idea behind this trailer is it's tall, so I'm supposed to be able to tip it into a different trailer made specifically for sugarcane, definitely seems to be the wrong play. Now, because we are selling this, let's actually see how much a price difference it gets before we do this. I'll end up needing to sell it, but we could do some stuff here to make it last long. So let's go check sugarcane. I wonder if that's a map problem or what this is. Because that's not updating the prices. I did, Duckweed. It's not working. So this particular trailer seems to not work with it. Maybe it tips the other way? I'm finding this trailer seems to not be a good time. So try going here. Got this nice and along this right side. It does not appear to give me the option to dump it out. So we'll try again from this side. I'll get nice and close. No option to dump it out. Let's see if maybe I'm off and it really needs a lot of space. I'm a little concerned that this is, why is it saying balance 1 million? Alright, 1 second. Something squirrely. Let's save the game, and let's do a reload. It could be something going on with mod stuff or whatever. Let's just reload the save, because it's acting like I have $1 million on that screen. But in my actual save, you only have 144,000. I don't have anything that should be thing. You can't silo sugarcane? No, you can't silo sugarcane, correct. I'm trying to sell it. That's the sell point, to be clear. That's what I'm confused by. Now, it could be that I just need to go and take it to the other side where the pallets come in. I haven't sold sugarcane on this map, and it should accept sugarcane, because it'd be really weird for them just to randomly omit one crop for sale. Because usually, including all the crops is just kind of just listing and saying yes to all of them. But considering it's not pulling up the prices correctly, I'm assuming something was just kind of messed up. Maybe because of the fishing and all that this map existed before fishing, that maybe by fishing I've confused something. That doesn't sound like something that'd be a thing. Okay, so prices. Alright, so we do have prices actually showing now. Sugarcane. Sugarcane gets sold at the farmer's market. So the price from the highest to the lowest is... So honestly, selling in October, I'm getting almost the right price. So it does sell at this specific spot. This is where I need to be selling it. Let's loop around again. Because I still don't know which way or how this tips. Okay, no choice to tip here. I have a feeling this one is basically intended strictly for tipping into... Yeah, so it doesn't give me an option to tip this at all. So the thing I'm learning is to not mess with this trailer. So people mentioned that other trailers work on this. So let's get a different trailer for doing our sugarcane, and then dump this into that trailer, and then get rid of this abomination of a trailer for all eternity, and never look at it ever again. So you're trying all the semi-trailers, and they do seem to work. You just need to avoid the higher ones for the spout. So what we're going to go ahead and do is try that. So let's grab you. You're calm about this, Calamity? Yeah, it's just one of those things when you're dealing with some of the stuff in Farm Sim. One big negative the game has is it can be very, very confusing at times at what can hook up to what. There are different connection points, and if you happen to remember, like, all the 3 points can connect to the other 3 points, but when you get to something that's not a 3-point connector, it is really hard to tell one from the other. It is one of the things I would say is a major pain point in the game. Now, granted, it's not a problem you run into super often, because there's not many things you're dealing with that are using a straight-up connector. But yeah, so you're saying a regular old semi-trailer connection on the back seems to work on this? Because I figured that trailer would work with it. I'm actually a little bothered that the sugarcane trailer does not work with the sugarcane harvester. And what people are saying is the smaller sugarcane trailer does, potentially, but it's not this one. And that even if it's a realistic, real-life one, it's like, hey man, but you gotta communicate that crap. Now, almost all of these can take the sugarcane stuff. So you're 26,000. So we do have this semi has its front. We can go and potentially do this. So let's grab you. I don't want mirrors. Those cost extra. We don't need the engine. We don't care about the day cab. All this is fine. We got our orange style going here. We definitely don't want a license plate of any kind. So we can get you, and we can use you for hauling our stuff. So I'm going to buy this, which is probably making a mistake. Cool. We'll worry about fixing you later. And then now what I want to do is go to our truck fronts. We can grab, I believe that was the one we just got. Combinations. We've got all our trailers in the back here. And so what I want to do is get one of these that lists sugarcane. So that one would work. Those ones don't. We got some of these I can't afford. There are a bunch of these I can't actually use, but there are definitely ones we can. Yeah, so it's going to be this one or that one. Yeah, so these two work with the sugarcane. And they're both ever so slightly outside my price range. All right, 1 second. We can solve this problem in the easiest way possible, because it's literally a couple $100. We're going to go here. We're going to visit that tile. And right over this hill is a little bit of water. And we're not releasing this fish. Alright. Now I have the money. So I can go here. Combinations. Yeah, so I'm trying to guess which one I think has the higher sides. You're relatively high. I think you're going to be the higher one. So let's grab the crone. My assumption is this will absolutely not work with that, which is fine if that's the case. Yep, because I don't see any way that would possibly hook up. Which is fine. So you get out of the way for a moment. So this thing's designed to be able to dump from one trailer to the other. That's like what it's supposed to do. And for the life of me, I see. Okay. 1 second. I see. I can make this work. So let's go sell this junk real fast. Then we'll take the semi and we'll start getting this sugarcane. I'm probably going to need to go and a couple of those trees along the outer edge will probably need to be cut down. So yeah, where I'm expecting a button to be like the tip button, it's a manual tip. Which is a little weird because all the other tip trailers I'm aware of in the game, I think some of you can do that kind of control, but there is the manual thing. I don't want to heap it on the ground. That is a thing you can do in this. But that's fine. So we're learning. Either way, I don't like this trailer. It's gonna go away. So I don't know exactly where it's gonna put that. So let's make sure. Yeah, we'll just pull it straight. Let's make sure it's gonna be over there. So we can dump this in here for the money. Okay, so let's get rid of this trailer. I dislike it. I don't want any part of it anymore. Like, I still think I'm ultimately going to want a trailer for putting behind that. Actually, here. Let's think about this. So we did say before we bought the semi. I'm going to back out and reload before we bought the semi. And the reason for that is I think I would rather get a trailer that hooks up to the harvester. So the harvester can do all that, and then we can detach that, grab that trailer, and run off. Because I have a feeling if I'm trying to do this thing, we'll be dealing with the same issue that the parsnip and all that have that makes them awful to deal with, is that like getting yourself alongside the harvester while the AI is doing whatever it's doing. You're just going to be doing all this back and forth trying to get yourself into that sweet spot to have it inch forward, and then you have to like reposition yourself. And that's just a corners problem. Straightaways are fine. But if I have the trailer sitting behind there, it can just run until that trailer is full. And then when the trailer is full, then we can turn around and just deal with that. So we reverse time to back before I bought the semi. I do still have the sugarcane in that trailer that we're going to just empty out and deal with. I don't mind if it ends up being a semi-trailer anyways. What I need to do is the adapter that adds some length to torque in the base game. I have no idea what you're talking about. This machine here has very little customization. The only customization is I can add a hitch to add a trailer. And the issue was we grabbed the sugarcane trailer thinking it would work with this, and then it did not. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out is which trailer I can use on this harvester. Tongue knock torque? I don't know what you're even talking about with that, Captain Pirate. So I have no idea. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, if you mean where you can make a semi-trailer work with the dolly, I do not have any mods that change anything there. But there is, base game, there is a dolly thing for attaching a semi stuff. The catch we're running into right now is just the fact of trying to find the trailer. Base game dolly doesn't work. Okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what trailer can I use with that harvester without consideration of mods. Base game out of the box, it's got a trailer hitch I have attached to it that I spent money on in game. What is the trailer it can connect to? Because like I said, that's kind of the one pain point of this game is sometimes it's like, okay, I bought this thing, what can I attach to it? And when you're like, again, your 3-point connections, it all works and all that, but it's trailer hitches. There's like 2 or 3 variations, and there's not really a great way of comparing to figure out which one's what. So let's get rid of this trailer because this trailer I do not like, nor is it all useful for my purposes. So you can go to that trailer, sell, give. They should list what hitches are compatible with what tractors now. The problem is a lot of them, the problem is they'll be like, this is the John Deere quick attach trailer, and it's just a stupid ball trailer. And it's the same thing as all the other stupid ball trailers, but it's like the name brand TM thing, which I'm sure with the licensings they are required to do. So let's, before we spend money on trailers, let's save again. Because if we look at the harvester doesn't give us any useful information. But we're just going to check it again. So we don't have down here combinations. We can go to customize, and we can add this. No UI gets added here to tell me what type of hitch we're adding. But we do have a trailer hitch, and we are seeing a thing connect. But I don't recognize that hitch style. So I don't know what to do there. Now, if we turn around, we go to sugarcane transports, you do the combination. It only shows that it can connect to other instances of itself. If we look at this one's connector, that looks like it, it would go on the ball. Fair enough. If we look at this one, that one's a different style. Let's see, all the licensing requirements we don't know we have to be is a nightmare for management. Yep. You consider that a bug? Let's see. I mean, it's not a bug, but it is confusing, and I do feel like it needs to change. So like, this tells me it's a twin radial or whatever. I mean, that's twin radial tires. So you're 20,000 liters. And you're 28,000 liters. I still don't love this style. But someone here earlier mentioned that this works with the specific trailer. And why can I not scroll up my chat? There it goes. Someone had mentioned it works with the Brandt Hare TR34090 plus PT Works, or Branther. I have no idea what that is, but we're going to go ahead and look at our trailers and see if that's a trailer. So trailer, do we see Branther here? There's a Branther. Let's see Branther. Is that the one that was being referred to? That does look like it. So looking on that, so that looks like the correct style there. And then we can add an extension that makes it taller, which should be okay for our purposes. Let's go ahead and paint it orange because that's a requirement. That's just the way it's got to be. And that's 49 M3. But yeah, so again, all the information here. What if you click on the harvester, then hit combination? There is no combination button there. Maybe the wiki for this game could be answer questions. It probably could. I have a strong stance that if for basic information on a game that should be in game, I have to leave the game, that I should reflect that in my content, and that is a failure on the game. I know it's being a little stubborn, but if you have to go to a wiki to do basic game stuff... Okay, so it does connect, but I will need to... I will need to drag it over here and take the extension off. Which is fine. That's reasonable. I'd still want to do that, because then I can use that trailer for other things. Okay, so we go to customize, extension no, and then... Okay. This seems like it's actually going to be usable now. Interestingly enough, I expected it to get rid of my stuff, and it kept it, so that's cool. Hey, Bean Down Under, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But welcome on in, raiders. We are regretting growing sugarcane because I'm doing a Survivorman challenge, and we did our gamble for like what would be the first crop we're gonna do, so we spun a big wheel with all the crops on it, and the game said sugarcane. Well, I mean, a separate independent website said sugarcane. You get the idea. So we got that all set up. Just dealing with some pains of like what trailers actually do work with this and what ones don't. I think we got it figured out. And I have done sugarcane before a long time ago. That's a 2-man crop. What am I getting stuck on here? Go right through the middle and cause a riot? It wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, I'm trying to pick up where we left off because trying to fight with everything. I do like the pivot on this. So like the harvester, I do like that it pivots to the trailer. Good news, it regrows, so you can do it every year. That is the plan. So for the rules I have with the challenge, with what I'm doing here, okay, make sure we got everything set up. Unload here, turn off harvester, yada yada. Okay, so make sure you're actually doing... That does not feel right. Turn off harvester. Harvester's good. I guess we're fine. Maybe. Why do you feel like you're not doing? Because you're definitely not doing. Oh. Oh man, it's been a hot minute. There we go. So there's not a fold harvester, there's not a up and down on this. I'm sketching myself out here. It's fine. We'll just shove it around. Anyways. But yeah, but thank you again so much for that raid. I do apologize about being distracted. I have played a lot of Farm Sim in the past, like a lot of Farm Sim in the past, but I've done sugarcane like one time for, I believe, an achievement in Farm Sim 22. And I have played a hot minute, and we're definitely running into some pains figuring ourselves out. So, you look like you're all set up. There's no lower, there's no anything else. I think I'm just not committing enough out of fear of like crushing my crop or whatever. You are just crushing crop. What am I messing up on? Hey, Salford Sal. How's it going? Okay. Ah, it wasn't lowered. I was on the wrong thing. All right, 1 second. We're going to do a quick revert here. Without saving. We'll get our trailer back without any of the other thing. Yeah, no, it's, I was selected on the wrong thing because I'm rusty. So we're going to do a quick revert so we don't have a big line of things there. But thank you, Salford Sal, for so much for the raid. If we can get a quick shout out for Salford Sal as well. So again, did we get the shout out for Being Down Under? Let me make sure we get the shout outs in order that they happened. So 1 second, Being Down Under. So shout out for Being Down Under, who was playing some Farming Simulator 25. Awesome. I hope you've been having fun with whatever you've been doing in that. Do you have a really fun thing going on in your farm? And also, if you got a raid and run, let me know. But, so thank you so much for that. And for those who don't know, Salford Sal, another fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. So before I forget, let's go here and get our trailer. But another fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. We want this one, no extension, and we want it in orange because that's the correct color. And do that. If we can get a shout out for Salford Sal once it comes off cooldown, we'll do that. And all that good stuff. But thanks so much for those raids, everyone popping in here. And also, before I forget, with Being Down Under, because that's not what I meant to do, but that'll achieve my goal just as well as the other one. Don't show me your trailer. There you go. I will follow you for checking you out. Sorry. We'll go ahead and check you out later and all that good stuff, because I'm unfamiliar, and it's always good to find other people going on there. But, let's hear back to playing All Will Fall. We are back gonna grab some stream snacks. Nice. Yeah, no, I enjoyed what I played of All Will Fall. But yeah, no, All Will Fall was excellent. But, let me go ahead and really quickly get that shout out for Salford Sal before I forget, because if I get into this and I don't do it, I'll forget, and then I'll feel bad. But check out Salford Sal. Also plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. So has done stuff like, you know, Oxygen Not Included, RimWorld, doing some All Will Fall, a lot of, like, Going Medieval, a bunch of these. Does, like, these really, Timberborn has done lots of Timberborn, so does, like, a lot of these, like, really big project kind of runs. Oh, and because people were telling me to, go ahead. So here's my prom. We've got that lifted, we got that lowered, pipes out. Switch over to steering assist. Yeah, no, that was, I thought I had paused the trailer, but Twitch is notorious for you'll be like, okay, we got this all paused, and then, like, it finishes loading in and it kicks it back in again. But yeah, so we're doing the Surivorman challenge, and for the record, I do play a wide range of games on the channel. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You will notice there's a past tense on that. But definitely have played a number of games on the channel. Do like a lot of city builder, settlement builder, simulation, life sim, you know, kind of like your Stardew Valleys, whatever, factory automation, a very wide range of games. But, you know, very solidly variety streamer. But I have done a ton of farm sim on the channel in the past. But doing ourselves a brand new Surivorman challenge. And the reason why we're doing sugarcane and why we seem to be apparently nowhere near on our line and I'm not seeing the GPS, I don't know. We're just going to commit to it. Probably farther upsetting people. We're going to be going through a lot of trailers. This is already over a third filled and we've done one row. it does actually have a pretty decent volume it can handle. Oh no, that was our stripe. Well, we still ran over a couple of sugarcane to upset ourselves later. So maybe cutting through the middle of the field that I'm immediately regretting my decisions. That's fine. So it does seem like sugarcane is going to have the problem. What is your issue here? That we are going to run into problems where it's going, like, it does seem like it's a very high yield crop. Yeah, no, that tree's probably got to go. It does seem like it's going to be a very high yield crop, which is good news. But we're going to have to get that figured out. Now, I did ultimately put up a big wheel of all the crops, and I hit the spin button and said, what are we growing first? And it said sugarcane. So we are learning our lesson with sugarcane. It is a painful lesson indeed. But what we'll end up doing from here is we'll get the sugar factory so that we can take our sugarcane to the sugar factory and make sugar, because that's kind of how that all works. Yeah, the prices were headed down, but if we looked at the price, it was something like 157 was the max price to expect per year. And we did manage to snag it at a bit under that. I'm just gonna go straight through here again. Because it's seeming like as I'm turning the trailer, it is causing crop destruction. So I am killing some of my sugarcane. Oh, you better get to the other side before you fill up. Or this is going to be a real mess. Alright, so we need to detach the trailer. And go grab that and do a drop-off. This is going to actually take a bit of work to harvest. Yeesh. But yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good that we'll get our money back. We might not get as much as we want out of this. Because sugarcane, we can't silo it. But we can go ahead and sell it. And then down the road, we'll want to go ahead and load it up into the, we can load it up into a sugar mill. Now the question is, does the sugar mill have enough storage in it that I can load it up once a year and it have enough space? Because if not, if I have to load it up more than once during the year, then what I'm going to need to do is have a warehouse to dump this all on the ground. Sugar mills take forever to process sugarcane. That's probably fair. Yeah, so that's 4,000 for one trailer full. We will actually make an okay amount of my math is right, because if we think about it, that trailer was basically one down and then one across the other way. We really didn't take up much of the field, so it does seem like it's a very high volume crop, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, it does seem like I'm going to do a lot of passes, and each pass is not a lot of money. The fact that that turns towards the trailer, which is really cool, it does really mess with my ability to tell where things are going to go. Did you switch off of... No, you got steering assist on. It's fine. It's because this field's like right on the edge. Okay, so getting the sugarcane is going to take me a hot minute. Yeah, I can see why people are like, this is a two-man job, even though you can definitely get this harvester emptying into its own trailer and yada yada. It definitely also feels like the kind of harvest that you would want one person just running trailers back and forth. Hey Sal, how's it going? I think you can switch to that raid and all that stuff. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just work on harvesting this field. Yeah, I could also see not being able to use the sugarcane trailers on this, even if it had the right hitch, because it'd be too tall. Alright, let's turn around. Yeah, you need one harvesting. And yeah, you could definitely want at least one person just running back and forth. Just, you know, harvester drops off the trailer, have the next trailer already staged for it. It grabs the next trailer, gets back to work. You know, the other person goes, grabs that trailer and runs it off. Because yeah, the volume here is serious volume. So I imagine this is good money. So like when I did my test of this, because I take that back, I did actually test this when Farm Sim 25 first came out, but I took like a really tiny field, and I didn't have to put a lot of work into getting it set up because it was just a tiny little field. I planted it, harvested it, because I did all the math when Farm Sim 25 first came out, where I took each and every crop and I had this one tiny little field. I got everything prepped, and then just basically put the crop in, harvested the crop at like the highest yield you can get, you know, within like rounding error or whatever. And then sold it at like the peak market and compared all the prices there. And I want to say sugarcane did relatively well. I want to say for the acreage, not the human hours, for the acreage, you got a relatively good year-for-year profit, not counting initial investment on equipment or anything like that. I know I'm just shoving this trailer everywhere. I'm trying to go around the outside of the field so like hopefully I can start doing passes. But yeah, it seems like if I miss by much, the trailer's the same size as the harvester, I end up destroying just a little bit of sugarcane here and there with this trailer. So very much straight lines is the order of business. We'll see how bad I've messed up the field when we have our second year. And I don't have enough capacity for another full row, but I am going to get a partial row, because as fast as this thing fills up, if I stop every time we hit like 70 or 80%, we're never going to get this done. It also feels like whatever's left of that sugarcane there, I should be able to sweep up and not sell, but use as like fertilizer or something. All the leaf debris. You know, you probably can, because that probably counts as chaff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There was a raid? Yes, there was. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. And get you out of the way. And go grab that trailer. It's one of those things that makes me kind of interested. There is a, there was a semi that, I think it was a Volvo, that you could leave behind, like, the top parts of the semi. So you'd have, like, one trailer, but you had, like, these things you could, like, pull on and off of it. And it feels like this might actually be a good use case argument for it, where if you could get a trailer that you could tip up into those things, that you could attach to this, you could just go by and then just fill one of those up after the other, and then be able to just ship them out whenever, because you'd also run into the thing there where you don't want the loose stuff laying on the ground all over the place where it can rot where it rains. But if you had all those trailers just sitting around full of the sugarcane and you use them as able, you could, like, slowly fill up the sugar mill and all that, or take them to the sell point. I'm actually more trying to find use cases for that one particular truck, because it is kind of cool to be able to, like, leave your semi-backs, but it not just be, like, a bunch of these random, like, full trailers with wheels and all that. Alright, Kakarot, you have a good one. Okay, and there's another batch of sugarcane. A full trailer of sugarcane is only 4,000 bucks, which is a little rough. But the whole field is going to be probably some pretty good money. It's just the fact that, you know, 2 rows is filling this thing up, and then I get 4,000 bucks for it. There's a lot of back and forth. But if we get the sugar mill and we can fill it up, that should be decent. That's also a big thing, because it does mean, if I were to just wanting to lay the crop on the ground and then pick it up, it'd be a whole process. Alright, go pick you up again. I'm guessing rolling over these, we aren't destroying the crop. Because if we are actually properly destroying the crop with this trailer going over it, it would make this whole thing literally worthless. Because we would just be destroying all of our crop every single time. Either that or I'd need crop tires on everything. Or to turn off crop destruction and just surrender that. But I usually keep crop destruction on. I generally like the mechanic. This is the first time I'm really running into weirdness around it. It's also a thing, this, considering this is filling up every 2 passes, And it's not a very wide pass. Is all that building up the ground just waste? Yeah, that's all the leaves. So basically, we're taking the actual sugar cane, like the big, like, core piece of it. That's getting, like, chopped up, chucked in the back for being processed into sugar later. And then all the leaves are just getting hacked off and chucked on the ground. Still better than carrots? Yes. Just the fact that this thing pivots and you can attach a trailer makes it leagues better than carrots. Can you even harvest this all in the window in this speed? Yeah, I should be able to. It's gonna take a while, but... I mean... Yeah, no, we could probably get it done. Hopefully. If not, that'll be a problem. Carrots are the one time where you're 100% behind people using unrealistic mods because it's painful. Yeah, no, my stance on carrots is the way it should work is all those harvesters that don't have an internal storage, they should get kind of a wink wink nudge nudge, like 1,000 or 2,000 liters internal storage. And I know they have one that's kind of a small buffer inside that's like undocumented or whatever, just for practicality. My thought is it should be just a little bit bigger, enough that when the AI is going around corners and all that stuff, it doesn't just shut down, even though, yes, in real life, it doesn't have an internal storage. But it should hand wave that away and be like, yeah, you got a little bit of a internal storage, just enough that all your little imperfections and all that, keeping with it, don't cause the AI to just stop moving and whatever. That it gives you a little wiggle room, just for the practicality's sake. Yeah, because this isn't a super large field. I'm gonna quickly do, since I've got a little bit more space where I've got that other one I've not finished, I'm gonna do another pass and grab that. Okay. So now we move over here. But you're on a large server with one of the guys took a contract to the biggest field harvesting carrots, just came back the next day and they're still working. Yeah, and it's one of those things that carrots, parsnips, and all that, for the in-game time, so far as like the months and days kind of thing, that very genuinely they end up actually being one of the most lucrative crops in the game in game time, but in real life time, they're really rough. They're very, very, very laborious crop. Okay. So what we're going to want to do here is we'll keep working on this. The greenhouse is also making us money. We do want to get the sugar mill going because I do believe the sugar mill will give us significantly more money from this. Which is why most carrots are done in greenhouses. I have no idea in real life about carrots. Okay. Then just keep going and doing sugarcane. I've been thinking about farming something out here. You're still sitting on 9 acres of farmland. Currently let the neighbors' cows graze. Yeah, I mean, farming is a lot of work. Like a lot of work with no guarantees. But I mean, if you got a bunch of space, you can still do stuff. There's a volcanic region near you where a lot of people use small fields to do root crops. You'll be like 5 rows of carrots and 5 another root, etc. Yeah, we don't have much root crops where I'm at in Florida. Broadly speaking, you got citrus. Even the citrus market in Florida is starting to kind of wind down a lot of places. As our temperature's been changing due to climate change, it's been harder and harder for people to grow citrus reliably here. The winters are getting too cold, the summer's too hot. It's been a whole thing. But one of the things we do grow very heavily is strawberries. Florida's one of the big strawberries producers in the U.S. And then with that, we actually have onions that go with that, because they do effectively, I keep using the gardening term sister cropping, but they do grow strawberries and onions together here for the onions to be a pest deterrent. And then, you know, you'd get the strawberries because that's the actual crop you're really caring about selling. And it's interesting because we actually get special onions here that we call strawberry onions. They're really, really massive, very, very lightly pink onions. And they're a little bit on the sweeter side for an onion, but they're really good. They don't really commercially ship them, which kind of surprised me because they're actually really good onions. But the idea is they'll do like 1 or 2 rows of strawberry. I think we checked it one time. It's either 3 or 5 rows of strawberries, and then they'll do a row of onions there. And they do all that stuff, and yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a big deal when the big place that happens is a city called Plant City, kind of over by Tampa, that they grow those, and they do a big festival every year, and it's a big deal to go out and get the strawberry onions, and they'll do every imaginable thing with onions during the festival and all that, and it's a big deal to get these giant, massive, you know, strawberry onions. You know, do your equivalent to like bloomin' onions and onion rings and all sorts of garbage with them. But it's pretty cool. It's actually yeah, they would probably be very good onions for pickling. But, yeah, it's a pretty cool thing seeing them do that, because the way they do the strawberries, it's a field crop here. Sugarcane? Yep. Yep. We handed over the deciding of the crops to a big wheel, and I pushed a button. We did not win. We definitely did not win that wheel roll. Let's see. You want to at least see or try them. Sadly, they don't ship them. Yeah, no, the strawberry onions, they're like, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna be like ranting raving like these are the best onions in the world, but they're good. They're really good. Like I said, they're still an onion. So when I say they're sweet, they're still an onion. But on the scale of sweetness for an onion, they're pretty far on about as sweet as you usually will find an onion. And like I said, they are usually massive. Because again, they don't grow the onions for the commercial purpose. They're effectively a glorified pesticide. So they do let them sit in the ground and grow way longer than most commercially grown onions are. So they end up being like these big, massive onions. And it's cool stuff to see them, because like literally the way they set up the rows for the strawberries to grow, they just have what's a glorified big metal plate that they just sit on the dirt and drag behind the tractor. And that part's not really a whole thing. Can you order seeds for them though? I have no idea. I've never looked into that. But it's basically just a glorified metal plate that they just drag across the ground to make the big trough for the strawberries. And then they actually have this slick machine that goes around and just goes behind and just like pokes one strawberry plant in each one. And it has what's like a glorified saran wrap it puts over it. And it pokes a little hole in the saran wrap. And then it goes and it shoves the strawberry, plant in the little hole that it makes. And then harvesting, most of them are harvested by hand. Because strawberries don't really take abuse well. Alright, get you out of here. Switch out the tractor. The best way to show you how sweet an onion is to take a bite out of it and see the face you make. Very scientific. I ate an onion on stream once. Just straight up like ate it. That was a yellow onion. So it wasn't a particularly sweet yellow onion, but it wasn't like eating a red onion. Like I love red onions. Yeah, especially either caramelized or pickled. But just biting the side of a red onion sounds rough. Sounds really rough. Alright. Yeah, caramelized red onions are really good. That's there's definitely times when like I'll be looking at something on the menu and everything else about the thing might be something I'm less excited about, and they'll be like pickled onions. It's like, alright, never mind, we're getting that. Recently, so me and Tomb had to do an errand that the errand itself wasn't very fun. It was actually a really big bad news kind of errand of dealing with some not fun stuff that needed to be dealt with. Me and Tomb are fine. It's unrelated to us specifically, it's family things. But with all that, we were kind of in an area that we're not usually at. And so we were very hungry because we missed eating dinner and all that. And it's just like, okay, random road. Here is some Mexican restaurant we've never heard of. 100% very hole-in-the-wall kind of place. Maybe delicious food, maybe food poisoning, maybe both. Why settle for just one? Yeah, it's either really good or really bad. And, like, the food was generally good. Like, broadly speaking, it was genuinely good. But the thing that stood out was I had gotten, or they had, like, all the toppings. So, like, the tacos, the tacos they had, if you just took them as were fairly plain. But then they had like a little cart where you can get like all the different stuff, all the fixins you wanted to put on it. And what impressed me was it was pickled onion and habanero to put on them. And that was real good. That was real good. Because without it, the taco would have been just, you know, it was protein in a tortilla shell. You know, relatively plain in the spectrum of tacos. But the pickled onion and habanero fixins definitely made up for it. That said, it was pretty funny. Too, when she's going to a place that she can't decide, like it's a place going there for the first time, a lot of places will have whatever they're like, I can't decide sampler type thing. And she got it. And usually when you're doing that like a Mexican place, it'll be like, okay, well, here's a taco, you know, here's an enchilada, here's a burrito, like whatever it is, it'll be like 3 items, you know, quesadilla, it doesn't matter. But you have like 3 items, you know, and there'll be like one thing there. Or like if it's a quesadilla, you'll get like half of one or whatever. But it's so you can try a bunch of stuff. And she's like, okay, you know, I'll just get this sampler thing. You know, that's pretty typical. Huh, didn't pay attention to the price at all. And so I was a little shocked when we went to ring it up and it was like $70 for the whole meal. I was like, crap, this place is expensive. You know, like we're probably not coming back here kind of expensive. And then she comes out and I got my plate and I got like my 2 tacos, I got some beans, I got some rice, you know, good times. And then she gets this tray that comes out. It's like a full-on like large cookie sheet, and it's got like 2 tacos, a full quesadilla, a full-size burrito. It's got some flautas. It's got like oh, what else was there? There was not counted as taco. They had the birria and everything, and it's like, oh, the reason it costs $70 is you got meals for like 4 or 5 people on that pan. Like, it was definitely one. She looked at us like, you're going to have to help me. I was like, I don't know if I can offer as much help as you need. It was all excellent, and for the volume of food, the price we ended up paying wasn't bad. We just didn't realize the volume of food we had acquired. Interesting to think of a place that's not cheap. Well, that's the thing. Honestly, for the food we got, the price was reasonable. It's just, you know, we didn't pay attention to what her food came with. Because, like, I looked at mine, it's like, yeah, it's like $10-11 for, you know, a couple of tacos, some, you know, beans and rice and all that kind of stuff. You know, an $11 in a relatively touristy area, that's not an unreasonable price. It's not on the cheap end, but it's definitely not like, oh, this is unusually high. It was like, okay, this is about what I would expect to pay. What am I stuck on, and why is this sadness? So that's ever so slightly elevated, and it's just enough to be a problem. There we go. Make me envious. We don't get tacos and all that in Canada. Yeah, I think I've told you the story before, Ultra, about at the time my coworker in Salt Lake City taking me to the quote-unquote best Mexican in Salt Lake City. It was also the blandest Mexican food I have ever had in my entire life, by a very safe margin. And it was a whole thing to break that poor man's heart and be like, you know, what did you think? It's like, gonna be honest, man, I'm glad they found pepper, because there wasn't a whole lot else going on there. It's not the worst Mexican food I've ever had. To be fair, I have had worse. And to also be fair, it was here in Central Florida. It didn't last long. It opened, and within 6 months closed. Because when you can't even make good salsa, you don't you don't have a prayer on the rest of your menu. Salsa's kind of the safe one. It's just tomatoes, like jalapeno, some like salt and pepper kind of stuff going on there. Maybe not cilantro. Definitely get some onion in there. And there's a whole bunch of different variances. You can all that kind of, you know, kind of stuff. But like when you get like salsa and it comes out and it's like a bowl of tomato that someone put a little cilantro on, and you're going, where's the rest of it? Like, did you forget there's supposed to be like, it's not supposed to be just tomato in a bowl that you just fluffed some cilantro on the top? When you go to TwitchCon San Diego, you almost choose to exclusively oh, I mean, that's just the correct decision. When you're in San Diego, if you're not getting Mexican food, okay, I take that back. There is actually some decent Asian food in San Diego. But also, you're in San Diego, there's a lot of other places you can get some decent Asian food. Most of the West Coast will have you covered. But when you're in San Diego, come on. I will give credit. Salt Lake City did have really good curry. And apparently, I'm not a big sushi person. Fun, really unexpected thing. Do you know where some of the freshest sushi you can get in the US, where you're not literally pulling it out of the water, comes from? Well, not comes from, where you can get it. Is Salt Lake City has some of the best sushi in the US. Which seems really weird because it's in the middle in a desert. And it's because it is the distribution hub where all the seafood coming in goes there to be routed out. So it's one of those kind of things. It just happens to be where, like, you know, tuna comes in, it comes in there, it gets routed out. So it is just a bizarre thing. That said, they don't know their way around Mexican food. But they do actually have, it was, they had really good curry, and there was something else that they did really well. And the good curry and all that is because they had a high amount of population from some of those cultures. Yeah, boats are slow, the freshest food flies. But it's weird. Oh yeah. No, 100% weird. When I heard that, I was like, you're lying to me. And then you look at it, I was like, no, actually. Very genuinely, if you're not like right at the port getting your sushi right there from the fish there, it's usually fresher to get it from Salt Lake City. As in, like, to go there. Now, obviously, if they're straight up pulling the fish out of the water, going to the coast, and then popping it into the sushi right there, that's the whole thing. Let's see, you always make the mistake of ordering fish up in the mountains of Colorado. Yeah, no, I don't imagine that's very fresh. It is one of those things that there's lots of sushi places here in Florida, and depending on what you're getting, it might be super fresh or super not. Because people make the mistake of getting, like, salmon. You know where you're not getting salmon? Florida. We don't have that fresh flowing water you get your salmon in around here. Now, tuna, on the other hand, you might get fresh here. I actually don't know. Lionfish, if you could find it. Low key, I want to eat more lionfish. I've only had it once. And it is a thing that you are doing the environment a solid by eating the lionfish here in Florida, because they're incredibly invasive and are killing the local environment. And so you can kind of assert your dominance over the lionfish, do something eco-friendly, and it's apparently really delicious. Yeah, no, it's, like, most places don't serve lionfish because it's just not the most economical fish to get. There's not much meat on them bones, and people don't seek it out very often. But in Florida, it's kind of a vindictive thing, where it is killing our local wildlife. It's not native to the Atlantic, and so it is wiping out the local tropical fish. So it is a thing. Yeah, no, lionfish are probably like this big. not counting the quills. You gotta be careful. They're vanishing from where they're supposed to be. Lionfish are venomous, so you can cross-contaminate if you're not careful. Well, the good news about lionfish venom is it is a venom that if you cook it becomes inert. And it's also only located in their quills. And so it is a thing that they'll have people actually go and make lionfish skewers skewered on its own quill. Just, you know, for extra, you know, FU lionfish. You are gorgeous, but also screw you and what you're doing to the local environment. And so that is the thing. Now, honestly, like, don't quote on me, like, just immediately go eating. Like, do your research. But it is supposedly that the lionfish venom is one you can cook away. That the chemistry changes when you heat it up. I'm sure there's a temperature it has to get and all that I have no idea what are. But yeah, to give you... Doesn't help for sushi? Yeah, I mean, right. But yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, to give you an idea, Florida is very strict about, like, if you want to catch gator, you're only allowed this many. You've got to get your permit. You've got to do it in these means. It's very restrictive. You want to get deer, you've got to go through all these. You've got to go through all this stuff. You've got to go through all that. High limitations. You know, even for regular fishing, lots of restrictions. Lionfish, no holds bar, go for it. They're just... If they could get away with allowing you to grenade fish, they would probably let you grenade fish if your target was lionfish. Like, that is how... No, genuinely, you're after lionfish? Yeah, you want to go after a spear? Fine. Net? Fine. Fish? Fine. Don't care. Get rid of them. Like, they have, I don't know if they're still doing it, they had a fishing competition annually that the only requirement, no size restrictions, whoever caught the most lionfish wins. Like, any size. Doesn't matter. As many as you can get. They tried to do the same thing, because we got the, was it the Burmese pythons? That's the one that's destroying the Everglades. They tried to do that same kind of thing with the python, but pythons are way harder to catch. They're much better at hiding in that ecosystem that you send out these giant hunts and they'd be like, we got dozens of them. That's also where you see the footage of, like, the python that's halfway through eating a adult alligator and you're going, dear God, why? Also, people kind of suck at telling snakes apart, so some of those insectives backfire. It wouldn't surprise me if that's also a problem. Yeah, no, you see the thing of, like, the pythons taking out alligators, and you're just like, nature, you meddle, man. I'll stay away from the swamps, thank you. Aw, man. That made me think. There's, so if you ever look at Central Florida horizontally, basically the way it's kind of laid out is you've got, like, the East Coast, so you've got, like, all your cities along the East Coast, the Space Center, all that kind of stuff. And then there's a bunch of swamp, and a couple of roads that cross the swamp. And for those who haven't seen Florida Swamp, you'll see the pictures in, like, movies and all that of these, like, dark, overgrown swamps. That's not Florida Swamp. Florida Swamp, it looks like a field, and then you walk into it and you just sink in the water because there's not land on that spot. And then, you know, patches of, like, river-looking area. So it's very popular for airboating, for both people looking at alligators and doing the hunting and all that, and tourists. Lots of tourists like to go out there and airboat and see, you know, like, the gators and all those things in their native habitat. And there's places that provide that service. Lots of them that will also have a restaurant and a bar and a whole bunch of other stuff connected. There's this place called the Lone Cabbage. And it's on one of these roads that goes from, like, the East Coast over to, you know, in the middle of Florida where Disney and all that is. And it is a place that gets wild and uncomfortable on the weekends, as all of the locals many of whom are related to each other, all come out and dance and party and drink. And get into fights. Lots of fist fights. Almost every week. Not my kind of venue for that thing. But during the day they do their airbow stuff and all that kind of stuff. You can get gator's tail, you can get rattlesnake, all sorts of fun things. But they've got their trophies on their wall from the various things that they've hunted locally. So you've got like the gator head sticking off the wall and all that stuff. And then they've got a deer's butt on one of the walls. Because that was the only part that looked good when they were, you know, with how bad they were at hunting it. So you have all these different trophies on the walls, antlers and all this, and this deer's butt. Which of course they decided to put shades on and everything. And it's just a weird thing that popped in my head. So it's not the lone cabin, it's the lone cabbage. Like lettuce cabbage. And it's not in a town. It is in the middle of nowhere swamp off a highway. Like there is genuinely nothing else by it. Like it's probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 miles to the nearest gas station. No, it's not sticking out of a gator. It is, there's like a gator head here, and elsewhere on the wall is a deer's butt. Let's see, you had your local bar that had the teeth, the tail, as if the butt was a mouth. Also Gatorland. Yeah, so we do have, there is Gatorland in Central Florida. It's an interesting place. Not the greatest place, but, you know, they have some cool stuff there. It's definitely one of those ones, if you want a properly, like, solidly, ethically run zoo, Gatorland is solidly in the it could be worse category. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not great. They have been improving, but there is definitely a lot of... Oh, you meant it was in gator territory? Oh yeah, the lone cabbage is in gator territory. There's actually a place called Gatorland in Central Florida. You can probably guess what you find there. And if you said anything but gators, you're wrong. I mean, actually, I take that back. Once in a while, they'll have, like, a jaguar or something that is being moved between zoos and they're facilitating or something like that. But generally speaking, it's alligators. Yeah, it is basically like a zoo that pretty much exclusively does various forms of crocodilian, so like crocodiles, alligators, of various things. They're both famous and infamous for albino alligators, which do not typically happen naturally in the wild. It requires extensive amounts of inbreeding to get there. To be fair, they aren't breeding them there. It is from other zoos who got a big, you know, negative PR for doing that, who are now just trying to offload the thing that is a wild ethics violation, and then go ahead and they just acquire them. So it's again, they could be worse, but they certainly could be better. Because, you know, the other alternative is those gators get killed, which is not great, but it is definitely one of those ones you're like, it's not a place I frequent, because also, they only do alligators, and spoiler alert, when you live in Central Florida, you don't need to go to the zoo to see those. You just go anywhere along that highway going from the coast to the swamp, you're gonna see an alligator off the side of the road, not dead, it's gonna be chilling there, doing as gators do, going, you know, the sun's lovely. Also, if you get too close, and you're a little on the small side, I will eat you. That's a weirdly koala sanctuary here is one of the larger zoos for other animals, including making crocs jump for food, which is always ends the tourists getting jumped. Which always ends with tourists getting jumped. I assume you mean scared or startled? Because I'd assume if like the tourists are getting hurt, then they're really bad at running that. Because we have tons of places where you can see where they'll like dangle a chicken over the side, and you know, alligator jumps up and grabs it or whatever. And when I say chicken, we're talking like not a living bird. We're talking like you get at the grocery store, you know, big like whole chickens or whatever. I'm assuming like jumped like scared. Because I would imagine if tourists are actually having quote unquote interactions with alligators more than once in a decade, you're probably not going to be allowed to operate very long. Because there's not very many interactions with alligators and crocodiles and people that are of that nature where everyone's leaving that in an okay state. Because the first wild gator you saw was on your way to Paris Island. You roll up to the golf course for breakfast, and oh, funny, a gator statue. Then it snatches up a bird next to it and is about drove off the road. That thing was huge. Oh, gators get big. You don't see many giant ones in the in Central Florida because they are hunted. But every once in a while, one manages to evade hunters long enough to get properly huge. Like every once in a while, you hear about like an 18, 20 footer or whatever, like monstrosity of a gator. I mean, last time you were in Florida, you were getting gas, and there were two massive ones in just the pond right next to the lot. Oh yeah, no, that's generally speaking, when you were in Florida, kind of the local rule is if you cannot see the bottom of the water and it's not specifically roped off designated as a swimming spot, you stay the F out of it. And it's not only because of alligators. We also, like, honestly, even worse than the alligators, there's these snakes, and they got a bunch of different names: water moccasin, cottonmouth, whatever. They're very territorial snakes who are highly aggressive and venomous. They are snakes that you don't mess with. Like all other snakes, I'm super chill with. Rattlesnakes, gardeners, indigos. I want those around because those are rats, and I will take snakes all day long. They don't leave leavings. They just chill. Once in a while, they'll give you a cool snake skin and all that kind of stuff. Water moccasin / cottonmouth? No. No. Absolutely no siree. Because they say you and they say, F this dude, I'ma make him dead. I had a grandpa who was like very defensive about snakes. And was like absolutely like, you know, if you saw someone like kind of misbehaving around a snake, you're like, leave that thing alone. And I saw him go out, see a water moccasin, take a stick with a Y on the end, go stick, machete. And it's like, what? And he's like, no, absolutely not. Now, to be fair, the area we're at had lots of kids in the area then, so when he saw that, it's like, nope, solid no siree. And that went in the crab trap. And we got a bunch of blue crab from it. Let's see, when you search the web for Lone Cabbage, Florida, the first thing is a complete full of hits of single fish restaurant. It's in Cocoa, Florida. You presume that'd be the Lone Cabbage itself. Doesn't seem to have a wiki article. Yeah, I could see them considering it part of Cocoa, Florida. Not to be mistaken for Cocoa Beach, Florida. They're in a similar area. They are very different places. Cocoa has a very artsy community. If you go to downtown Cocoa, they've got some cool little clubs, some really cool restaurants, but lots of artsy stuff like ceramics and all that. And you can also get flavored oils like your olive oils and all that, with like lavender oils, like all that for cooking and all that. They do wild stuff there that's all delicious. But you go inland a number of miles, and that's where the Lone Cabbage would be. That was one decisive grandpa. Oh yeah, and like he was very conservationist approach to stuff and all that. Very like, you know, if you have to kill an animal, you use it all. Like you don't kill animals unless there's a very big need for it. And he saw that snake, was like, nope, F this snake. And like, for him to do that, I was like, all right, photograph the snake, I guess. It's definitely a memory that stood out. Because otherwise he's like, you know, you leave that alone, that kind of thing. Sugarcane, kind of slow. As a kid, you once picked up a small brown snake, learned to not do that again. Yeah, we don't... I mean, the only snake I'd describe as brown around here would be rattlesnakes, but those are very distinct for other reasons. Because we have the garden snakes. Those are usually like black to maybe a little on the green side. You got coral snakes. Those are very distinct. There's no question about a coral snake. I mean, okay, there's a coral and a king snake look the same. It's the color pattern that's different. I think it was red before yellow, kill a fellow. Red before black. I don't remember what the heck the other one was. The point is, if you see a snake that's got red, yellow, and black, you leave it the freaking alone. Like, you don't mess with it. If it might be a coral snake, you leave it alone. Because they are super venomous. Some water snakes can be brown. Yeah. If you're in Australia and the brown snake is dangerous, I was under the impression that all snakes and everything that moves is dangerous in Australia. I'm pretty sure the grass is dangerous over there. Maybe the sand? The relative position of the clouds? I'm obviously exaggerating. But I do understand Australia has a very high number of venomous things. I think the saying is, who cares what color, stay away from the snake. That is the better version of the thing. Most animals that are red, yellow, and black, you leave alone. Fact. Eastern brown snake is a proper name, not a descriptor. Gotcha. Everything that moves in Australia is dangerous, including the humans. Especially the humans. You don't know what they're going to be about. Most animals are fairly predictable. You may not like the prediction, you may not like what they're going to do, but at least they're predictable. But humans, you don't know what they're about. They might want to sell you a timeshare. Snake is a nope rope? Yeah, like even the genuinely like not dangerous ones, like the gardener snake. Completely, if I recall correctly, gardener snakes are completely non-venomous. They're generally, for a snake, a relatively docile creature. They want nothing to do with you. It's not that they won't bite you. Obviously, if you grab something, it's got a mouth and it's not about it, it's going to bite you. Most likely. But it's not a dangerous snake. But still, you know, you don't pick it up. Being bitten by things, not exactly a great time. Broadly speaking. You remember the pet snake your friend had that clearly loved you? It was the only one that wouldn't nip at from being handled? Yeah. But there's not many reptiles who are particularly friendly. You can get them where they're like chill, but it's kind of a trained behavior most of the time. Oh, that randomly makes me think. So my wife Toom works with animals. She does the water treatment for them. But she's also done assignments where she actually worked as a keeper, as like training kind of thing and all that stuff. You can get them apathetic. Yeah, that's fair. But one of the animals they had there for a while was an armadillo that was a rescue. Like it had gotten stuck someplace or whatever. I don't know its story. But they had rescued it and, you know, were kind of like treating it for whatever. and then, you know, is going to be released back to the wild. I have no idea what happened to this armadillo because, you know, I'm not in the know. But the armadillo would get bored, and it got to the point it realized if it flipped over, that people would come by and interact with it. And it wanted this. You know, it was just something to break up the day. It was something interesting. So when it got bored, it would just roll onto its back. And of course, people visiting the zoo and all that, like people visiting where the animals were, would be like, oh no, the poor armadillo is stuck. Keepers, please go help the armadillo. And one, it could get back onto its feet no problem if it wanted to. And did. But it became such this like nuisance thing that this would do it during the day. The people would see that this armadillo was on its back and genuinely be concerned for the armadillo's well-being. And, you know, go bother the staff to be like, go save the armadillo, who didn't need saving. And it was just this very frustrating game that it had between the keepers in it. And if it didn't get the attention it wanted after a while, it would get back on its feet because laying on your back is not fun. But yeah, she found the armadillo very endearing. Normally it'd put up a sign. They may have done that eventually. Clearly it needed more enrichment activities. Yeah, to be fair, that was not one that was intended for like long-term stay as like an exhibit. It was just there for whatever thing it needed as a rescue. Like, I don't know if it was sick, if it was injured. I was not one who got to see the it flips itself over for attention armadillo. But that left an impression on her. Most animals do not desire that kind of interaction that end up at that zoo, because, like, yeah, they have the keepers and all that they interact with regularly, but they do a lot of enrichment there and all that. Like, you know, even stuff like the manatees they bring in as rescues, they'll have what looks like a glorified log that they'll shove a bunch of lettuce in because manatees eat so much freaking food. My god, manatees eat so much freaking food. Like, the diet they keep them on is primarily lettuce because it's got the same nutrients as the seaweed they eat. And I think it's like 150 heads per day per manatee or some ridiculous nonsense. You're like, my god, do you do anything but eat? And the answer is not much. Not much. It's pretty much eat and very rarely not really sleep so much as go to a somewhat idle state. Yeah, most wild creatures don't want human contact, even the ones getting fed by them. Yeah. But it was fun, like, because we got to go by the aquarium the other day with family, and they had a manatee in there. That the whole idea is they had this, like, log with the holes, and the idea was that the manatees would get to the holes and they'd pull the lettuce out. You know, again, enrichment, keeping it, like, somewhat like their natural habitat so that, you know, they maintain those skills. And the one manatee figured out if it grabbed the log from the end and just lifted the whole log up, it'd all fall out. It's like, okay, good on you for figuring out. That's not reinforcing your natural behaviors, though. Because seaweed, you can't just go to the end of the seaweed and yoink the entire thing of seaweed up in the air and have all the goods fall out. You gotta go, like, actually, you know, pull the seaweed out from whatever it's tangled in. But, you know, good on you for figuring it out. You're a smart manatee. Now we're gonna have to come up with a different way of doing this. What is your deal? What are you tangling on? You don't know, maybe it works that way, you're not a seaweedologist. I mean, I would say probably 2/3 of that department has, you know, biology degrees of some nature. Hopefully they've got a good idea where the seaweed grows. Okay, we'll try this again. Like, weirdly, I think it was like the pipe, I think, was getting stuck on the trailer. It wasn't jackknifing it, but it was doing something kind of in that department. Like, in that general proximity. No, not that stripe, this stripe. Yeah, so the big struggle with the sugarcane is weirdly that it's got high volume, which is not normally the problem you run in with farm sim. That's usually where you don't make money, as something will be a very low volume crop. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that per the volume you don't get a lot of money, but you get a very high volume that we could fill up a trailer in about 2 rows and some change. And it's not a small field, but I wouldn't call this a particularly large field either. Like, all things considered. So it's kind of good that you don't have a bigger harvester, because you wouldn't be able to do like a quarter of a field. It also makes me a little salty that the sugarcane trailer does not work with the sugarcane harvester. I get that it's too tall and all that, but it's weird to have a specially dedicated trailer for the harvester. What's up? Do you have all the way to 2,400 to harvest? Or are we almost out of time? Oh yeah, you can get to midnight. Yeah, you can go to midnight to harvest. Technically, I can actually harvest the next day too. I want to avoid doing that because we can get like weird timing issues. But today and next day is harvest days for the sugarcane. On the bright side, I don't need to plow or cultivate or seed or anything that the sugarcane again. I do just get to next October and then we harvest again. Hopefully by then I'll come up with a better way of approaching this. Maybe we can find a higher volume trailer. I don't think that'll help that much though, because with how this can't be that tall of a trailer, I can't make it that much taller and still be able to get the harvester over the top of it. But it is a thing that there is a trailer. So most of the crops in the game give you 2 days to harvest them, because that's the equivalent of 2 in-game months. And you can actually extend that if you want to make it longer. You can actually say, okay, make a month more than 1 day. That's kind of what you do. Is if you start getting your farm too big for you to handle and you're playing solo, that's how you work around it. Is you then would go to your months and make them like 2 days per month, and that gives you more time to work on the stuff. Can you set up 2 trailers, or will that be weird? So if I had multiple players playing this, the way I would tackle this is I would probably have 2 trailers going, where one trailer would be on the harvester that it would be filling up, and then the other trailer would be the person grabbing that, running it away, bringing it back, and then stopping it. And we would just kind of go back and forth trading trailers. Because with that, it would be probably reasonably time-wise that in the time it took me to fill up a trailer, the other person would likely be able to drop off the existing trailer and come back. Now, leaving 2 trailers for me to fill up, I could see trading off having the AI do it. It would be easier if the trailers had a bit more storage. The thing I was kind of thinking that would be interesting is if we got a trailer that we could tip into another one. There is a pretty cool truck that doesn't really have a lot of use, but down here you see these trailers. There is a semi that has like a big arm that like pulls it up on there. I could actually see using these where I would take a bunch of those and stage them. And then I would just have like the I would like empty this trailer out into those again and again each time we went by. And then later on, I could take the Volvo that has that arm and grab that trailer up, run it over, and drop it off. Because that would have them in the trailers, which I believe makes it so the rain would not cause them to rot. If they're in the trailer, I believe they are safe. I don't know that for sure, because it's not a thing I've had to worry about before. Because you can just put in a silo, which you can't do with sugarcane. But I could see doing that where you'd line up however many, 4, 5, 6 of them, probably more, and just have that as a means of like acting as storage, so you're not leaving it on the ground, which is what you'd do otherwise if you wanted to save it. But with that, I'd be able to potentially just, you know, fill it up each time I go up the road, chuck it into the next trailer, and all that stuff. You can open up applications for under sugar painting. I mean, I think the real reality is we would get the sugar place right nearby. You also burn the cane before you harvest in real life to get rid of all those loose leaves and drive out the critters. Yeah, I don't know the details on sugarcane harvesting and whatnot. In real life, I mean. Okay. But yeah, sugarcane is definitely not a fast crop. I definitely still think the root crops are worse. Like the carrots and parsnip and all that. Just the fact that I can drag the trailer behind this myself makes it not as rough. But yeah, it's definitely one of those ones that I gotta figure out a better solution with the trailer stuff. Now, multiplayer, I think this would be a lot easier. Multiplayer, this would be nowhere near as bad. Because you could just literally have people line up 2 or 3 of them. You know, that chute does turn to the side if you have the trailer on the side. I could hand it off to the AI. I drive the tractor with the trailer alongside it. But the fact that it stops harvesting with the AI at the end of the row, if the trailer's not in position entirely, that's kind of one of those things that I feel like all these ones that are no storage inside of them, it should be wink wink nudge nudge, there's actually like 2,000 storage, not enough to be worth caring about, but enough that like can turn around and do that kind of stuff without you being perfectly in position. You know, just for convenience, and I'm sure there's mods to achieve that. Hopefully the next DLC allows co-planting carrots and sugarcane. I don't think that makes any sense. I'm gonna grab a soda real fast and I'll be right back. All right. So I barely know her Rual's BRB. But yeah, no, that's Like, if you could just keep going, the harvest time of this would still be slow, but it wouldn't be that bad. It'd probably be similar to, like, peas and spinach and all that, because it is still a relatively small harvester. But the big catch is just that lack of, or sorry, not the lack, it's the volume. It's not a lack of storage, it has so much volume that the storage it has, even being adequate, is inadequate. There's just too much stuff going into it. Then, like, the speed of harvesting is honestly relatively standard. Okay. Now, on the plus side, we are making relatively okay money, because it is, again, every 2 passes-ish, I'm filling up. Every 2 passes is about 4,000 bucks, and we consider how narrow a pass is. That is going to be a cumulative total of a decent amount of money. And I'm imagining if we do make it into sugar, it should be relatively good money on top of that. So crop to acreage money is relatively good looking. Crop to time money is pretty rough. This has definitely not been one of the more lucrative ones to deal with from that end. Labor to probably be better off doing Uber. If we consider that an in-game day in this is effectively a month, probably. I was gonna be like, it's like, nah, man, it's not that long. It's like, oh, right. In the in-game time, this represents the entirety of a month. Okay. How much does an Uber driver make a day? I mean, this is still probably much better money than an Uber driver, even considering it's an in-game month. But still. You're sure it is, but it's probably closer than it's comfortable. Yeah, I mean... So again, we're getting 4,000 per trailer, and that's like every 2 rows is a trailer, and you see how many rows we've done. We've been doing this for a while. You know, I don't know what the typical Uber driver makes, but usually if you're getting like a minimum wage job, I don't know what that calculates out because I haven't had to worry about that. I imagine that's like $1,000 a week. Maybe a little under, like $900 a week, give or take, all depending on what minimum wage is for you. So if you're getting $4,000 per 2 rows, and we assume you're making that like minimum wage amount, whatever it ends up being around, you know, a month is about 4.5 weeks. So you'd be looking at around the 4,000 and some change mark for the entirety of a month, making that kind of a wage. So you know, yeah, but you're also hitting overtime for the entire month. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. If we assume that this represents a whole month and a person literally never stopped working the entire month, there'd be other things, like death, to worry about. Forget the wages. You literally aren't sleeping for the course of a month because you're busy doing nothing but farming. Death is a pretty big concern for most people. Right, this one, we have it all the way on the end. It's a shame you can't tell, like, the AI driver only go in straight lines up and down the rows, don't go along the sides, just straight up and down. I'm sure there's mods to accomplish that. I'm gonna have to get rid of a bunch of these trees. But if we did that, the AI for this would be able to be very easy to follow to make the trailer work. There's so much more left. There is so much more left. We've got to find a better way to do this. I'm curious if I hand this over to the AI. With not with the trailer behind it. You know, actually, not this year, but if we got a second trailer, I could hand it over to the AI. I don't know if it prioritized my trailer or the one in the back. Looks like, maybe 1/3. You mean 1/3 left, I could believe. Yeah, I could see about 1/3 left. Because I would say on this side we have almost just slightly shy of the amount that's remaining there in that gap between the two patches of there. And the same thing here on the other side, a little bit under the amount that's left. And then we also have got some stuff over there by that little patch off by itself, which is a shorter area. So I would assume we've got about 2/3 done, give or take. And we've certainly done worse. I would certainly say the worst I've ever done, it was for a YouTube series. I was doing the Surivorman challenge on the Calm Lands, and I got the money I could get out of the trees on the map that I was, like, where I was at. And my choices were I could do grass and mow, or the next cheapest crop I could do was carrots. And so I did carrots. On Calm Lands. And for anyone who knows Calm Lands, those tiles you buy are really, really big. Really big. So I had the tiniest harvester and the tiniest planter for carrots, which are the ones where it crates them, and you have to forklift them back. And again, I had so little money that I was doing that, which means I certainly didn't have the stuff to pick those up efficiently. So it was taking the tractor and grabbing, I think I had like the tiniest little trailer I was chucking them on, but grabbing like 6 or 7 crates of carrots to drive back to sell. And to give you an idea, I believe when I did the math, it was something like upper 200, lower 300 number of crates of carrots to move. And the tractor was weak enough, it struggled to bring like more than 4 crates of carrots up the hill to get to the sell point that was at the top at Calm Lands. And I did it for like the whole thing. And it was seriously, each episode of that YouTube series was something like 7 or 8 hours, of which one episode would be harvesting the carrots. Now, to be fair, I didn't make it so it's like 7 straight hours of the YouTube video. It would be one of those things where it'd be like, all right, I'm going to start harvesting the carrots, and I would start fast forwarding at like, 2.5 times speed or whatever it was, like we're zipping around doing the roads cleanly with music going and all that. And even then, I sometimes said, I'd be like, I'll be right back. Fade to black. Well, field's done. And that series is finally like, okay, the series hasn't been getting like nearly enough traffic for me to justify putting the hours I am in there. Like, I don't regret making it, but it was definitely from the perspective of, was it a successful thing? Not really. There was a handful of people who got super into it, but it was like, no. For like 8 hours an episode just on the recording side, it needed to have a pretty good viewership for me to put these hours in. Otherwise, I can just do something else with that time, and it'd be a far better use of my time. To be fair, I haven't had too many YouTube series that have done very well. Most of my content on Twitch does better, but that's because most of the content I'm making is better served for Twitch. Because I don't know about now, but lately, as in the last 5-10 years, a lot, well, 5 years, not 10, last 5 years, it's the, where you have an entire thing fits in one episode that's like 20 to 40 minutes is kind of the sweet spot for YouTube these days. So like if you want a comparison for like Let's Game It Out, Spiffing Brit, a lot of these really successful content creators in the modern era, as it were, a lot of what they'll do is they'll be like, you know, Zomboid, but what if insert, you know, circumstance, and then within 20 minutes they'll set up the premise, they'll show you the struggle, they'll show you either fail or overcome the struggle, and then the conclusion of whatever they're doing, all in that block of 20 to 40 minutes. That's kind of the content that does really well on YouTube these days. So the long form content, not really. The really long episodic series, not really. They don't, some of them don't do terribly, but it's definitely not the stuff that the algorithm like really jumps on board with. So a lot of channels that do like, we're gonna check out a bunch of new games and that kind of stuff, that stuff does really well. Because each one of those can be, you know, again, 20, 30, 40 minutes. That's just not the content I make. And I've debated a couple times, do I want to put that effort into it? And it's kind of one of those things is like, I could put the time into that, but ultimately I don't, and the reason for it is no matter what, that time would have to come from somewhere, and realistically that would mean streaming less to work on that content. And if I'm doing that, you know, Twitch is already paying my bills. It's where I find the more growth. It's where I find the content I enjoy making is being successful. Would I want to reduce the amount of time I am spending on that to put it someplace less likely to be economic for me? And so it's just kind of one of those things that we always get on that side, where it's like, I could put the time in there to do that, but at the cost of the content I do that people already enjoy. The deer's butt still had a butthole? It probably did. Bullet hole. It probably did, but yeah. I do unfortunately think it'll probably be a thing at the rate we're going, that I probably will have to end stream with this field not quite finished. And then pick up the next Farm Sim stream to finish this field. And I usually try to avoid farming at night in the game, but it's getting dark fast. I definitely don't think we're going to run to the situation where the day ends before we finish. I don't think that's going to be a concern. We should be able to finish well before that. But it will definitely be solidly into the after dark. The best way you can think of to do both is to pay an editor to turn streams into episode, but that eats up into what you can get. Yeah, no, and there's people who have done those deals in the past where it's like, hey, the revenue I make from the YouTube side goes to the editor. You know, partially as incentive for the editor to do a good job because then they make the money. But also like that. And that's not something I'm super comfortable for because I know the money I make with the YouTube content. And sure, maybe if it was better, it would be higher. But, like, that wouldn't be worth their time. Like, that just... There isn't a reality where that would be worth their time. Also, even a really good editor doesn't make magic. You have to structure your content to create a B-roll and all that. Yes, exactly. Like, I can record an entire stream and make that available for them, but if you're not making it with YouTube in mind, it is just chopping up like a Let's Play kind of thing, which once upon a time, that was like the content for YouTube. Like, back in the day, Let's Play for a while was like the thing that just made money on the YouTube side. Because just the way the algorithm was structured, more time is more time, that would just be good. People would pop in, it would keep suggesting the next video, the time would go up, which means the algorithm would keep pushing it. The big change they made was, and this I believe is still the case, with the algorithm nowadays, if you click into a video and you don't watch very long and you click out, it does have a thing where it'll actually deprioritize that content in the algorithm, that if there's too many people like jumping out of a video earlier, it's like, oh, this is clearly no good, stop recommending it. And that's what kind of killed the Let's Play stuff, because those, you know, hour-long Let's Play videos and all that, you know, people would not be in them long enough for it to not penalize them. And that's kind of where we got that, like I said, the sweet spot of like 20 to 40 minutes is usually that's long enough for people to watch, to get enough minutes to get it to kind of push with the algorithm, but not so long that people have a tendency to jump back out as easily, assuming it's good content. And that's kind of the trick there. So it has to like do that, and like the episodic thing tends to just not do as well for a bunch of different reasons. And there are still people who make it work, for the record. While I'm saying that, there are absolutely still content creators who make the episodic thing work. But a lot of those are usually already very well established people. Or they've got a very specific type of content. Yeah, you basically have to plan the stream for several episodes. Yep. You think now 1 episodes are a sweet spot for plays? Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. They'll have different amounts, and, like, what categories you're in and what content you're making, there'll be stuff around there, so where I'm saying these things. But, yeah. You like hours, but to each their own? Right. Like, all that said, you're gonna have people who 100% like different content than whatever the meta is, whatever the stuff that the algorithm pushes out. But that's kind of the thing. Is a lot of times when you're doing content creation, you have to take into consideration, like, it's one thing with Twitch, where the only algorithms are involved are, like, the recommended section and that kind of thing. So you don't have to play ball with the recommendation nearly as much. But when you are, like, going on to the YouTube side, where the algorithm will, like, you ride or die with that algorithm, you've got to play ball. If the algorithm decides that cats are in, you're making cat stuff. That's just what you have to do. It's over there. Like, if the algorithm's pushing something up, if you want to stay relevant, you gotta play ball with it. If you don't, your channel slowly disappears because YouTube won't be showing your content to new people. So as people, you know, they find other content they want to do or whatever, you just slowly fade. Now, that's kind of always been true. The algorithm, like, ride or die on the YouTube side. Like I said, that's not really a thing on Twitch. We do have some algorithms with, like, how some things are presented on the front page and recommended and all that. And while that certainly helps your growth, most of your actual growth that sticks, that, you know, the people come back, a lot more of that's networking with other people, that's raids, that's that kind of stuff. That's your cross-contamination in communities and all that. That's the place that kind of makes Twitch shine. That's where, like, a lot of people go, oh, there's no discovery on Twitch. You kind of go, well, if you're talking content-based discovery, I would agree. The only content-based discovery you have is the games page, and that's purely who has the higher viewer wins. So discovery is really not great there. But Twitch ultimately is a community platform. Community is the thing that is different, that makes it stand out versus like YouTube or TikTok or whatever, is that it's community first, whereas those other platforms are, you know, the content category first. And both of them have community and all that, so I'm not saying that's not a thing. But as such, here it's raids and shoutouts and all these other things, which is where you get like the stickier growth. Whereas a lot of people, if they pop in for the category, they stick to the category. You'd argue that there is content-based discovery. A lot of streamers raid only into Project Zomboid, just not into big channels. So right, but that is the Project Zomboid community. It is the creators in Project Zomboid cross-contaminating to each other, not as much people searching for Project Zomboid and then finding you through the Project Zomboid category. That does happen, to be clear, but it's going to be that top row of creators who are already large. But it's those large creators or other creators in the middle raiding into each other that is how you grow. So it's still based around Project Zomboid. You are correct in that assessment. But it is the community of Project Zomboid is the growth, not the, you know, growth from the category. The games page is people searching for Project Zomboid, finding Project Zomboid. And again, that does some, but like if you're a small fish in that pond, the likelihood of getting spotted is not great. It's not nothing, to be fair. But meanwhile, if you are in that category and you become friends with another creator in that category, you'll end up growing off of each other a great deal and all that kind of stuff. That's why you find it weird when people turn raids off? Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's a lot of people who don't understand a lot of how Twitch works. There's a lot of people who feel that Twitch is zero-sum, that if I'm watching this person, therefore I am a lost viewer to the other person. And sure, on, like, if we're being technical, yes, there is some of that, but you can watch more than one stream at once. Not everyone is going to be streaming at the same time. It's very much a lot more all ships rise together than a you are in strict hostile competition with one another. You're also not streaming 24/7 as well, and so garnering friendships among other creators and all that is going to do more to help you just period across the board than it is going to hurt you. Yeah, you're going to have a non-zero number of people who they tuned into your stream. Through your stream, they found another person's stream, and now they tune into that other stream and not yours. That's going to happen. But you're going to have way, way, way more people that are going to mutually be watching the both of your streams at different times. That overall, it'll do more to help you than to hurt you. But you do have people, like you'll have people that's like, oh, don't you use someone else's emotes in my channel? That's self-promotion or promoting another creator. And that's dumb. Like, it's one thing if someone pops in and they're just spamming another channel's emotes nonstop and nothing else. Yeah, okay, there's definitely a point where that starts to get... it's the spam that's the problem, not the use of the emotes. But yeah, and I know it's a thing where I'm kind of giving the nuance, community versus category, because you can have a community based around a category and all that. But it is the discoverability around the games page versus like recommended and raids and shoutouts. Those ones I mentioned on the second half, that's all community based. The games page is strictly the game. That's making you turn off that channel permanently as a follower of chat, follower only chats. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's the same thing. When you pop into a chat and you hear someone have that like really toxic take and it's not joking or whatever, it's like, one, that's kind of a dick move. Also, two, that's just really not how this whole thing works. Because, like, the idea there would be that, you don't want someone to use their stuff in your channel because cross-promote, like, self-promotion, yada yada. Which, of course, then the natural reaction should be, okay, then you shouldn't have your stuff used anywhere else, because if your take is that this is self-promotion, then it would only be right that you wouldn't want others to do that. And, of course, it'd be like, oh, no. I was like, yeah, well, that's the stand you're pushing for. People are like that, you know, I won't read your message if you're not subbed. Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing. No, absolutely. There are people who have those things. And the worst thing is there are people who agree with that as viewers and are like, ah, this person's just smart. And you're like, no, they're really not. It's the same kind of take, like every once in a while you'll have like that big creator who got successful at kind of a different era on Twitch. And they'll be like, oh yeah, no, when you're small, when someone pops into your view list, you welcome them in before they say anything. Make sure they are welcome. It's like, no, don't do that. No, absolutely. You will get people running out of your stream. If someone shows up, they don't have a chance to say a word and you welcome them in, you are going to fail about every imaginable vibe check. Because that person's gonna feel like called out, it's a little creepy, and don't call out the lurkers. Like, it's one thing if you and another person have a rapport where you like, that's fine, which even with the other creators that I know and all that, if they were straight up like, oh, by the way, Rual's watching right now, and I haven't said something, it's probably something that's going to make me uncomfortable. Now, it's one thing of, hey, if Rual's watching, that's different. That's okay if I have that rapport with that person. Like, you know, sometimes I'll be like hanging out, like, at Ultras, and like something will come up, and you know, usually I've said something earlier or whatever, you know, and someone will be like, if Rual's watching, that's fine, because I don't have to say anything, so I'm not really bringing myself out. But yeah, no, if I'm tuning into a channel for the very first time and someone's like, oh hey, it's good to see you, Rual, I'm gonna be like, no, time out, I am gone. With that said though, chat, I was trying to push through and get that all done. I've already gone an hour and a half over my normal stream time. That sugarcane is slow, but we'll pick up with this where we leave off next time. Like, I do think this is going to be relatively good money from the acreage. It's definitely not the worst money we're getting from the time. It's definitely pretty bad. I think, so for as bad as carrots are and parsnip are, they actually, for the acreage, are some of the best paying crops. But they suck to actually harvest. I think the sugarcane is worse than the carrots for the time. But it is a little easier to work with than the carrots. So with that said, I have saved, and of course, everyone knows when you have a save button and you've saved, you push it a second time in case the first time doesn't work, even though it never really fails, just in case. It's just the rules. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. That's kind of how this whole thing works. And then we're going to go ahead and if you're watching over on the YouTube side, what I'm going to go ahead and do is the stream's going to be ending over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe, but we do keep those VODs over there for anyone who wants. But for those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.